Hello everyone, welcome to our audiobook channel. If you enjoy this story or want to hear more exciting content, don't forget to like, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment. Your feedback helps us improve and bring even more captivating stories. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 1 of the series. Enjoy listening. Chapter 1, The Most Beautiful Woman. The sky has the 9 heavens, the ground has the 9 earths. Hell has the river of death that connects the sky and earth. Mortals call it the 9 springs, or the Yellow Spring, and underneath the 9 springs is the Yellow Spring Road. The Yellow Spring Road, it is the last journey for each person. If a man has not truly fallen in love with a woman, then his fall cannot be attributed to her. Feng Feiyun had, truly fallen, this time, his life was in a woman's hand. People have countless ways to die. Some die on the battlefield, dramatic, honorable, and meaningful. Others die a naked death on the street without a proper burial, but Feng Feiyun feels that his demise was even more devastating. How could such a beautiful woman exist in the world? This question appeared every time Feng Feiyun saw Shui Yuding. His heart was unable to remain calm despite their numerous encounters. Big round eyes, pearl-white snow-like skin, and a slender body with an aura of nobility. Like a goddess that has descended from the heaven. She was the most beautiful woman in the world. However, when Feng Feiyun was killed by her sword, he found out that she was also the most heartless woman in the world. The sword in her hand bled crimson, his blood flowed from the tip. Feng Feiyun's soul descended from his body, it traveled to a black world, as cold as ice. Up ahead lied an ancient passage, hovering in the emptiness. Will this lead to the river of souls, the passage to hell? Emptiness, loneliness, and fearful darkness. A dead person indeed becomes a soul. I can't believe that I, the youngest patriarch of the demon phoenix race, have to wait for my end like this. Walking on the Yellow Springs Road, smiling heroically, Feng Feiyun possessed a noble aura that could cause many emperors to bow down. Feng Feiyun was a demon phoenix, a male that had the highest aptitude in the last 30,000 years. He reached the 9th level of heaven emergence within 1,000 years, becoming the strongest cultivator in the immortal world. The other 7 Phoenix Empresses nominated him to be the new demon phoenix race patriarch. At that time, Feng Feiyun was even more renowned than even the elders and patriarchs of other big sects. All the other demon emperors and empresses were careful when dealing with him. It was at his apex that he met Shui Yuding. The two coincidentally met at the North Sea. One was the youngest patriarch of the demon phoenix race, the other was the most beautiful woman in the world. They quickly fell in love and spent their time peacefully together on the North Sea beach. At that time, Shui Yuding was gentle and thoughtful, a graceful woman filled with love. Feng Feiyun had many responsibilities as a patriarch. He could even be considered heartless and ruthless, but after their meeting, he became a young man smitten by love. Feng Feiyun gently held her slender waist, determined to protect her with his life. However, the moment when he died to her sword, he found out that she did not need his protection. Her cultivation level was just as high as his. A raise of her soft hand could destroy the heaven and earth, and it was even a sneak attack. After his death, Shui Yuding replaced his position and became the strongest expert in the immortal world. This was the goddess Shui Yuding, worshipped and honored by all under the heavens. Yuting was peerless under the heavens, the mandate in her hand, no one dared to resist. A woman stepping on her lover's body to reach the apex was definitely the most frightening woman in the world. To die at the hands of the most beautiful and strongest woman, Feng Feiyun felt that he could at least smile under the 9 springs. At the very least, he had loved with sincerity, and, with no shame in his heart, he could go peacefully to his end. At least I had an intimate relationship with her, and I didn't lose everything for nothing. Dear God, if you can revive me, then I will return the full favor towards her. If I can live again, then, no matter what price I have to pay, I will make her understand that she cannot get away with this betrayal, even if she is the most beautiful woman. A man's scorn will be no less than a woman's when he is betrayed by his love. Alas! Death is unavoidable, and my soul will disappear eventually. My chance for revenge is gone. The Yellow Springs Road, the road of the dead. You can only walk forward, there was no turning back. Going straight to hell to drink from Meng Po's 5-flavored tea of forgetfulness. I will forget everything and be reincarnated in a new body. My glory in this past life will turn into meaningless clouds and smoke. Even if there were regrets and hatred or a lover and an enemy, it did not matter anymore. for he was a dead man, only the soul remained. Wait a minute. Why is the Yellow Springs road so empty? Where are the demons and spirits of hell? Is this the actual Yellow Springs? Did I take the wrong turn? Feng Feiyun started to question. Looking at the eerily serene surroundings, nothing but the dark emptiness stood before him. He took a long turn. In the great beyond, there was a glimmer of light, as big as a rice grain. It was of a green hue, flying towards him. The speed accelerated, and the light became brighter and bigger. What is that thing? It was a boat, a blue spirit vessel with an ancient design that resembled an underworldly demonic ship. It was made out of a golden bronze material with 18 steel pillars for the sails, towering like magnificent mountains. The steel pillars had already started to rust, and the black sails were tattered and filled with holes. It painted a dark and eerie picture of a ship. The pitiful state of the blue spirit vessel would still inspire respect and remorse from spectators. Such a fast speed. Even when Feng Feiyun was alive, he would not be able to reach that kind of speed. The gigantic spirit vessel was as fast as light, no one could dodge it at this momentum. It pierced through the soul of Feng Feiyun. Bang! Feng Feiyun found out that his soul and the spirit vessel were flying in the void, slowly becoming one. It flew aimlessly in this eternal darkness. Where was it heading? This is. Not waiting for Feng Feiyun to react, the blue spirit vessel tore through the fabric of space itself and zoomed outside. Wham! Up ahead, a blinding light illuminated powerfully. Feng Feiyun was knocked out immediately. He felt that his soul was entering a warm body. Opening his eyes, he found that he had become a 14 or 15-year-old teenager. He had reincarnated. However, this body did not belong to him. It was rather sickly, even when compared to the average person. And in his head, numerous memories resurfaced. It was easy to recognize that they belonged to the owner of this body. Did he enter a dead body? Or did he forcefully steal this boy's body? Forget it. Living again was already a good thing. Feng Feiyun. He has the same name as me, however, my name means phoenix while his means wind. 1. Feng means phoenix while Feng means wind. Feng Feiyun couldn't fully digest the heavy influx of the new memories in his head. All of a sudden, he heard a young girl quietly crying in fear next to his side. Young Master Feng, please spare me. My age is still very small, you shouldn't do this. The little girl was shaking in fear, her eyes filled with despair. There were the red marks of 5 fingers on her pretty white face. It was easy to see that she had just been slapped. At the moment, Feng Feiyun had an adverse feeling towards women. He believed that women were bad omens, they were poisonous scorpions, dangerous bees, and the worst of all were their hearts. Oh God, who is this girl? Feng Feiyun looked around and found that his body was cold, his hands were situated strangely, as if he were touching a pair of soft, warm cottons. They were soft and slippery, as well as a little wet. He was completely naked on top of the cute little girl. Her clothes had already been torn to pieces by him, revealing her snow-white chest. His evil hands were grabbing the young bosom of this girl. Oh God! The twin peaks were molded strangely. The strength from his grip was too much. The 2 naked bodies on the bed painted a particularly compelling scene. She was like a helpless little quail that was trying desperately to hide. Her hands covered her private parts, fortifying her last defense. Her face was full of tears, crying like the rain. This evil young master was defiling an innocent young girl. His character isn't worthy of praise. This thought appeared in his head, however, his hands couldn't help but to lightly squeeze again. Oh my mother, what did this girl eat to make them so big? This feeling is not bad. Ow! Somebody help! She cried out for help. Clearly, she was in pain from the contact. Bang bang! The black wooden door was slammed open by an 80-year-old man. He carried a long walking stick, and his spine was bent from old age. He could barely walk or even stand as he was entering the room. Grandpa, help me! The young girl cried out. The old man's body was shaking, terrorized by the scene on the bed. It was as if his Xiaoyuer was being eaten by a wolf. He quickly kneeled next to the bed and kept on kowtowing. Young Master Feng, I beg you, please let my Xiaoyuer go. She is only 14 years old, she is still very young. please show mercy and spare her. I will kowtow and pray for you every day. Young Master Feng, I beg you, to kowtow, kneel and touch the ground with the forehead in worship or submission as part of Chinese custom. This young Master Feng was a lowlife in the city, there was nothing that he wouldn't do. Wearing the best of clothes, forcing young girls in broad daylight, taking them home and then defiling them. Many young girls were ruined by his hands. This young Master Feng was the lowest of the low, the scum of the earth. However, his family background could not be underestimated. It could call the rain and change the wind in Spirit State City. Even though everyone was extremely resentful, no one dared to say anything. The best they could do was to avoid him. At Spirit State City, to hear the 3 words, young Master Feng, was enough to scare little girls crying. This old man really wants to die. Your granddaughter being chosen by young Master Feng is her own fortune. If she can satisfy the young master tonight, she can enter our home as a maid. If not, we'll sell her off to the Xinghua brothel tomorrow, to become a bitch for thousands of men to ride. 2 servants from outside came in. Both were wearing a black uniform with an expression like 2 wild tigers. They started laughing and kicking the old man, immobilizing him on the ground. No. Xiao Yuer is only 14, if the Xinghua brothel buys her, she will die in there. The gray-haired old man started kowtowing again, his forehead, swollen from earlier, was now painted red by blood. The Xinghua brothel was the biggest brothel in Spirit State City, and it was also the most vile of places. Even virgins that were sold to the brothel were forced to work at least 10 times a day. The prettier the girl, the faster she would die. It was the sin of men. Every man wanted to ride beautiful women, who cared about the money. If his granddaughter was actually bought by the Xinghua brothel, then her entire life would be ruined. The old man stared at his granddaughter being molested by young Master Feng on the bed. His pain and helplessness could not be explained with words. His heart was broken, he wanted to commit suicide, but he couldn't leave his granddaughter alone. Damn you, old guy. You dare to hinder our master's good time. I'm going to beat you to death. A muscular servant kicked the old man out of the door, blood covering his face. Young master, keep on going, don't worry about the old man. We will take care of it. Ha ha. The 2 servants winked at Feng Feiyun and smiled deviously. They left and closed the door while carrying the old man further away with the intention of beating him to death. Outside, the footsteps became softer and softer, and the old man's begging voice became weaker. Young Master Feng, please spare my grandpa, I will do whatever you want. Xiao Yuer was anxiously crying and begging Feng Feiyun. Her hands covering her breasts, but her elegant thighs were no longer closed off, signaling her acceptance to his advance in order for him to spare her grandpa. At the moment she looked like a lost lamb, submitting to the evil wolf. Her body expression seemed to say that if you want to eat me, then eat me. It took a while, but Feng Feiyun finally regained composure and made sense of his memories. The little girl that was undressed by him was Xiao Yu. She and her grandfather Luo lived and supported each other in a small tea shop located in an alley. Today, Feng Feiyun and his 2 servants saw Xiao Yu working at the tea shop. She was only 14, but her innate youthfulness and pretty face attracted young Master Feng. When nightfall arrived, young Master Feng went to old man Luo's house. They kicked the door off the hinges and grabbed Xiao Yu away. This kind of matter had been executed many times by him, so he already knew the procedure. Before anyone knew it, Xiao Yu was already naked beneath him. This was when Feng Feiyun's soul crashed into the body of the young Master Feng and both of their souls became one. This was why he was in such an awkward and unforgivable situation. As one, young Master Feng's arrogance and lustfulness remained, but Feng Feiyun's mind and morals had control of the body. Young Master Feng, please find the mercy in your heart to spare my grandfather. Xiao Yuer continued to beg. She closed her eyes awaiting the nightmare to come. She told herself to not cry out, even if it was painful. However, after waiting for what seemed like an eternity, she did not feel any unwanted violations and her body became lighter. Feng Feiyun, who was originally on top of her, had already left the bed, putting his clothes back on like he was already finished with his business. Did it not hurt the first time? Was it when I was unaware, had he already had his way with me? Xiao Yuer couldn't help but softly cry again. Young Master Feng, since you have successfully taken me, you should let go of my grandfather. What? Feng Feiyun almost fell to the floor, and then he angrily explained. Open your eyes and look closely, pinch yourself if you have to. Wake up from your delusion. If I had my way with you, I fear that you wouldn't have the strength to speak at the moment. Xiao Yuer was startled, yet relieved, knowing her virtue was still safe. However, she wondered why he didn't commit the cruel act. This required additional thinking. Feng Feiyun shook his head, not knowing what she was thinking in her heart. He opened the door and headed towards his two servants. This old man better not die, otherwise, after my reincarnation, I would be known as the guy who bullied an old man. How can I go on after that? Xiao Yuer, covered her body with blankets on the bed, watched in bewilderment as Feng Feiyun's back disappear from sight. Did the evil man suddenly grow a conscience? No, there were no evil things that he wouldn't do. Why would he spare us? It must be because I didn't please him earlier. Was it so he can sell me to the Xinghua brothel as a virgin, for a higher price? Even though she was afraid and worried about her future, she quickly put on some clothes that were in the room and sneaked outside. She wanted to find her grandpa to see if he was still alive. Feng Feiyun went to old man Luo's house. He arrived at an old courtyard with collapsed walls and rubble in a corner. It seemed like the two had been living a hard life. Only a young girl and her grandfather relying on each other to make it through life. Chapter 2, Holy Saint Treasure. There was a crowd surrounding the small house inside the courtyard. They were whispering about an event that had just transpired. A murder is going to happen. The two people from the Feng clan will beat old man Luo to death. Why are you so loud? Don't you know the culprit is the young master from the Feng clan? If you make this into a big deal, the Feng clan will find you. Where is his granddaughter? In the dark, people used torches to light up old man Luo's courtyard. The Feng servants dragged old man Luo into the central area, looked at all the poor peasants, and said, Old man Luo didn't know right from wrong, and he dared to cross our young master. Should we let him live in this world? All of the neighbors looked the other way, each of them remained silent. Although everyone knew young Master Feng was the monster here, no one had the courage to stand up against the Feng clan. One servant started laughing maniacally. Heh! In this spirit state city, young Master Feng is like the heavens. Crossing young Master Feng is like trying to cross heaven. It is natural that you will be punished with death. Finished speaking, he picked up a large wooden stick from the ground, and pointed it at old man Luo's head. Old man Luo's body was skinny like a skeleton from his harsh life, his body curled up in the fetal position on the ground. He kept mouthing his pleas. Please let Yuer go, please let Yuer go, she is still so young. The spectators were unwilling to witness the final moment, knowing that he would die and be left for the dogs to eat. Sigh. Why would the heavens allow for this bastard Feng to exist? Everyone was cursing Feng in their hearts. Suddenly, a man approached the central courtyard from the crowd. Feng Feiyun walked over and took the wooden stick from his servant. He leered at them and said, Move over to the side. The arrogant servants, of course, could not disobey their master. They docilely moved to the side. They were thinking, what the heck is going on? Did the young master want to be a good guy for once? No, that can't be right, that wasn't his style. Maybe he wanted to personally kill old man Luo. No, that was false as well. Although he acts like a gangster, he actually lacked courage and had never killed anyone before personally. Everyone was surprised. Feng Feiyun threw the stick in his hand away. He slowly lifted old man Luo to an arching position and checked his pulse. After determining the old man's status, he nodded his head and commanded. Feng Ping, go get Dr. Wang. Ha! One of the servants acted as if he didn't hear what Feng Feiyun said clearly. I said to go get Dr. Wang. You can't hear me. Feng Feiyun yelled at him. I heard clearly, I heard clearly. The servant named Feng Ping kept on obediently repeating those words, and then he ran out of the courtyard to get the doctor. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Once again. Strange event. Strange event. The servants harmed old man Luo, yet young Master Feng came to help him. Everyone who had witnessed this event was startled on their feet. Maybe this was a good thing, but it was just strange. It was as if a war general started to knit a flowery handkerchief, a monk brushing his hair, or a eunuch calling a prostitute. Dr. Wang of the Gushan Clinic was a renowned physician. He was in bed with his wife when he heard that young Master Feng had called for him. He immediately wore his working uniform and rode his horse to the location. Having helped old man Luo sanitize and bandage his wounds, Dr. Wang also prescribed the best medicine available. Only afterwards could he breathe easily again. Young Master Feng, old man Luo's age is high. It will take time for him to recuperate. I will need to check on him once each day for 7 days. He should be stabilized afterwards. Dr. Wang closed his medicine chest and wiped off the sweat on his brow, then he politely told Feng Feiyun. This was the most dangerous man in Spirit State City. Dr. Wang minded his words in front of Feng. Feng Feiyun nodded and inquired. How much money? I don't dare. How could I accept money from young Master Feng? Dr. Wang was scared mindlessly and his legs started shaking. He was this close to performing kowtow non-stop. Feng Feiyun had an unhappy expression and demanded. Feng Ping, give Dr. Wang 100 silver coins. Boom. Dr. Feng directly kneeled on the ground and started kowtowing toward Feng Feiyun. His mouth started begging. Young Master Feng, please don't kill me. I would rather cut off my hands and never be a doctor again than to take your money. Dr. Wang was terrorized. His heart warned him to never take money from Feng Feiyun. There used to be an ignorant man who accepted a meal payment from young Master Feng. Afterward, his house was in disarray. His wife and 3 daughters were all taken to young Master Feng, then sold off to Xinghua brothel. To offend young Master Feng was to bid farewell to your wife and forfeit your children. This was a forbidden action that he would never do. Feng Feiyun lamented in his mind. It seemed like this body in the past had committed so many grave sins. In the eyes of these people, he was no different from a demon. However, he then recalled certain memories in his mind and saw the evil actions performed by Feng Feiyun without human remorse. He couldn't help but exclaim, what a scum. You can leave now. Feng Feiyun said. The boulder was lifted from Dr. Wang's shoulders. He kept thanking the young master, and then he quickly ran away. Yuer, in her tattered clothing, secretly saw everything. Her dark eyes blinked repeatedly, and she wondered what the evil younger master was planning. Why did he save Grandpa? Tilting her head and contemplating the events, Feng Feiyun was already in front of her. She lost her wit and quickly jumped back while screaming. You, what do you want? Xiao Yuer weakly took another 2 steps back, and her back was to the wall. Feng Feiyun took a careful look at her, and then he slowly walked towards her. He noticed her tattered clothing. One could catch a glimpse of the soft and slender body underneath. Chapter 3, Holy Saint Treasure, 2. She was truly a blossoming, beautiful woman. Especially, the pair of small white rabbits were very tempting. Feng Feiyun recalled the image and he felt a bit faint from how dazzling it was. Cough, cough, do you need me to take responsibility? Feng Feiyun paused for a second, and he then unpredictably asked these words. Feng Feiyun did not truly want to possess her, but he wanted to be accountable for his actions. He knew that women were conservative and highly valued their purity. If he saw her whole body, he needed to be responsible for her. However, if she did not want it, then he would not even touch her finger. This was his basic moral code. This was the biggest difference between the old Feng, Wind, Feiyun and the new Feng, Phoenix, Feiyun. 1. Both Feng are identical when translated to English. However, they sound different in Chinese with an additional accent mark. One means wind and the other phoenix. No need, no need. In the whole Spirit State City, no girl would dare to ask for young Master Feng to take responsibility. The girls that were ravaged by him in the past would have been considered fortunate if they weren't sold to the brothel. They all avoided him, afraid that he would do it again. No one dared to ask for him to take responsibility. Xiao Yuer lightly bit her lips and stared at Feng Feiyun. Her hand lightly rubbed the red handprint on her cheek. It still seemed to be sore. This handprint was from Feng Feiyun. She was still very scared of him. Does it still hurt? Feng Feiyun asked softly. It hurts. Xiao Yuer didn't dare to look into his eyes. She felt like the current Feng Feiyun was a completely different person. She had this feeling that he wouldn't hit her again. Today. I'm truly sorry. In the future, if you have any problems, you can come to the Feng's office to find me. 2. Imperial Chinese call the big houses of important family, government office, because most big house owners were involved in the government. With that, Feng Feiyun walked away. The two servants naturally hurried to follow like two dogs following their master. He just left, he really just spared me like that. A while later, Xiao Yuer finally closed her tiny lips. She stared at Feng Feiyun's shadow, and she felt something in her heart that was previously missing. Her fingers were toying with her hair, her feelings had not calmed down. Is young master ill now? Her heart couldn't calm down, she believed that young Master Feng would come back and abduct her again. She stood there for an hour before seeing that Feng Feiyun didn't return. She sighed and then ran to take care of her grandfather. It was currently nighttime, but Spirit State City was still the same. Horse carriages were still bustling on the streets, the background was vibrant and loud, and the street was filled with the sound of people moving around, filled with the chants of street vendors. The girls in the brothel were wearing colorful and extravagant dresses, they were soliciting new customers. A tall man from a tribe in Xinjiang was controlling a big ox with a big carriage behind its back. The blacksmith shop had a little boy with a black battle saber in his hand, yelling loudly. The city felt alive. Feng Feiyun, with his hands elegantly behind his back, quietly strolled through the ancient street. In his mind, he couldn't stop thinking about why he had come back to life while fusing with the soul of a mortal. Did the spirit vessel travel through the fabric of space and time? This was a blue ship with an ancient design, similar to a ghost ship, with an unfortunate breath of vicissitude. Feng Feiyun, at that moment, was only able to stand still in fear. He was immediately taken by the spirit vessel to this current body. It was indeed the spirit vessel that brought his soul to this place. Then where did the spirit vessel go? Feng Feiyun opened his right palm and there was a faint shadow of a ship, about an inch long. It was too blurry to see without heavy concentration. It is very strange, it was as if it was a tattoo of the spirit boat. To merge with the body would require a treasure of holy saint rank in the legends. Even the first of the 18 spirit treasures would not be able to merge with the body, only a holy saint treasure in the legends would be able to reach this stage. Feng Feiyun, in his past life, was the patriarch of the demon phoenix race. His cultivation had reached the 9th level of heaven emergence, but he was still one step away from reaching the holy saint level. He also had never seen a holy saint treasure. He was already undefeated in his past life, a first-class peerless master. However, when he reached the 9th level of heaven emergence, he felt that holy saints did exist in this world. When they reached this stage, however, they all went into secluded isolation and never went outside. This was why he was considered the strongest in the immortal world, at least, only in appearance. Behind the scene were numerous ancient holy saint masters, they were strong to the point of being unstoppable. Even if they were separated by many million miles, they could still kill Feng Feiyun with a single finger. If this spirit vessel is indeed a holy saint treasure, then it proves that saints do exist. In his past, he speculated the existence of saints, but it was not definite. Now, with the addition of the spirit vessel, Feng Feiyun had the utmost confidence that saints do live in this world. He became ecstatic, maybe he could use the spirit vessel to eventually reach the holy saint level. Once he reached this stage, then he would successfully jump out of the mortal world to truly become an immortal in both spirit and soul. Thump. Feng Feiyun accidentally stepped on a stone from being too excited and he almost fell flat on the ground. His body now was too weak and small. He was drowned in decadence, so he was weaker than an average person. There was no trace of cultivation energy inside him, plus, his meridians were blocked. His muscles were weak, and his skeletal structure was poor. The old young Master Feng was not fit for cultivation, he would even be limited when practicing regular martial arts. However, to the current Feng Feiyun, this matter was not impossible. If he did not want to conform to mediocrity, then he must once again embark on the road of cultivation, the road he must take in order to crown himself as a tyrant once again. However, first, he must improve his body's constitution. Chapter 4, a discussion regarding soldiers. The human physique cannot be compared to a phoenix's body. The phoenix, as a fetus, already has spirit energy. Once it is born, it already has the strength to burn the sky and scorch the ocean. One flap of the wings can destroy a large mountain. As for a human, one must start off with a solid foundation before he can begin the cultivation path. Currently, I am no longer the sect master of the royal phoenix race, now, I am only a regular human being. If I want to change my physique, I have to start training the immortal phoenix physique. Once the grand completion is achieved, I can live for 90,000 years. Even after death, my body will not decay. The biggest advantage of the immortal phoenix physique is that it can change the innate constitution of a human, making it more powerful and refined. Unfortunately, the immortal phoenix physique was very difficult to cultivate. Even Feng Feiyun, in his past life, with the body of a phoenix as a base and the 9th level of heaven's emergence, couldn't reach grand completion. It was an accurate reflection of the degree of challenge it was to cultivate. In the present, Feng Feiyun could only start from scratch, once again, step by step on the road of torturous cultivation. It was the only way to survive, for this world was a place where the strong bullied the weak. If one doesn't want to be eaten alive, then one has to be the strongest. In his mind, Shui Yuding's beautiful figure emerged again. Now, she was a goddess among the saints, but he was only a weak, humbled mortal. If another meeting were to occur, she would not recognize the current Feng Feiyun, for her pride wouldn't allow her to even glance at a tiny and ordinary human. With this thought, Feng Feiyun stopped in his tracks. He took a look at the strange pedestrians around him and saw that they all had black hair, black eyes, and yellow skin. These weren't demons in human form, but they were actually humans. Feng Feiyun had always cultivated in isolation in the depths of the Phoenix Mountain, so his knowledge of the human world was non-existent. As for the foreign architectural style, he appreciated the antiquitic aura. The wooden balcony and the roof cornices decorated with engravings of birds. Each of the houses was a unique work of art. The cultural atmosphere was strange to Feng Feiyun as well, stimulating his curiosity. His mind was filled with questions. He mumbled, "It seems like the spirit vessel had brought me to the other end of the world or a different world completely." His current location was at the Spirit State City. In the span of a few thousand miles, Spirit State City was the oldest and biggest city. It oversaw the surrounding towns, and it had over 10 million inhabitants. Spirit State City was only an average ancient city within the Jin dynasty. From Feng Feiyun's knowledge, the Jin dynasty was a whole world. It was extremely vast without boundaries. There were at least 10,000 cities that resembled the size of Spirit State City. As for what was outside of the Jin dynasty, he did not know. A normal human's knowledge was naturally limited. This young Master Feng was a person who only plays around, awaiting his own death. His knowledge was too little. 9 parts of 10 are related to women, and the remaining part is related to drinking and partying. I am the dignified patriarch of the demon phoenix race. Why did my soul fuse with such a scum? Ugh, what is the point of complaining? This guy is me now. I will have to accept my fate. Feng Feiyun reluctantly accepted his situation with a sigh. If he wanted to quickly adapt to the new environment, he had to widen his knowledge. He would have to know this world before he could adapt to it. The library in the Feng's mansion has a world map and other geographic findings. I can go take a look at them. Feng Feiyun changed his direction back towards Feng's mansion and increased his pace. Feng Feiyun's background was quite extraordinary. His father was the governor of Spirit State City. He was in charge of not only the 10 million people in the city but also the dozen surrounding counties. Each year, officials everywhere entered Spirit State City to bribe him with treasures and money. One could say that Feng Feiyun's father was the king of this corner, reigning over the surrounding 1,000 miles and millions of citizens. He was the only son of the governor, thus, no matter how many maidens he had ruined, no one dared to say anything. Even when someone refused to accept the unfairness, they were arrested and beaten to death by the guards. To not obey the young master was the same as not obeying the governor. Feng Feiyun's house was the Feng Mansion, and it was the governor's office of Spirit State City. Surrounded by magnificently decorated pillars, high walls with many gardens, the 9 entrances and 9 exits along with the 500 servants and maids made it seem like an imperial palace. Even though Feng Feiyun was the second generation's master without any talents in martial arts or literature, his dad, Feng Wanping, was an exceptional character well versed in both fighting and the arts. 20 years ago, Feng Wanping was 3rd place in the Jin dynasty's annual literary competition. He was well versed in literary works, thus, the library of the Feng Mansion had collected more than 100,000 books including ancient literature, martial arts manuals, strange information, geographical history, and Buddhist scriptures. Feng Feiyun did not like reading since he was young, he didn't even know all of the characters. This was his first time being in the library's pavilion. In front of his eyes were ancient books, writings on bamboo strips, and even pretty copies rewritten by human hands. His heart was filled with excitement, wondering why he had never went to such a place before. "Young master," the master had said, to not let you into the library. "If you ruin his collection, the master will be thunderously furious, then everyone will have to suffer from his wrath. Young master, you cannot read any of the books here. It is not too late to get out. Otherwise, once the master finds out, we will all be clubbed to death." Four pretty young maids in charge of monitoring the library surrounded him. All of them were wearing pretty cloth robes decorated with clouds. Their ages ranged from 16 to 20, and their faces resembled pretty flowers, their skin was silky smooth. All were young and beautiful girls. The girls were begging Feng Feiyun as if they thought he was going to burn down the whole library. Although they acted respectfully toward Feng Feiyun, inside, they looked down upon him. He was only an idiot without any talents in literature or martial arts. If his dad was not the governor, then he wouldn't even be comparable to a beggar. Young Master Feng was illiterate before, but the present was not the same as the past. Although he was not an extreme expert in literature, having lived for 1,000 years, his accumulation of knowledge was frighteningly large. It was not something mortals that could only live for dozens of years could compare to. "So as long as I can read, I can stay here." Feng Feiyun was very observant, he saw the contempt in the maiden's eyes. If the young master can really read, the Lord would be ecstatic. "Of course, then, you can stay here as long as you want. Except right now, you can't even write your own name." The pretty faces of the four maidens laughed. Feng Feiyun randomly picked an ancient book with a hard cover. Outside it, there were 3 words written in a strong and powerful manner. He was glad to see these letters, although there were some differences compared to his previous life, they were similar enough for him to understand. Literature was the first sign of culture. Each world had their own unique cultures, and this was why their written systems were different. If there were similarities in the written language, then it meant that his past world and this one was still within the same sphere. Feng Feiyun could breathe easier now. It seemed like Spirit State City was still in the same world as his old one, even if it was in a different corner. Sooner or later, he could meet his old friends and enemies again. Regarding soldiers. Soldiers' deaths are graceful. They are chess pieces on the battlefield, placed in particular formations. It is the job of the commander to lead and give effective commands. Feng Feiyun opened the book in his hand and started to recite it loudly while nodding his head as if he was absorbing and appreciating the content. He understood the importance of these profound military writings from past sages. There was much wisdom to be departed with from it outside of just combat and war. For example, if a formation was properly executed by a great general, its effects would be greatly amplified. As for another, even with the lowest of soldiers, if one could utilize them correctly, they could even defeat a great expert. Regarding soldiers, one must emphasize the soldiers above all else. They must travel together as a unit with a clear direction. Only then will an army become undefeated in battles after battles. The 4 beautiful maids stared widely at Feng Feiyun with their eyes. They were at a loss for words, they were surprised to the point of forgetting to inhale. This was truly a strange phenomenon. This young Master Feng, outside of knowing how to play with women, still knew these words. This young Master Feng, a person like him, could read, regarding soldiers. The 4 were shocked for a moment before they quickly ran outside the pavilion in clamor. Young Master Feng can read now, young Master Feng can read now. Oh dear heavens! Young Master Feng is so formidable. Of course he, naturally, can learn how to read. Go bring this news to the master now, hurry, hurry. Feng's mansion became chaotic, all of the servants and maids were in hysteria from the news. It was even more exciting and hectic than the New Year's holiday. Feng Feiyun couldn't stop himself from smiling. It was only knowing a few words, was it worth causing such a commotion? If he was to completely recite some ancient scrolls, wouldn't that scare some people to death? Putting, regarding soldiers, back to the shelf and closing the door to the library, the room regained its original tranquility. Feng Feiyun read a book containing geographic findings from the great sages that had tread the earth. The 5 Kingdoms Atlas. A geographic lecture on the Jin dynasty. World's outlook. After finishing these books, Feng Feiyun had a better understanding of this world. The Jin dynasty had been established for 6,000 years. The absolute royal power and strong heritage of the rulers could not be underestimated. From north to south was a distance of 48,000 miles, east to west spanned 74,000 miles. Its total populace exceeded 100 billion. This was an enormous human kingdom. A dynasty that had lasted steadily for 6,000 years implied that its inner and hidden strength was outside the realm of imagination. Such a dynasty would contain many powerful sects, royals, and different clans. In the end, even the governor of the spirit state city was a minor official in the grand scheme of things. Alongside the Jin dynasty were 4 other dynasties. Their areas and populations were not lower than the Jin dynasty. All 5, together, were referred to as the 5 kingdoms. Surrounding these 5 kingdoms were other smaller countries, numbering in the hundreds. All of them were tributaries to the 5 kingdoms, and their populations were only around a few million. However, according to the World's Outlook book, even the 5 kingdoms were only a small corner of the continent. There were few records regarding what was outside of the 5 kingdoms, there were only vague concepts of the beyond. This world is too vast, Spirit State City is but a drop of water in the sea, a grain of sand in the desert. Seems like, right now, my only choice is to cultivate. As long as I become stronger, then naturally, I will be able to expand my horizons and step onto the world stage, to re-embark on the road towards immortality, and, to once again, stand at the pinnacle of the world. Feng Feiyun returned the books to their original shelves. The old Feng, Phoenix, Feiyun had died. From now on, everything in my past was now unrelated to me. I am Feng, Wind, Feiyun, the young master of the Feng clan, the most evil, wealthy son of Spirit State City who is feared by everyone. Chapter 5, Amazing, he actually learned to read. Click clack click clack. Outside of the library pavilion were heavy footsteps, then the dragon-engraved doors were pushed open. A gray-haired housekeeper came in from the outside. Despite his old age, each of his steps were steady and did not leave a trace of dust on the ground. The gap in between his eyebrows was narrow, exuding a cold aura similar to the light of an unsheathing sword. His deep eyes were brighter and sharper as compared to a younger man. As he saw Feng Feiyun, he cracked a big smile that showed all of the wrinkles on his forehead. He excitedly grabbed Feng Feiyun's hand and clamored. "Young master! Young master! All of the little girls said that you could read, is this true?" "This is the truth," he repeatedly asked with eyes filled with expectations. The old man carried a worried expression with a wavering heart. He hoped that Feng Feiyun had grown up, but he was also afraid to hear the answer he didn't want to hear, which would ruin his excitement. "Grandpa Lu, your age is very high now, and you need a lot of rest. The servants and maids sigh to bother you with such an insignificant matter. They truly are too insensible." Feng Feiyun carefully held Grandpa Lu's hands. Housekeeper Lu was the housekeeper from Feng Feiyun's mother's side. He was part of the dowry for their marriage. After the death of Feng Feiyun's mother, Housekeeper Lu was like a grandfather to him. He took care of Feng Feiyun's every need. Feng Feiyun's mother died when he was only 1 year old. She died of an unknown illness. He actually wasn't even positive that she had died of an illness because the affair was told to him by his dad, Feng Wanping. At that time, Feng Feiyun was too young to remember. His impression of his mother was very vague. He only knew that she was very pretty and gentle, and there was no other girl in the world who was as gentle as she was. In Feng Feiyun's memories, his mother was only an incomplete shadow. His father was always busy with tasks, and their meetings had only resulted in scoldings and beatings. Only the old men in front of him had shown him any warm affections. Housekeeper Lu was utterly loyal to Feng Feiyun's mother. After her death, he considered Feng Feiyun to be his new master, and he acted in a manner befitting a servant that would always take care of Feng Feiyun. Although Feng Feiyun was a tyrant outside, however, he was truly respectful towards Housekeeper Lu, and he treated him like a real elder. This Housekeeper Lu was not a normal person but one that had cultivated. When he held Housekeeper Lu's hand, he felt a strong qi rotating within the body of the old man. If he garnered all of his qi, then the destructive force would reach multiple thousands of pounds. One punch would turn a tiger into a pool of blood. He was definitely not a normal human. As a phoenix in his past life, his soul still contained the phoenix's soul, which was why his spiritual senses were high. Even a strand of chi could not be hidden from him. Housekeeper Lu had definitely cultivated an immortal style. Even though his body was seemingly elderly, his muscles and bones were filled with radiant life and youthful auras. This was the first cultivator Feng Feiyun had seen since his reincarnation. In the mortal world, it could be considered to be very high. Judging from his level, he would easily live past the age of 150. If a housekeeper was this formidable, then he couldn't imagine the depths of his mother's household. This was definitely not a normal family, it had to be a powerful family of cultivators. Housekeeper Lu lamented. This is not a small matter. If the young miss below the Yellow Springs was to find out, she would be ecstatic. The young miss referred to by Housekeeper Lu must be Feng Feiyun's mother. When he said these words, his eyes contained a hidden flash of strange thought. It was quickly retracted by him, but Feng Feiyun had noticed it. Feng Feiyun committed atrocities outside. No one in the Spirit State City was ignorant of this fact. Housekeeper Lu, of course, was aware of it as well. However, he had not left the mansion in the last few years. He definitely wanted to turn a blind eye to it, and he had no expectations for Feng Feiyun. However, today, when he suddenly heard that Feng Feiyun could read, and a hard book regarding soldiers, at that, the originally disappointed Housekeeper Lu saw a hint of hope. If Feng Feiyun could straighten up to become an adult, then he wouldn't be so ashamed for failing the young miss request. If my mother was indeed watching me from the Yellow Springs, she should start praying for me to find a pretty and talented wife to bear her many grandchildren. Feng Feiyun jokingly said. Housekeeper Lu's eyes narrowed. If they could actually find Feng Feiyun a talented woman, one that could reign and watch over him, maybe he would become someone worthwhile, even if it was a little late. Men after marriage always grew up quickly. The more Housekeeper Lu thought about it, the more sense it made to him. Feng Feiyun, this little bastard lacked proper discipline and scolding, and this was why he turned out this way. It seems like we must find him a proper marriage, a wife that can control him. In his mind flashed the pictures of many great candidates. They have to be beautiful as well as courageously strong in order to discipline and repress the playboy Feng Feiyun. Among the list was the goddess of death, cultivators of proper powerful sex, female monks from a convent, and even the best lady from the most notorious brothel. 1. Some of the highest valued girls from brothels do not sell their bodies, but their social skills. Feng Feiyun didn't know that his silly joke made Housekeeper Lu harbor some strange thoughts in his mind. He would be extremely regretful if he knew about the candidates that Housekeeper Lu was thinking of. Come on. Come on. Your father was originally on patrol in the city's military encampment. He heard the news and quickly returned. Now, he is waiting for you in the main lobby. Housekeeper Lu definitely had an evil plan. This could be known by the strange smile that was on his face. He led Feng Feiyun to the main lobby. Within Feng Feiyun's memories, Feng Wanping was a stoic man with a strong body. His emotions were always hidden underneath his iron face. It was as if he had never laughed or cried before. Young Master Feng was an evil boss in Spirit State City. However, in front of Feng Wanping, he was still deathly afraid. When meeting his father, it was akin to a mouse meeting a cat. His whole body shook in fear. It was rightfully so because his father hated his cowardly demeanor. He had always beaten him up. Right now, Feng Wanping was situated in the chair of the house in the main lobby. He appeared to be around the age of 30, wearing a silky white robe beneath his armor. His heroic eyes were matched well by his well-trimmed beard. He was also a refined man, placing third in the nation in the past. Not only that, he was diligent in his martial arts practice as well. He even learned some cultivational techniques. Although it was little, he was still stronger than the normal man by at least 10 times. 1 versus 1,000 on the mortal battlefield would not be a stretch for his abilities. He was completely eligible to be named as a master that was reigning over one corner of the Jin Kingdom. He slowly sipped his tea under the flashing candles. When he had heard that Feng Feiyun had learned how to read, he immediately rode home on his horse to return without breaks. He didn't even have time to take off his armor. His head was still dusty from the journey. He couldn't appreciate his tea because his focus was on Feng Feiyun. He calmly asked, I heard that you can read now. Is this true? Feng Wanping naturally knew the character of his son more than anyone else, so his expectations were not high. However, in the end, Feng Feiyun was still his only son. If this little bastard could repent, he would spare no cost for molding him into a respectable person. His newly found literacy, if true, would be considered a big improvement. In my free time, I started to learn different words. It seems like reading is not an issue any longer. Feiyun responded without fear. It was a response that exuded pride in a respectful manner. Of course, these words was only an excuse. He couldn't tell Feng Wamping that he had taken over his real son's soul and that he could easily write immortal manuals, let alone reading mortal manuals. If his father knew the truth, he would most likely consider Feiyun as a demon and annihilate him. Feng Wamping was surprised. His eyes narrowed at the sight of the new, confident Feng Yunfei, and he thought inside. This little bastard. Normally when he sees me, he would be scared to death, and he would immediately kneel on the ground. He wouldn't even be able to form one coherent sentence. However, today, he could casually stand in front of me and clearly respond. Did his brain finally start working? His heart was happy for a moment, but his expression didn't change. He placed his tea back on the table and said, I heard that you have read Regarding Soldiers. What did you think about it? Before, Feng Feiyun was only flipping a few pages. Truthfully, he didn't have any deep understanding regarding the book. In the Jin dynasty, if one wished to become renowned, he had to join the military, destroy demons and enemies of the court, and obtain many war achievements to become an established general. A general with an army of 1 million troops was definitely stronger than an official in the court or even a royal noble. Even though the Jin dynasty was a mortal country, it did not lack cultivators. There were many great families and sects that possessed ancient cultivation manuals. There were many geniuses that were successful with their practice and were able to fly in the sky and traverse the earth, to call the rain and move the wind. Even though it was only a mortal country, there were countless formidable experts. However, the experts generally did not know militaristic strategies and formations. There were many fighting experts, but none of them were fit to be commanders. Feng Wamping knew that Feng Feiyun was not suitable for cultivation. However, if the little bastard could achieve an acceptable understanding of militaristic strategies to become a commander, he could still become a great person. Perhaps he could eventually even surpass Wamping in ranking. Of course, these were all speculations. No one knew if he had the qualification to become a commander just from learning how to read. He was a shameless person who only knew how to drown in lust and women. How much knowledge could he have? Feng Wamping thought he got overzealous and overrated his son. His heart lost its excitement, and his expectations were gone. He wanted to avoid the big disappointment after having high expectations. Chapter 6, Immortal Phoenix Physique. The book, Regarding Soldiers, had been published for many ages. Many sages and talented strategists had never stopped researching and adding information to it, making it timeless and applicable on the battlefield. The contents of the book included military strategies as well as formations and how to set them up. It was studied by many intelligent students, however, because everyone had a different aptitude, they learned different things from the book. Some learned the intricacies in military strategies, others learned how to create magical formations that could form a deadly spell with the power to shake the heavens and earth. Some of the most powerful formations listed in the book were 10,000 golems, demonic fog forest, 8 diagrams 4 beasts formation. These deadly formations were researched by the older generations. After many thousands of years of geographic and celestial findings, these formations have only become more powerful. Feng Feiyun didn't really know how to answer. He thought he should have kept his mouth shut so that he wouldn't have to answer this damn question. However, after seeing housekeeper Lu and Feng Wamping's eager eyes, Feng Feiyun's heart was moved with an indescribable feeling. It was telling him that he shouldn't let the ones that truly care about him be disappointed. Only effort and perseveration will be acceptable. Feng Feiyun elegantly fixed his sleeves, pondered for a moment and then spoke. Regarding Soldiers is indeed ideologically profound. Its careful and rigorous logics are timeless and have been proven throughout the years. It speaks on the many variables of war including the psychological factor, basic morale management, the importance of the common soldiers, and the commanders. One can say that, Regarding Soldiers, has a great application for military battles as well as proper cultivation of the troops during war. The excellence of the book is how it deals with the human factor, establishing trust and camaraderie between the soldiers and commanders. Killing and sieging are only secondary. Feng Feiyun was in a trance, his hands motioned as if he was observing an actual battle between two armies. How to maneuver one's troop, how to siege and defend, how to utilize one's given advantages or disadvantages, and how to plan the correct formations are all part of the book. A commander should be versed in all of the aforementioned information in order to be effective. Feng Feiyun had the aura of a great general as he was calmly explaining the logics behind the book in great detail. At this moment, both Feng Wanping and housekeeper Lu were completely frightened. With their mouths opened, they tried to wipe the dust off their eyes to see if Feng Feiyun was an impostor. Even the maid standing by the door was terrified, and she nearly fell to the floor. Her big eyes were filled with admiration for the young master. They asked themselves, "Is this not young Master Feng? An illiterate fool with no talents? This is the young master that couldn't control his words or actions." Housekeeper Lu was especially touched, his tears dripped down his face. "Master. Look at the young master. He still has a promising future. He will not be a mediocre person without a goal, and he will be a great general one day." If the young miss knew about this, she would be so happy. Feng Wanping was more composed than housekeeper Lu, but he still felt strong emotions. He uncontrollably slammed the table and thought, "Maybe the azure heaven still has eyes for me. This boy who was always afraid of my presence, if he could drop his bad habits and train rigorously without fear of hardship, maybe he could be historically renowned in the future." Feng Wanping once again contained his excitement and did not express it outwardly. His calm face continued his question. "You said winning the hearts of your troops is the main point while killing and sieging were only second. Can you explain this logic to me? What actually drives a war is the soldiers' beliefs and morale on both sides. To finish a war without winning a battle or crushing the hearts of the combatants, this is the true strategy." Feng Feiyun replied. Feng Wanping again questioned, "In war, what is the most important factor?" Feng Feiyun had no experience in militaristic combats, and he didn't know the right answer for this question. He contemplated for a bit and then responded, "Fortune. Fortune." Feng Wanping's brows furrowed in thought for a moment, then he exploded with laughter. "A good fortune. You are not wrong. When in battle, if fortune is not on your side, then even with 1,000,000 troops you will surely fail. Fortune. Fate. Inevitability." This was the first time Feng Feiyun had heard his father's laughter. Even though this answer was not completely correct, Feng Wanping was still satisfied with the simple, yet profound, answer. However, ultimately, who knew if this was just a sudden flash of brilliance? Who was to say that he wouldn't go back to playing with the maids in the next few days? Feng Wanping stated, "Even though your view regarding the military has improved, but it is still nothing compared to your older brother. Housekeeper Lu, tomorrow, go and invite Advisor Gu to our home. Tomorrow, I want Advisor Gu to start teaching him the art of war." Housekeeper Lu was ecstatic. Advisor Gu, in Spirit State City, was considered an accomplished military advisor. If the master wanted him to teach young master, it showed the master had some confidence and expectation of young Master Feng from now on. The Jin dynasty had always used force to rule the kingdom. There were numerous battles and revolts inside the kingdom. If one was gifted at the art of war, then he could join the army. His future, at that time, could not be measured. Housekeeper Lu happily followed the order. Even though he was old, his speed was impressively akin to the wind, his feet never touched the ground, and he disappeared from the hallway. Feng Feiyun followed him outside from the hallway to the inner courtyard. His mind was considering his future regarding cultivation and military career. He had to be the best, only this goal would allow him to have the strongest motivation for success. First, I have to make myself well known in the Jin dynasty. A restart in cultivation might not necessarily be a bad thing. It will train and forge my willpower one more time. There is a chance that I can reach a higher apex than I was at before. Feng Feiyun smiled while looking at the shadow of the spirit vessel on his palm. He was eagerly awaiting his future. His future was in the palm of his hand. "Feiyun, I heard that you have learned how to read. Is this true?" Near the hallway, next to a small tranquil pond, a handsome young man appeared. He wore a simple yet elegant robe, and an iron-white sword hung by his waist. His chi was flowing naturally in his body, showing his considerable inner strength. Each of his steps felt graceful, and they contained a hidden white aura that exuded from his feet. He was like an immortal. Any woman would be attracted by him. Young of age, powerful cultivation, handsome, and elegant. All of these descriptions applied to Feng Shuiyu. His smile gave off an amicable feeling. He went and gently tapped on Feng Feiyun's shoulder. This was Feng Feiyun's older brother. He was adopted by Feng Wanping. If Feng Feiyun was an uneducated fool that was hated by everyone in Spirit State City, then Feng Shuiyu was a famous young man known for his talent, cultivation, and his humble behavior toward everyone. In people's eyes, Feng Feiyun and Feng Shuiyu were the two sides of a coin. Some, behind their backs, had said that Feng Shuiyu was the future young governor and cursed Feng Feiyun as a piece of trash, an animal, and a low life. Feng Shuiyu treated Feiyun extremely well. It was as if they were blood-related. The first time Feng Feiyun defiled a girl, it was Feng Shuiyu who set it up and planned the whole ordeal. The first time Feng Feiyun burned down the library was also with the help and planning of Feng Shuiyu. Each time Feng Feiyun had committed an atrocity, Feng Shuiyu had always dealt with the aftermath. He even begged Feng Wanping to forgive his younger brother. The old young master Feng loved his older brother very much, but the current Feng Feiyun was sickened to the stomach by Shuiyu's smile. If it wasn't for Shuiyu's guidance at a young age, then Feiyun wouldn't be in this current disposition where everyone in the city hated him. Feng Shuiyu was an adopted child. If he wanted to inherit the governor's position, his only option was to make Feng Feiyun ineligible by removing all hope of him from Feng Wanping. Feng Shuiyu only hurried here to examine the news of Feng Feiyun becoming a literate person. If Feiyun became a better person, then he would threaten his future ascension. Maybe he would need to exterminate Feiyun in the cradle, cutting the weed from its roots. Feng Feiyun had a sudden thought, and he wanted to tease Shuiyu a little bit. He shook his head and lamented. Literacy to me is such a monumental task. It was all news spread by the dog servants and maids. It shouldn't have reached father because he started asking me about it. Brother would know. I normally had never read a book before. I panicked when he asked me and I answered, The Golden Lotus. I regretted this so much because it is a banned book. Oh. Of course father started scolding me. 1. Jean Ping Mei or The Golden Lotus is a renowned historical novel regarding sexual relations in ancient China. Feng Shuiyu couldn't help but laugh. He presumptuously thought in his mind, an idiot will always be an idiot. I thought he really became literate. It seems like I have worried needlessly. Ha ha. He said The Golden Lotus in front of foster father. Foster father must be even more disappointed in him now. However, his face did not reveal any intention of ridicule, and he thoughtfully said, Feiyun, don't worry about it too much. I will help explain this to foster father for you. I really thank you, brother. Feiyun was touched with tears in his eyes. However, in his mind, he knew that Feng Shuiyu was definitely not a good person. For him to explain anything positive to father would be a miracle. He would just use this chance to discredit me even more. We're closer than blood brothers. Such a small matter, not worth mentioning. I heard, recently, you are interested in old man Luo's granddaughter. Go find her and relax. You should forget the unhappy things. Feng Shuiyu voiced his concern. This is a great idea. Only brother truly understands me. Feng Feiyun replied with a refreshed feeling and left afterward. Feng Shuiyu saw how quickly Feiyun left. He cynically smiled and thought that this kid would, sooner or later, die on a woman's belly. He shook his head and went to the main lobby. He saw Feng Wanping sitting in the chair of the house and said, Foster father, regarding Feiyun. You know about Feiyun's story. Feng Wanping's fingers gently played with the teacup. His expression became a bit strange. Feng Shuiyu did not know Feng Wanping's current mood. However, he was certain that he became even more disappointed with Feng Feiyun, even to the point of despair. Heh. The more disappointed you are, the more advantageous it is for me. He was ecstatic on the inside. Outwardly, he sighed heavily, and he nodded his head. Feiyun, in the end, was still too young. Reading that book was indeed a bit inappropriate. No, I found it very fitting. Feng Feiyun the boy lacked discipline. Before, I didn't think that he could become anything worthwhile. However, if he could research these books more, I believe that there is still hope for him. Shuiyu, regarding this area, you have to learn from him a little. Read this type of books more. It will only help your future career path. With a serious expression, Feng Wanping earnestly said. Feng Shuiyu was stunned. Why would a book like The Golden Lotus be nothing but good for his career? Is foster father trying to teach me a secret regarding the court? But the Golden Lotus. How could it relate to administration in any way? My experience must not be enough. I was unable to see the intricacies or the long-term implications of his words. Although Feng Shui's heart was filled with questions, he didn't dare to ask. He did, however, respectfully say, "Your advice is wise, Shuiyu will research more on the topic. I will not let foster father become disappointed." Feng Wanping pleasingly nodded his head. Of course, Feng Feiyun didn't actually seek out Xiaoyue before, because it was only a ruse to trick Feng Shuiyu. The most important thing right now was to cultivate the immortal phoenix physique. The most crucial thing to him right now was cultivation. The art of war was only secondary. If one's cultivation was absolutely high, reaching the apex, one punch could destroy millions of soldiers. The art of war, in front of absolute power, was not worth mentioning. The current Feng Feiyun could not even defeat an average man. If someone as talented as Feng Shuiyu wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have the strength to defend himself. This was another reason why he was in such a rush to cultivate. Although his physique was not suitable for cultivation, the immortal phoenix physique could improve one's constitution and innate body type. This would turn him into a cultivation genius. The immortal phoenix physique was divided into two stages. The first stage was blood purification. Blood was the source of life in a human's body, but it also contained many impurities. The greater the amount of impurities, the weaker the body would be. The lower the grade of the blood, the weaker the body would be, too. Thus, if the blood purity and grade can increase, then the body would become stronger as well, the meridians will widen, the bones and marrows would become more intricate and tough. The second stage was bone refining. This was also known as cultivating the phoenix bones. A cultivator's aptitude depended on one's physique, and the physique's strength was determined by the skeletal structure. The bones were the foundation of a body that were needed to create an immortal physique. Each time a phoenix bone was successfully cultivated, the body became one part stronger. Only when one had completed all 999 phoenix bones would his immortal phoenix physique be considered to have reached grand completion, allowing him to live 90,000 years. In his past, Feng Feiyun had finished 206 phoenix bones. His body was tougher than diamond, and the elements couldn't harm him. If he was able to reach grand completion, then Shui Yuding wouldn't have been able to kill him even with a sneak attack. Once the grand completion level of the immortal phoenix physique was reached, then the owner could stand tall even among the ancient saints. However, now, Feng Feiyun had to start over from the beginning. He started the first process, blood purification. It was divided into 4 steps. The first step was to remove the impurities from the blood. Once the blood reached a color of crimson fire, it has been purified. The meridians would be wider after achieving the first step. Additionally, the purified blood would allow for spirit energy to exude from it and change the original constitution of his body. Reaching the early level of the spirit realm was also considered the first step in leaving the mortal realm. Cultivators also had their own ranks. Once they reached the highest stages, they would become saints and immortals. The spirit realm was the first stage of cultivators and was divided into early, intermediate, and peak levels. In this stage, the body was able to produce its own spirit energy, and this was the distinguishing factor between a mortal and a cultivator. To sum it up in a sentence, as long as the body was capable producing spirit energy, then even Feng Feiyun could escape his reputation of being an idiot and even become stronger than normal martial artists. This was only the early level. The intermediate and peak levels of the spirit realm were considerably more terrifying. Above the spirit realm was the immortal foundation. Immortal foundation cultivators were tyrants of their own regions. Feng Feiyun had already cultivated the immortal phoenix physique once, so he was already experienced with the process. His blood flow within his meridians was swift. Under normal circumstances, the blood required 3 minutes to do a full rotation of the human body, but Feng Feiyun's current flow was at 2 minutes per revolution. The impurities were extruded from his pores. After 3 hours, the blood had revoluted 180 times, and his body was filled with a dark layer of clay-like impurities. This is the first step towards blood purification, but it is also the easiest. It should take 3 to 5 days for a grand completion. Feiyun opened his eyes and quickly calculated. The warm sunlight permeated from the window as time passed by quickly. Feng Feiyun didn't sleep for a whole night, but he had no feeling of drowsiness. He commanded the servants to prepare hot water so he could wash away the dark impurities. A maid then put on a new silky white robe for him. He was rejuvenated and filled with energy. A grand breakfast was already prepared. It consisted of a snow jelly mushroom soup, a bowl of bird's nest with lotus seeds, a plate of buttered snowflake shortbread, and an appetizing lean meat dish. Feiyun saw the food on the table and shook his head. "Take it away, bring me 1 pound of buns and water." Because he was in the midst of purification, his food should be plain. Buns with water were the best combination. The two servants thought to themselves that the young master had become so unpredictable, it was as if he was possessed. However, they didn't dare to question his intention, so they immediately cleaned the food on the tables and brought him the buns and water. "For lunch, prepare the same thing for me." Feiyun immediately ate the buns and drank his water. Afterward, he went to the decorated mountain at the pond near the west building. He stood on top of an isolated stone and gently threw a punch, then withdrew it. This was the opening technique. He wanted to see how much his physique had improved. The meridians have widened to twice the size as before, same as a talented mortal. The body is hardened by 3 parts, and strength is increased by double as well, judging by that one punch. Although it was only one night, Feiyun's constitution, compared to before, was like the difference between heaven and earth. In the cultivating world, the #1 technique was definitely a physique training technique. However, to fully perfect the body, the immortal phoenix physique alone was not sufficient. The body had to experience real combat and overcome many challenges in order to become more formidable day by day. Whoosh whoosh. Feiyun started to throw a series of punches. These were not part of any known technique, however, based on his own perception of the heavenly arts, they summed up the mysterious truths behind body refining. A total of only 9 punches were thrown, and each punch represented a different spot of the body. Every fist that was thrown had the whole body structure behind it, and every bit of muscle and bone were activated. These actions were also like the flow of water and the drifting of the clouds. He became one with the heavenly nature, giving spectators a feeling of natural beauty. Chapter 7, Early Spirit Realm. The young master isn't playing around today, but he is practicing punches instead. How strange. The punches don't seem to be that impressive, there is no exerted pressure to them. However, it is hard to tell their trajectories due to the indescribable rhythm. This is weird. Could the young master's technique actually be complex? Is it that one couldn't imitate it even if they tried? Some of the servants started to imitate Feng Feiyun's actions, however, they couldn't perform the same natural flow. Each time their fist flew out, their whole body wailed in pain. They had no choice but to stop since they didn't dare risk feeling the pain again. The 9 different fists of Feng Feiyun represented 9 different hidden meanings. They looked simple outwardly, but in fact, they were enigmatic. Even if one could imitate the physical action, without being able to imitate the hidden meanings, he would only harm himself. Feng Suiyu was on top of a balcony on the 6th floor of a distant building. He was watching Feiyun practicing from afar, and his handsome expression became cold. In one hand, there was a book, and the other hand was busy knocking on the balcony stand. He was lost in his contemplation. "Young master, there is no need to worry, his fist techniques are just monkey plays. There will be no achievements resulting from it." An ugly servant standing behind Suiyu smirked. Suiyu shook his head, and seriously replied. "They are not normal, something like this isn't normal. I feel that there is something about him that is very different from before, it makes me uneasy." "Hee, do you want me to go make mincemeat out of him?" As to avoid the nightmare of a long night. 1. Meaning longer the nightmare, so it is better to cut the sleep short. A different servant said. Suiyu glared at him with icy cold gaze, and exclaimed. "Do you think foster father has truly given up on him? He is a very wily man. If he finds even a single hint of fratricide, we will all be dead. Unless there is no other choice, we will not touch Feng Feiyun. Also, housekeeper Lu is by his side. The cultivation level of this man is unfathomable. With him by Feiyun's side, unless I personally take action, nothing fruitful would come out of it." A servant spoke. "Young master has already reached the 3rd level of the vigorous scale method, and your cultivation is at the peak of the spirit realm. You are capable of fighting 10 experts at once, yet you still can't beat that old man Lu. The vigorous scale method is an incomplete cultivation manual that Feng Wamping passed to Feng Suiyu. His good aptitude allowed him to reach the 3rd level after only a few years, and he was highly praised by Feng Wanping many times. Feng Wanping had been cultivating for 30 years, and he was only at the 5th level. However, this was enough for him to rule a whole city. Feng Suiyu reached the 3rd level in just 3 years. His talents could only be higher than Wanping's. Don't underestimate housekeeper Lu, his cultivation shouldn't be lower than foster father's. Feng Suiyu was a meticulous man, thus, he made sure his actions were made without mistakes. He contemplated and then asked. Feng Feiyun's personality changed after last night, right? Who did he meet yesterday? The servant carefully answered. The little Xiao girl, Xiao Yuer. Yesterday there was a strange event. Feng Feiyun himself asked for a doctor to take care of old man Luo. However, the miracle here is that he didn't touch the Xiao girl. What if Xiao Yuer made him repent, and she turned him into a good person? Changed by a woman. A playboy repented. Feng Suiyu was amused by the thought and said. Interesting. Interesting. You go find Brother Wu, let him take care of this. If Feng Feiyun gently cares for a flower, then we'll find someone who does not care for flowers. Haha. If Xiao Yuer meets Brother Wu, then it would be the flower that will be devastated with torn leaves. The servant laughed pervertedly. His heart knew the type of person Brother Wu was and the inevitable fate of Xiao Yuer. 2. The passage above revolves a Chinese saying symbolizing the woman as a flower, so they're all maintaining this metaphor. Heh. A playboy repenting. It is not that easy. Feng Suiyu calmed his evil intention and went back to read the book that was in his hand. The cover of the book was The Golden Lotus. During the next 3 days, young Master Feng had not left the Feng's mansion. He was learning military strategies with his advisor during the day and Immortal Phoenix physique during the night. Today, young Master Feng seemed to be a different person. Many servants and maids did not know what had happened. After 3 days of cultivation, the blood qi in Feng Feiyun's body became extremely abundant, the color became crimson fire, and the flow was even faster. His body was many times stronger than before. Bam! A strand of white blood was born in his vessel, and it poured into his Diantian. It didn't stop spreading, it was like a lake connecting to the ocean. Each individual drop slowly spread itself throughout his whole body. 3. Dantian is an area below the stomach, considered by most wuxia/xianxia to be the house for energy/cultivation. This was the spirit realm. I have finally reached the 1st level of blood purification, and I have created my first spirit strand. Right now, I could be considered to be in the early stage of the spirit realm. Blood purification itself was divided into 4 stages. The first stage was when the blood was pure with the color of crimson. The second happened when the blood boiled with an obsidian color like black ink. The third occurred when the blood formed its own consciousness, with radiating silver lights. The fourth was the last. The blood becomes one with nature again, and its color would revert back to its natural state. Feng Feiyun currently was at the first stage, and his blood was of the crimson color. With the spirit qi inside his body, Feng Feiyun used this energy to stimulate the spirit vessel in his right palm. However, it disappointed him to find that the faint image of the spirit boat didn't have the slightest reaction. His energy was like a rock drowning in the ocean, there was not even a little ripple of reaction. It seems like I will need a monstrous amount of energy in order to activate the spirit vessel. A holy saint treasure cannot be dealt with using normal common sense. Feng Feiyun wasn't angry. If a light strand of spirit qi was enough to control the spirit vessel, that would be abnormal instead. Because he was once again on the road of cultivation, he was in a merry mood. He slightly raised his finger and a white light flashed, creating a hole in the wall. Crack! Feng Feiyun used his hand to crush a white porcelain cup, turning it into white powder. At the same level of early spirit realm, with his experience, he would crush any equivalent opponents. Haha! In go, is the bath water ready? Feng Feiyun opened the door and commanded the servant nearby. It had been readied. Xiaolan, Xiaoqing, go service the young master for his bath. After telling the maids, the servant named In Go smiled and asked his master. Young master, why are you in such a good mood today? The 2 maids brought the hot water from small buckets, and they poured their contents into a bigger wooden tub. Additionally, they added scented red flowers to the bath, and soon after, white steam filled the air. Heh! This is not for you to know. We will be going out later. I want to buy a decent weapon. Is there an armory in Spirit State City that has a high-grade magical weapon? Feng Feiyun, at the early stage of Spirit Realm, had a lifting strength of a few hundred pounds. Therefore, in actual combat, a high-grade magical weapon could increase his potency by quite a bit. Ingo was ecstatic to hear this piece of news. They hadn't left the house for a while with their young master. Finally, young Master Feng was in the mood to play today. They could once again follow him from behind and use his notoriety to do whatever they want. To be a servant for young Master Feng could be considered a prideful thing. Honorable young master, there are 3 different weapon armories in Spirit State City. However, if you want the best, then there is only the Ingo Ward. Ingo replied. Why is it that only the Ingo Ward would have the best magical weapon? Feng Feiyun was relaxing in the bathtub with one of the maids rubbing his back. The Ingo Ward is very big, and their business is flourishing. It is owned by one of the great 4 clans of the Jin dynasty, the Ingo clan. There are around 10,000 branches throughout the kingdom, and as long as one has enough money, you can even buy spirit weapons. They are indeed impressive for them to even have spirit weapons for sale. It seems like the Ingo clan is not so simple. Spirit weapons were a rare thing in the human kingdoms. Even the lowest grade would be worth more than 10 cities. They were treasures that have their own consciousness and surpass the boundary of the mortal world. Normal treasures couldn't compare to them. The 4 great clans were all formidable, possessing hidden secrets. They possessed half of the political and economical power of the Jin dynasty. They were truly 4 great monsters. Okay, let us go to the Ingo Ward. Feng Feiyun announced. Chapter 8, Crimson Dragon. Feng Feiyun was a romantic 14-year-old. Today, he was wearing a purple silk robe with his hair neatly tied behind his neck, and he had a paper fan in his hand. He revealed an unprecedented handsome look, like never before. Feng Feiyun was already good-looking, and today, he was like a young scholar. After practicing the immortal phoenix physique, his temperament and expression was brighter than the light. He was, in addition to all of this, accompanied by the air of a romantic wanderer. Even his 2 servants, Feng Ping and Feng An, were dazed by his new look. They couldn't see the resemblance to his normal self at all. Let us go. I am going to the Ingo Ward right now. What are you 2 waiting for? Hurry up and lead the way. Feng Feiyun loudly commanded. The 2 servants regained their wits, then they led the way. The Ingo Ward was situated in the prosperous south side area in Spirit State City. It had 7 floors, and it was made from wooden bricks decorated with dragon and phoenix carvings. It became a well-known symbol of the city. There were weapons, strange treasures, medicinal pills, armors. Basically, anything that had to do with cultivation, this place had it. However, a regular person couldn't buy anything here. Hey, isn't this young Master Feng? Which wind brought the great you here? Please come in, please come in. Zheng Dongliu was the manager of the Ingo Ward, and his age was over 60. He knew a lot of people, and with his sharp eyes, he immediately recognized Feng Feiyun. Although his eyes wouldn't be considered to be forged by heaven's fire and all-seeing, they were indeed knowledgeable and sensitive the moment it came to judging people. It was Feng Feiyun's first time visiting the Ingo Ward, but his dad was the tyrant of Spirit State City, thus, he had already been added to the important person list. This was a young master, so he needed to be well received. Feng Feiyun, with the fan in his hand, gracefully walked into the Ingo Ward, and he said with a smile. The Ingo Ward's reputation is as it was mentioned. This is my first time here, but you have already recognized me. In this city, anyone who doesn't recognize you will have his business go downhill. Zheng Dongliu led Feng Feiyun to an inner chamber where there was already a pot of tea brewing. He acted quite friendly and familiar with Feiyun. Feiyun did not shy away from the warm welcome. He sat down, and he said, "Your words are too much. Other people's business might go down, but the Ingo Ward is definitely not a part of this group." Behind the ward was the great Ingo clan, one of the 4 great clans in the Jin dynasty. Normal people couldn't afford to offend them. Feng Feiyun, of course, was not foolish enough to mess with the Ingo clan, at least, he was not at the moment since he currently lacked the strength. The moment Feiyun had entered the door, Zheng Dongliu had already started to observe this legendary young master very carefully. However, his impression of Fei Yun, compared to his reputation, was greatly different. This young master did not seem to be an idiot. Zheng Donglio smiled, and he then inquired. If you didn't have any business, you wouldn't have come here. What did you want to buy here at the Ingo Ward? Weapons. I heard the Ingo Ward sold the best magical weapons. Feng Feiyun replied. Zheng Donglio continued. Which do you want to buy? Weapons are categorized into 28 different sections: sword, blade, staff, hook, rings. The saber. Feiyun said. Which one do you want? The saber is also divided into 34 different categories: Zhanma saber, horse-slaying saber, butterfly saber, tiger saber. Zheng Donglio was a shrewd merchant, and he was familiar with any merchandise, otherwise, he would not be the manager of the Ingo Ward. The heavy saber. Feng Feiyun spoke. Zheng Donglio was surprised. This young master Feng looked like a person who was physically weak. Could he even hold a heavy saber? Even though his mind was questioning the choice, he didn't want to bring his concern to light. The heavy saber, the lightest, is 89 pounds, and it is divided into 3 ranks: iron saber, magical saber, and spirit saber. I trust that you wouldn't find an iron saber to be worthy of your status. Today, our Ingo Ward has 2 finely crafted magical heavy saber. You can pick from them. Zheng Donglio explained. Weapons are divided into 3 categories: normal weapons, magical weapons, and spirit weapons. The highest grade of normal weapons was made from common metals, and they could split iron ingots without damaging the blade. However, even the lowest grade of magical weapons could easily slice through the best grade of normal weapons. They were made with a few special metals that were extremely valuable. As for spirit weapons, they were exceedingly rare. Each of them was a heavenly weapon with the power to scare the heavens and shake the earth. Even if one wanted to trade 10 mortal cities for them, no one would be willing. Right now, in all of Spirit State City, no one had one available. Maybe, in the Ingo Ward, they could potentially be the only group to have one for sale. Zheng Donglio took Feiyun to the 5th level. The higher the level, the higher the grade of the weapon as well as the level of protection. The first magical heavy saber was brought by 2 bodyguards. Its blade was completely black and around 1.5 meters long. It was half a palm thick, and on top of it were animal engravings with an icy cold aura. This was a true killing weapon. People couldn't help but shudder at the sight of it. The blade's name is Menya, and it weighs 342 pounds. It is made from dark steel that is found in the bottom of the ocean. The whole blade has the ice element. Once it slices off someone's neck, it can freeze the blood in the blink of an eye. Thus, even after killing someone, the blade will not be covered with blood. Zheng Donglio brought in a cup of water, and he poured it over the blade. A freezing noise filled the room, and they were no longer water drops the moment they reached the floor. The water was turned into ice. This blade's price is 3,000 gold coins. 1 gold coin was equal to 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin was worth 100 bronze coins. 1 gold coin was enough to feed a regular family for a year, so one could see that 3,000 gold coins was a staggering sum, a grand fortune in the eyes of regular people. It is a good blade. Feng Feiyun clapped his hands, but he also shook his head and said, Unfortunately, this blade is too big. Is there one with a smaller body? Feng Feiyun didn't mention the price, showing that 3,000 gold coins, to him, was not a large sum. Yes. Zheng Donglio had the second blade brought out. This second blade was only 1 meter long, and the body wasn't as thick. It had a crimson color with an ancient aura. One touch of the hand brought about a feeling of warmth. The blade's body exuded a natural feeling while the edges themselves felt dull. It even had a hole in it. It, seemingly, was not made with a great attention to detail. Zheng Donglio sighed, and he said, This blade is named Crimson Dragon. The materials it is made of are special. From special examination, it was found to be a mix of 9 different rare metals. Even though the length was not great for a heavy saber, it reached the weight of 240 pounds. It is truly astonishing. After seeing this blade, Feng Feiyun's eyes revealed a strange glimmer. He immediately stood up, caressing the blade with his finger. His heart was ecstatic, and his intuition was telling him that, even though the blade's external appearance is lacking, its absolute power was 10 times over its counterpart. He could feel the spirit energy moving within the blade. this feeling was very delicate. With the exception of him, no one else could feel this faint spirit energy. This is a spirit blade. Unfortunately, the blade was broken once, and all of the spirit energy had left its body, thus, no one else knew that it used to be a spirit weapon. Feng Feiyun's finger lightly touched the broken part, and he made his decision. Even though it is a broken spirit weapon, its power was incomparable to any normal magical weapons. Feng Feiyun was silent, trying to hide his excitement. He removed his hands from the blade, and he asked. "This blade suits me, Manager Zheng. How much do you wish to sell this blade for?" 5,000 gold coins. Zheng Dongliu, of course, knew that this blade was abnormal, but he didn't know why. He announced such a high price, but he was not sure of it. He hesitantly looked at Feng Feiyun after naming the price. This was a remnant of a spirit weapon, so its price would definitely be higher than 50,000 gold coins. Feng Feiyun was laughing, internally, at Zheng Dongliu for not knowing the value of his own item, but he expressed an impatient expression and furrowed his brows. "Manager Zheng, is this you trying to cut my throat with a price? 5,000 gold coins would be enough for me to play around with 5,000 exceptional beauties. For one broken blade to be valued at 5,000 coins, isn't this just a robbery?" Zheng Dongliu smiled. "How much would be an appropriate price for you, young Master Feng?" 3,000 gold coins. Feng Feiyun replied. "Okay, so be it." Zheng Dongliu was seemingly afraid of Feng Feiyun leaving, and he immediately agreed with that proposition. His face grew a smile. 3,000 gold coins, compared to his original expectation, was already double of what he wanted for it. Seeing how quick Zheng Dongliu conceded, Feng Feiyun regretted setting the price to 3,000 in his heart. It seemed like his given price was too high, but 3,000 gold coins, to buy a broken spirit weapon, was still a great deal. Zheng Dongliu was visibly happier than Feng Feiyun. He even gave him a magical steel scabbard for free, and he engraved it with detailed flowers showing its expensive price. "Young Master Feng, do you need me to deliver this blade to your place?" The Crimson Dragon blade weighed 240 pounds. Zheng Dongliu automatically assumed that Feng Feiyun couldn't hold it, so he asked the question. "No need." After Feng Feiyun paid the amount owed, he carried the blade in his hand and left the 5th floor. Zheng Dongliu was frightened by this sight. After a while, he regained his composure and mumbled. "Strange, how strange. The idiot in the legend turned out to be an expert. How interesting, how interesting. It seems like I'll have to sell this information to Feng Shui. It would fetch a good price." "Master, this is the blade you have chosen." The two servants outside of the Yin Go ward greeted Feng Feiyun. "It is only a broken blade, nothing to behold." Feng Feiyun smilingly nodded, and he left to the outside. Feng Ping and Feng An immediately chased after him, and they asked. "Young master, where are we going?" "Tea drinking. The best tea house in Spirit State City is Jian Pavilion, and the oldest one is the Jing Shui Tea House. Which one do you want to go to?" Feng Feiyun didn't answer, and he only kept walking. He swiftly passed through the ancient street even though he had a 240-pound saber on his back. His steps were as fast as lightning, making the two servants behind him run out of breath. Today, his cultivation has reached the early spirit realm stage. In his dantian existed a strand of spirit energy forming the inception of a small river. This was considered the first door to the cultivation world. Feng Feiyun's mood had never been better. Crossing 3 big roads, Feng Feiyun reached a small desolate alley. At the end of the alley was an old, open-door tea house, and its roof was made out of straws. There were 5 old tables and next to that, a slanted desk with a sign written by charcoal, "Tea." Feng Ping and Feng An were heavily breathing. They watched Feiyun from far away, and they noticed the old tea house. Their expressions were as if they had just reached an understanding. The young master didn't come here to drink tea, he came here for the little Miss Xiaoyuer. Feng Ping devilishly smiled. Last time, the young master showed her mercy, so this time she can't run away from the sun. Ha ha. Feng An also joined in with his evil laughs, causing a lot of commotion. This tea house was where old Man Luo and Xiaoyuer worked at. Feng Feiyun, of course, wasn't the same person who bullied both men and women, and he definitely wouldn't ravage Xiaoyuer. He only came here to see old Man Luo's injuries. In the end, This poor old man and granddaughter were all alone, without any backing, and they were bullied by his servants. Of course, he felt responsible. Giving them a bit of money would make their lives a lot better. Feng Feiyun's eyes looked around and saw Xiaoyue in the tea house. She was making tea with her petite figure, slim, like a neighbor's little sister. The gentle wind blew her blue ribbons back and forth on her head, her silky black hair scattered straight down, like a waterfall, and the wind also brought the scent of tea to the rest of the street. Chapter 9: Two Evil Men. In the tea house, a sense of warmth radiated from a fire under a stove. On top of the stove, there were 5 boiling teapots that had white smoke coming out of their top. This brought a strong scent of tea to the room. Xiaoyue was small in stature, so she was only a little bit taller than the stove. Wearing a worn-out apron with her sleeves pulled back, she revealed 2 small, jade-like, hands. With these delicate hands, she took care of the customers while she made tea. The small girl was very diligent, her forehead was filled with sweat, and her cute face was red from being next to the stove's fire. Xiaoyue, Uncle Luo wants 2 cups of Maojian, how come they aren't ready? 1. Maojian equals tippy tea. Old man Luo rushed Xiaoyu while he cleaned a table. His head was still covered with bandages, however, because this was his livelihood, he had no choice but to ignore the pain and work. Coming. 2 hot Maojian are coming right up. Xiaoyue brought 2 hot teacups over, her fingers were red from the heat. She pinched her little ear, and she went back to the stove to continue working. Xiaoyu, little boss, check out. How much money do I owe you? Someone teased. 2 bronze coins, just leave it on the adjacent table. Grandpa, go get the money. Although Xiaoyue was busy, without rest, her smile never left her face. It was as if she didn't know what fatigue was. Feng Feiyun was watching her, and he couldn't help but smile. He slowly walked to the tea house and sat down at a table, and he yelled. Xiaoyu, little boss, give me a cold cup of coarse tea. Okay, 1 cup of. Xiaoyue's voice suddenly stopped. She quickly turned around and saw that the person sitting on the table was Feng Feiyun. She couldn't help but shiver, and the teapot in her hands fell to the floor, breaking into pieces. Why was it this evil man again? The rest of the people in the tea shop were also staring at Feng Feiyun. It was like they were staring at a plague god. Oh heavens! It was only peaceful for 3 days. Young Master Feng is about to commit another evil deed. Run, run! Everyone was extremely scared. They didn't bother to try and finish their tea, and they all left the shop instantly. The lively shop quickly became desolate. Only Old Man Luo and Xiaoyue remained due to fear, and they stood staring at Feng Feiyun with terror in their eyes. Damn your mother! Why are you afraid? Hurry up and bring tea to the young master. Do you think I wouldn't destroy your tattered shop right now? Feng Ping, who was behind Feng Feiyun, roared thunderously with a fierce look on his face. Feng'an was also pulling up his sleeves as if he was ready to beat someone up. Xiaoyue bit her lips, and she, with her eyes blinking a little, looked like a lost puppy. She pleaded. Young Master Feng, please don't destroy this tea house. This is our livelihood. Without it, we would surely die from hunger. Feng Feiyun stared at her pitiful state, and in his heart, he was very amused. He replied. I want to drink the tea you make. For 1 cup of tea, you will earn 1 gold coin. Do you want this business? 1 gold coin per cup. Xiaoyue opened her eyes wide in disbelief because she couldn't believe Feiyun's words. 1 gold coin too. Her was like a fast step toward being a rich person. It was enough for them to live for a whole year. Feng Feiyun wore a smile on his face, and he grabbed a bunch of golden coins from his pocket, each of them weighing around 1 or 2 pounds. Bang! He threw the coins on top of the table, and said. As long as you are the one to personally make it, you will earn 1 gold coin for each cup. Xiaoyue curiously looked at Feng Feiyun. What was this person's intention? In the end, her eyes stopped at the money on the table. She paused for a moment, and she then said. You cannot change your mind. Also, you cannot bully me or my grandfather. If you dare to tell me the conditions again, do you believe that I will bully you right now? Feng Feiyun showed an evil laugh while he rubbed his hands together, gently, to scare the little girl. Old Man Luo's expression darkened. He was afraid that Xiaoyue would make Feng Feiyun angry, so he interjected. Xiaoyue, is young Master Feng someone you can offend? Go brew the tea now. Xiao Yuer was shocked. Her mind recalled the events of that night, and she recalled that her hands were sore from overclenching. Then, she couldn't help but cover her chest. There was a cold feeling to her here, and she quickly left to move to the stove, silently. Old Man Luo walked over and apologized to Feng Feiyun, without break. Feng Feiyun, of course, wasn't really angry with her, he only wanted to play around. This might be influenced by the personality of the old young master Feng. Old Man Luo, how long are you gonna take to pay this month's fee? From outside of the tea house, a cold voice rang. Feng Feiyun remained seated at a table. He slightly glanced with the corner of his eyes, and he saw that there were 5 or 6 men outside. They were all wearing dark red belts and possessed vicious hawk eyes. There was a man with a large stature, with tanned skin. He was extremely muscular. It was as if he was filled with explosive power. It felt like one punch from this person could split a man's head open. This was the gangster organization in Spirit State City named Eagle Claw, and their boss was named Wu. In his hand was a chain as thick as an arm and around 2 meters long. The end of the chain was wrapped around a fierce lion's head. The fierce lion's body was as big as an elephant, and it seemed as though it possessed astonishing power. Its legs were as big as pillars, and both of its eyes were red like burning flames. One hit of its head would be enough to bring down a 5-meter-thick wall. This was a red-eyed golden lion. Boss Wu had spent a large amount of money to buy it from the Beastmaster camp. This great beast, alone, was enough for him to dominate Spirit State City. All of the store owners had to pay his protection fees. Roar! The red-eyed golden lion arched its back, and it let out a fierce roar. The roar itself resonated through half of Spirit State City. Even the ground shook a little bit, and the teacups in the shop shattered. Hearing the beast's roar, everyone knew Boss Wu had arrived. The whole street was instantly devoid of pedestrians. However, there were still some curious souls that stuck around to peek at the commotion. It was not normal for Boss Wu to personally come to collect protection fees. Old Man Luo, in his heart, was lamenting his fate. Why was it that the 2 most evil bullies of Spirit State City were both here, today? He was so unlucky. Old Man Luo ran outside of the shop. He reached inside his shirt pocket for a pouch of coins, and he respectfully gave it to Boss Wu. He smiled. It has already been prepared, it has already been prepared. 300 bronze coins, not 1 coin. Is missing. There is not even 1 coin left out. Old Man Luo peeked at the fierce beast, and he couldn't help but feel a shiver throughout his whole body. Its mouth was big enough to eat him alive in 1 gulp. It frightened him down to his very soul with its cold aura, and Old Man Luo couldn't help but take 2 steps backward. Boss Wu took the pouch, and he threw the coins inside the bag to the ground. He created a commotion. Why is there so little? Old Man Luo, you must have eaten some bear's guts if you think you can chase me away with this amount. Do you think I'm a beggar? Boss Wu loudly yelled. It was like someone had just rang a bell, and that bell almost rendered Old Man Luo unconscious. Sweating profusely, on his forehead, Old Man Luo shakingly responded. Last month was also 300 coins, I didn't leave out a single coin. Boss Wu smirked and said. This week is Sanya's birthday, every household has to pay an extra 500 coins as gifts. Old Man Luo, you are an honest man. You should be reasonable and pay the extra 500, I won't make life hard for you. Old Man Luo and Xiao Yuer's tea shop was just a small business, and each month, they only made around 1,000 coins. 300 was already given to Boss Wu, and the remaining was barely enough for them to get by. However, he wanted 500 extra coins this month. How could they survive? Feng Fuiyan gently tapped on his crimson dragon saber on the table, and he smiled. Who is this Senyi character? Is his reputation so great that his birthday would require all households to pay extra money? Feng Ping replied. Senyi is very mysterious. He is the #1 gangster in Spirit State City. He specializes in the black market, the slave trade, the brothels, the casinos, and assassinations as well. Many people are afraid of him. There is a saying in our city, anger young Master Feng, wife will be gone and daughter will disappear, anger Senyi, the family will be broken and decimated. Feng added. Young Master Feng and Sanyi were the 2 big evildoers in Spirit State City, one lusts after women and the other after life. Feng Feiyun was surprised, he didn't know that he was so notorious in the city. Two big evildoers. How interesting. Feng Ping continued. This Boss Wu character is the #1 henchman for San Yi. He is the boss of the Eagle Claw gang, and he has a few thousand members. There is nothing that he wouldn't do. Isn't that just like me? Feng Feiyun said. He can't compare to young master. When you play with women, you are at least merciful. When he plays with women, it is not just him, it is him and a whole group of people until the girls are dead. Feng Ping replied. Feiyun thought that he was already a bastard, but this Boss Wu and his group made him seem like a saint, in comparison. Chapter 10, Young Master Feng's Saber. Oh God. 500 coins. Old Man Luo lost his wit, his strengthless body laid on the floor, and he started begging. Master Wu, I'm only a small-time business owner. I don't have 500 coins to give you. All I have, right now, is 143 coins. I will offer all of it to you. The rest of the amount, I will be able to pay next month. Normally, Boss Wu would let this go, however, this was before he had received the order from Feng Suiyu, so he couldn't just ignore this. The reason Boss Wu could terrorize Spirit State City was because he had the backings of both the government and the underground world. Sen Yu was his dark backer while Feng Suiyu was his political supporter. This was why, with the exception of very few people in Spirit State City, he could do anything without fear of repercussion. Boss Wu smirked, stroked his beard, and he then said, Old Man Luo, the truth is, 500 coins aren't a big amount. If you sell your granddaughter to the brothel, you would get at least 30,000 coins. Not waiting for Boss Wu to finish his sentence, Old Man Luo dropped to the floor, grabbing Wu's legs, and he begged. Boss Wu, please don't joke about this. Yuer is only 14, and she can't be sold, she can't be sold. Old Man Luo was living at the bottom of society, and he had no power. Besides kneeling to beg, there was nothing else he could do to save his granddaughter. Boss Wu, exasperated, kicked Old Man Luo away, and he then walked inside the tea shop with his fierce beast. At this moment, Xiao Yuer ran out from inside, and she threw a gold coin toward Boss Wu. Here is your money, don't hurt my grandfather. Yuer quickly lifted her grandfather up from the ground. Bang. The gold coin fell on the floor and rolled towards Boss Wu's feet. The gold coin was equivalent to 10,000 bronze coins, and that was way more than the 500 bronze coins payment. Boss Wu picked it up and rubbed it. He was surprised to find that it was real gold. Where did she get it from? You think this matter can be settled with just money? Holding the gold coin, he looked over to the direction of Xiao Yuer and Old Man Luo with a cold devious smile. Chen Lu, Zheng Hao, tie this little girl up for me. Today is a merry occasion. This girl is pretty, with her soft and fair skin. I had chosen this girl from a long time ago. Today, I will fulfill my wish. After hearing the command, the two thugs came over with ropes in their hands and an evil smile on their faces. Xiao Yuer's heart was shaken, but she tried to be courageous. Boss Wu. We still have an important guest waiting for my service. If you tie me up, he would not be pleased. After he heard this, Boss Wu's eyes hovered to the shop. He saw an extraordinarily handsome young man inside with extravagant clothing that was smiling in his direction. Young Master Feng. Boss Wu's eyes narrowed, and his expression became serious. He signaled for the two thugs to fall back. Feng Feiyun was still sitting in the same position, and he smiled. Boss Wu, who gave you permission to collect fees in Spirit State City? About this. Boss Wu's face became ugly. Spirit State City was the Feng's home turf. Although his reputation and power were plentiful, it was not comparable to the main Feng house. However, he quickly regained his confidence. Feng Feiyun was only an idiot that could only eat and wait for his own death. Even Feng Wanping had given up on him, so why should he be afraid? After thinking it through, Boss Wu couldn't help but laugh. He casually walked to the tea shop and sat in front of Feng Feiyun. His eyes wandered as if to judge Feng Feiyun. Young Master Feng wants to interfere with this matter. Feng Feiyun had not even opened his mouth, and Feng Ping quickly whispered in his ear. Young Master, Boss Wu isn't easy to play with. There is no need to turn against him because of a woman. The two servants, Feng Ping and Feng An, were praying for their young master to not impulsively fight with Boss Wu over a woman. As long as he could remain calm, nothing bad would happen. Xiao Yue was quite tense. In the end, Feng Feiyun was only an idiot young master. He could also be a coward. If he became afraid of Boss Wu, then her fate would be extremely miserable. If given the choice, she would rather fall into the hands of Feiyun, not be roped and taken away by Boss Wu. Feng Feiyun smirked and proclaimed, "I will definitely interfere. Anyone who even touches her hair will die." His voice filled with authority like thunder resonating in the sky. Xiao Yue went into a daze, exposing her round, widened eyes. She was surprised and confused, even a bit blushful. They weren't related to each other, so for an immoral playboy to stand up for her like this, it could even be considered heroic. There was a wave of unknown feelings surging in her heart. She once again judged Feng Feiyun, and she found that maybe he wasn't as evil as she originally thought. Boss Wu nodded his head, and he gravely said, "Good. Very good. Young Master Feng today is indeed one to care for the flowers. Let us see if you can protect her." With the wave of his hand, 5 thugs immediately headed for Xiao Yue. After his purchase, Feng Feiyun wanted to test his saber. These thugs were delivering themselves on a platter. Feiyun's eyes became emotionless, and his hand steadily gripped the Crimson Dragon saber weighing at 240 pounds. His movement was like the wind. One step took him 3 meters far. Jumping into the air, creating a crescent moon while channeling his chi, he unleashed a strike, down from above. The saber's energy was crimson, like an unstoppable flame. Whoosh! The sound of the saber cutting the air was akin to a fierce beast's roar, hurting the spectators' ears. Fush! The saber's power was great. It sliced one of the thugs into 2 pieces from his head to his legs. Fresh blood gushed out, and it painted the ground red. The speed of that one slash was too great. From the moment the saber was lifted, to the instance of dismemberment, Feiyun's actions were swift and natural. It was as if he was extremely experienced. It all happened so fast that Boss Wu didn't have time to react while Feiyun's saber was already basked in a bright coat of sanguine blood. The other 4 thugs were frightened out of their minds. One blade was enough to cut a person into 2 pieces. The force of that blow must have been great. Feng Ping and Feng En turned into stone statues, with their jaws dropping to the floor. When did the young master become so strong? He was almost like a god of war. Facing the bloody scene, Xiao Yue fainted from fear, and she was held by her grandfather. Before her consciousness faded, the image of Feng Feiyun's killing techniques, his transformation from a regular person into a heroic man with an undaunting, yet charming, aura, lingered in her mind. You. Boss Wu was out of words. Although he had never cultivated through immortal manuals, he had trained his body to the point where he was comparable to even cultivators. But after seeing Feiyun's blade, he didn't know if he could have personally survived it. Feng Feiyun, with the saber on his shoulder, went back into the tea house and smiled. "Boss Wu, tell me, who commanded you to make a move against Old Man Luo and Xiao Yue?" Feng Feiyun carefully drifted his fingers across the bloody blade, removing the remaining remnants of blood drops. "I do whatever I want. I was never commanded by anyone else." Boss Wu was also a veteran that had went through many battles. He quickly regained his composure. Although Feng Feiyun's slash was very frightening, that didn't mean it was unstoppable. With the help of his red-eyed golden lion, he could potentially defeat Feng Feiyun. However, at this very second, the red-eyed golden lion was lying on the floor in a puddle of cold sweat. Feng Feiyun's revealed phoenix aura had terrorized the beast, rendering him immobile. Feng Feiyun's body carried his phoenix soul. Naturally, there was an accompanying heavenly phoenix aura. The phoenix placed first among the 4 divine beasts, and their bloodlines were extraordinary. An impure creature like the red-eyed golden lion could not withstand the royal aura of the phoenix. Boss Wu, wanting to use his beast to subdue Feng Feiyun, was a great miscalculation. If you don't want to speak, then you will have to pay the price. Feng Feiyun was smart. Even without Boss Wu's confession, he could roughly guess who it was. Who could it be outside of Feng Suiyu or San Yi? "What are you doing?" Boss Wu's face darkened. "Feng Feiyun, I am San Ye's underling. If you kill me, there will be serious consequences." "Seriously, your mother?" "Here in Spirit State City, the Feng clan has the final say." "Who the hell is San Yi, and is he gonna stop me from doing what I want to do?" How could Feng Feiyun be threatened by him? Boom. Feng Feiyun dragged his heavy saber and headed towards Boss Wu. Boss Wu remained vigilant this whole time. When he saw Feng Feiyun's movement, he immediately leaned forward and threw out a punch with the force of a few hundred pounds, aiming for Feiyun's arm. His body was huge, but his speed was swift. A punch swept forward with grinding force, like a flying dragon. Bang! Feng Feiyun was lifting his saber while he quickly stepped forward. His feet were as light and flexible as a snake, moving forward and then back to easily dodge Boss Wu's mountain-shattering punch. The saber took a quick turn, its bloody aura appeared, and it met the fist's power. Boss Wu's hand was trained and tempered like iron steel, but it was impossible for him to face the saber in a straight battle of power. Boss Wu's expression became maddened. He tried to move away, but it was too late. Poof! The 240-pound Crimson Dragon saber directly cut Boss Wu's right arm straight down, starting from his shoulder. Hot blood flooded from the open wound, squirting as far as 3 feet away. Bang! Feng Feiyun kicked Boss Wu in the stomach. His body rolled on the floor, like a dead dog on the street, in the fetal position. Blood was oozing from his mouth. He was twitching in great pain. The street had been slowly filled with spectators. These people, normally, were bullied and exploited by Boss Wu. However, seeing his current state, they all started to clap and cheer. This is it. Yes. Young Master Feng. Young Master Feng has cut off Boss Wu's arm. How could a normal person handle Boss Wu? The idiotic young Master Feng turned out to be a great master. Just like his saber, he is earth-shattering. This might not be a good thing. Based on my experience, a calamity is coming. An old man with gray hair slowly stroked his beard and predicted. The people around were clamoring and making statements about how young Master Feng had beaten Boss Wu. This was definitely an event that would shock Spirit State City. Feng Feiyun sheathed his saber and gallantly walked in front of Boss Wu. He threw the hand that he previously dismembered in front of him, and said, "Return and tell Sen Yi that I will definitely be on time for his birthday." Boss Wu endured the pain. He bit his teeth and crawled on the ground to grab his arm. He angrily turned around, and he left with pernicious and indignant eyes. Feng Feiyun simply didn't fear his future revenge. Boss Wu was only a mortal martial artist, and Feiyun was now in the early stage of spirit realm. He could easily crush him. Once he reached the intermediate or peak spirit realm stage, his inner chi would be multiple times stronger. Even 10 Boss Wus wouldn't be his match. Sparing him was like sparing a dog. It would not cause any big waves in the future. "Master, what do we do with this red-eyed golden lion?" Feng Ping asked. The 2 servants, now, have considered Feng Feiyun to be a god. They have determined to worship him for the rest of their lives. Young Master was simply too amazing. There remained a red-eyed golden lion with chains around its neck. There was no will to battle in him, only fear remained in its red eyes. He became a sickly cat after feeling Feiyun's dominating phoenix aura. "It is only a low-blood animal, we will roast it tonight for everyone. It will strengthen the body and prolong the lifespan. At night, one can bed 10 girls, and your glory will not fall. Ahem, remember to leave some for me." Feng Feiyun smiled and wiped the blood off his saber. Ah! The 2 servants were shocked. This was a fierce beast, and its value would be around 300 gold coins. This wasn't roasted meat, rather, it was roasted gold. Alas, their young master had spoken, so they could only follow his order. Chapter 11, Blood Spirit Seed. In a garden located within Spirit State City. Boss Wu was kneeling on the floor, facing an old man while complaining. Sen Yi, Feng Feiyun had changed overnight. He was too powerful. I was not his match. The old man had a skinny figure and was dressed in a black robe. His left cheek, for unknown reasons, had a visible scar showing signs of muscle atrophy. Only human skin was left. One couldn't tell his original facial features. The hair on his head was already gray. He seemed to be around 60 years of age, but Boss Wu knew Sen Ye's real age had exceeded 100. His strength was unimaginable. He had personally witnessed Sen Yi using one finger to kill an armored general from 100 feet away. This required extreme skill and was quite hard to believe. Sen Yi smiled with his stiff face and said, "He also told you that he wanted to meet me at my birthday celebration, right?" "Sen Yi, you heard about it too." Boss Wu was surprised to hear. Sen Yi said, "In this whole Spirit State City, there are not many places that my eyes can't reach. Stop kneeling, stand up. Feng Feiyun is definitely strange, he has cultivated. Maybe Feng Wanping had taught him the vigorous gale method. His old eyes were filled with a deep light, as if he was contemplating about something. Boss Wu stood up from the ground and gloomily said, "If Master Senyi actually takes action, he will only need one fingertip to kill the little boy Feng Feiyun." Senyi coldly glared at him, this gaze was truly frightening. Boss Wu's heart was shaking and cold sweat ran down on his forehead, wondering if he had said something wrong. Senyi reverted his gaze, and coldly snorted. 3 years ago, Feng Wanping had reached stage 5 of the vigorous gale method, obtaining the intermediate stage of Immortal Foundation. For a 4th generation of the Feng clan, this was considered an outstanding cultivation. Even if I personally took action, there is no guarantee that I would be successful. Not to mention, there is also old Man Lu by his side. If both of them were to fight together, I wouldn't have the strength to even defend myself. If we move against Feiyun, it would disturb the other 2 men. This is not beneficial to me. Go bring this news to Feng Suiyu. I'm sure Feng Suiyu wants to get rid of Feng Feiyun even more than us. Just let the Feng clan fight internally, it couldn't be more wonderful. Feng Suiyu wanted to use us to take care of Feng Feiyun. His plan was really wily, but unfortunately, in front of me, he is still too immature. Senyi revealed a smile, the smile became more and more grim. Before Xiaoyuer woke up, Feng Feiyun had already left the tea house. Once Feng Feiyun returned to the governor's mansion, the sun had already set. Before his return, he went to the Go ward and spent 1,000 gold coins to buy a blood spirit seed. This was a spirit plant that grew amidst the lava. When an ordinary person consumed it, the blood flow would become faster and the heart would beat so fast that the body would explode, resulting in death. Even for a lower-ranking cultivator, if the plant was rashly consumed, he couldn't avoid his meridians being fractured as well as having a broken dantian. For people who have not reached the stage of Immortal Foundation, this plant was a poisonous substance. But to those who have exceeded the Immortal Foundation, this was a spirit treasure used to refine the body. Naturally, Feng Feiyun had not reached the Immortal Foundation stage. Currently, he is only at the early spirit realm. According to the normal rules, if he was to consume the blood spirit seed, he would be seriously injured, if not dead. However, because his method was the immortal phoenix physique to cultivate the most powerful body, the blood spirit seed could not push the blood that fast. Once the blood flow had reached a certain speed, it would be the same as helping Feiyun's blood refining process instead of causing harm. The faster the flow, the faster the refinement process. Feng Feiyun opened a black jade container. The inside contained ice pieces with a red seed in the middle, along with a small leaf as big as 2 fingers. It was crystal clear and transparent, like a blood jade carving. This was the blood spirit seed. Rather, this blood spirit seed had not reached the level of spirit grass. At most, it could only be considered as a normal grass with a strong effect. This was precisely why it was only worth 1,000 gold coins. If it was a true spirit grass, then the lowest price would be 100,000 gold coins, a priceless treasure. Spirit grass, like the name suggested, was a sentient entity. It had produced its own wisdom and could run away. A few top spirit grasses could even transform into humans and start the road of cultivation. Boss Wu is only a small underling, he certainly has someone with a cultivation background behind the shadows supporting him. Let's hope that this blood spirit seed can increase my cultivation to the next level. Feng Feiyun's soul was growing stronger. Today, when he was fighting against Boss Wu, he felt that there was someone within Spirit State City who was spying on him. This person's cultivation was extremely high, and his spiritual soul also had unfriendly murderous intent. Even though his cultivation was way higher than Feng Feiyun was still able to detect his spiritual spying. The owner of that soul did not make a move, he quickly pulled back during the climax of the action. This was why Feng Feiyun felt the urge to improve quickly, because the person did not have a friendly intent. Sooner or later, he would make a move himself. Feiyun had no choice but to take a risk with the blood spirit seed and hope that it would increase his cultivation. As long as one's strength was sufficient, there would be no need to fear any enemies. The force of the blood spirit seed could be even greater than a spirit grass. I most likely can't accept all of it at the moment and would need external help. Feng Feiyun closed the black box and opened the door to walk outside. The sky was completely dark, and the night and water were equally cold. The mansion's lamps had been lit up above in the chandeliers. The laughter of many women could be heard in the distant bedrooms. It was the dormitory of the maids. Before, Feng Feiyun often visited there. As long as a maid had a bit of beauty to her, she would be ruined. However, ever since his soul was merged with the other Feng Feiyun, he didn't go there any longer. Sometimes this, sometimes that. A piece of scum can also become a great person. 1. This is a saying in Chinese. Basically means a person can have a change of heart. Passing by the moment, Feng Feiyun's heart had mixed and unexplainable feelings. He didn't stop here but kept going through a garden, along a trail of white pebbles, to a pond next to the fake decoration mountain. Standing by the water's edge and looking at the sparkling water surface, Feng Feiyun opened the black box again. The blood spirit seed was akin to a small flame, illuminating the dark night with a touch of red. With the cold temperature and pressure of the water on top of the special nature of the immortal phoenix physique, I should be able to resist the blood spirit seed's potency. Feng Feiyun immediately ate the whole blood spirit seed, and then jumped into the cold water in the dark pond. Splash! As each drop of water flew into the air, his body continuously sank to the bottom of around 7 or 8 meters deep. He sat down in the cultivation pose on top of the muddy ground at the bottom of the pond. Feng Feiyun had a special breathing technique that could allow him to stay, even a day, at the bottom of the pond without suffocating. After swallowing the blood spirit seed, it felt like swallowing fire. It turned the meridians and blood vessels throughout Feng Feiyun's body aflame. His body started making many crackling sounds. The blood flow in his vessels started to increase in speed as well as temperature, as if there were many small strands of fire traveling in his bloodstream. Feng Feiyun began to channel the immortal phoenix physique incantations. He had successfully cultivated the first level of blood purification. His blood was already pure with a crimson fire color. The second level, compared to the first, was more than 10 times more difficult. However, once the cultivation was successful, the blood quality would also greatly improve. The physical body would have earth-shattering changes. Turning the crimson blood into the dark blood would require a change in the quality of the blood, and from that, his spirit energy inside his body would also change. One could say that, if Feng Feiyun could successfully complete the second stage of blood purification, he would immediately skip the intermediate stage of the spirit realm, straight to the peak of the spirit realm, or an even higher stage. However, this was not easy. Even with the help of the blood spirit seed, it was impossible to complete the second stage of blood purification overnight. Boom. Suddenly, something outside of Feng Feiyun's expectation happened. The blood flow in his body suddenly reversed, and the gathering place of the blood was not his heart, but at his right hand's palm. What is going on? Feng Feiyun was surprised. Reversed blood flow, it was even more dangerous than reversed meridian flow. The shadow of the spirit vessel in Feng Feiyun's right palm started to radiate a flashing light, as if it was trying to move, returning to life. The boat had traveled through space and time, and it was ranked above the 18 legendary spirit treasures. Feng Feiyun couldn't awaken it with his spirit energy, but with his stimulated blood, there was a reaction. Chapter 12, Break Through Again. The blood in his body, ignited by the blood spirit seed, had become a runaway horse. It escaped Feiyun's control and headed towards his right palm in a maddened fashion. The spirit boat, that had fused with his flesh, made an even more violent beating noise. Bang! Feiyun's eardrums vibrated as if there were bells repeatedly crashing within his head. A strange picture appeared in his mind. It was an ancient bronze boat, a spirit boat. Above the bronze boat were 18 pillars, towering like magnificent peaks. The 18 bronze pillars had already rusted through the ages. Hung on top of them were black, tattered sails. It looked like a painting of the dark heavens and earths. The large and vast ancient boat seemed capable of holding an entire world. Bang! Feng Feiyun shuddered. The ancient boat image in his mind was broken into many smoke clouds. His blood's traveling speed became even more terrorizing. All of it was aiming for his right palm and entering the spirit boat. Oh, the force of the blood spirit seed is beyond my imagination, and the slumbering spirit boat had awakened as well. Would my body be unable to handle the breakthrough damage, and will the ship escape again, resulting in my death? Feng Feiyun was unwilling to perish. He bit his teeth and activated his immortal phoenix physique once again. Splash splash. The blood in his body was like the yellow river, rushing with unstoppable currents. His palm was like an ocean, his blood was the seawater, and the spirit boat was floating on top. The three formed an odd picture: the ocean with a wave of blood, an ancient boat taking sail, and the red river of God. 1. The Chinese Ra used poetic language to describe the three quotes, as if they were names of paintings. Suddenly, the ancient spirit within the boat broke out into the sky with awe-inspiring strength, caused the blood to boil, and then went back into the blood vessels, into the body. His blood was boiling. Bang. Bang. Feng Feiyun's whole body trembled. His hair in the water also stood up vertically and his skin radiated a shade of red, as if it was on fire. He lifted his head and let out a long roar. Roar. An explosion of force escaped from his body. Under the night, the cold lake had an absence of ripples in the dead water. Suddenly, the entire water surface spun like crazy, creating a huge whirlpool. Bang. A loud noise filled the air as if a huge cauldron had just exploded completely. The water in the lake splashed upward for more than 10 meters. The entire mansion had been alerted, and a brigade of armored guards rushed towards the pond's direction. A powerful figure flew out from the pool before the security forces have arrived, and disappeared into the night. Such a loud commotion, what happened here? Did someone dare to invade the governor's mansion? Surely courting death. We have to search, find and capture this evil intruder. The guard captain, holding his long spear, stood by the bank of the pond, and noticed the broken debris left over from the fake decoration mountain that had been completely destroyed. His heart was shaken with fear. This force was too strong. This power was capable of fully shattering a tall compound. 50 armored guards searched around the pool with a white dog, but to no avail. The only result was that they alarmed the maids and servants within the mansion. The instigator of this commotion, Feiyun, had already changed his tattered clothing and replaced it with a fur coat made from fox skin for sleep. He wore a big pair of wooden shoes and yawned as if he was still in deep sleep. It was like he had just woken up. Why is it so noisy, you dog servants? What are you trying to find so late at night? Do you know that you have disturbed this young master's sleep? Feiyun lazily stretched his waist and said. The 50 armored guards stepped forward with one knee on the ground and said. We subordinates greet young Master Feng. The captain of the guards was also on his knees, one hand holding his long spear, and said in a reasonable manner. Just now, an extremely strong expert had broken into the mansion. Young master, please have no fear, we will certainly be able to protect you under any circumstances. The armored guards knew that the young master was rather timid, and they were afraid that he would be startled. Feng Feiyun pretended to be scared, and lamented. Extreme expert, you guys shouldn't scare me. The intruder's strength is extraordinary. One palm was able to destroy the whole fake decoration mountain. It was an unbelievable force. This servant believed that even within the entirety of the Spirit State City, only a few are capable of such a feat. The guard captain's face was a bit embarrassed. After all, such a strong expert had broken into the mansion, and they were completely oblivious to the fact. This was a dereliction of their duty. Feiyun looked at his hand and he was ecstatic. He, himself, was considered an extreme expert within the whole of Spirit State City that could only be counted on one's hand. What happened just now? Bodyguard Lin, in the end, what had happened here? Feng Suiyu, with his heroic manner and 2 servants, came over. Their paces were calm but heavy, their poses were elegant and composed, yet valiant. His silky clothing was organized, his hair was finely done. His handsome eyes were like a pair of cold knives in the dark. Once he had arrived, the whole scene became silent. The guards saw Feng Suiyu and all of them became more respectful. Each devoutly got on their knees, their attitudes became much more humbling. It was like the servants had finally met their master. Although Feng Suiyu was only the governor's adopted son, because he was strong and talented, he was considered the heir to the position, everyone was respectful towards him. This was in stark contrast with their attitudes toward Feng Feiyun. One was the future master of Spirit State City, the other was a timid playboy young master. How could they be compared? The captain guard respectfully clapped his hands and lowered his head, then said, I deserve death for letting an extremely strong master break into the mansion. Please punish me, young master. Feng Suiyu calmly walked towards the pond with both hands behind his back. Seeing the fragments of the pool of rocks, his eyes were shocked and he shivered. So powerful, this is not someone that you guys could have dealt with. Everyone stand up. The opponent is a cultivator. You guys don't have to be ashamed. I will report this to adopted father, and let him be the judge. The captain guard, along with the 50 armored troops, were relieved. In their hearts, they complimented him for being so wise. He was really worthy of being the best within the generation. They secretly compared Feng Suiyu and Feng Feiyun in their minds, but they could only breath heavily in the end from confusion. One was a peerless hero while the other was an idiot who could only eat and await his own death. It was impossible to compare. All 50 armored guards backed down from the scene. Feng Feiyun sighed at the excellence of Feng Suiyu. This person was very meticulous and talented with his actions and thoughts. He was able to win the people's hearts with 2 simple sentences. Frightening, simply frightening. Feng Feiyun, I heard you were studying military strategies with strategist Go. Have you learned anything? Feng Feiyun originally wanted to turn back to the house, but was stopped by Feng Suiyu. He stopped in his track, turned around, and smiled. The messy strategies of strategist Go, sometimes it is about sieging a castle, sometimes it is about organizing formations, they were all child's play. I was not interested. Boring. Brother, if you are interested, why don't you come together to hear that old man's nagging? Feng Suiyu already heard the news. He knew that Feng Feiyun's strength was formidable and took off Boss Wu's arm. His real self was not how it seems on the surface. Could he have been fooling me all these years? This kid was keeping a low profile. There were thousands of thoughts in Feng Suiyu's heart, but his face did not show it. He laughed. This is for the line below. Ancient China believed people think with their hearts, not brains. 18 kinds of war, 36 different ways to siege, 72 ways to defend. I had understood them all since 7 years ago and could familiarly recite them. Simple reasonings on paper to me is no longer important. Feiyun, you are now in the primary stage of learning the art of war. After 8 or 10 years, you could reach my height. You need to keep trying your best. This guy was so arrogant. Big brother is really talented. I can't help but to admire. Feng Feiyun let out a yawn, and smiled. I can't anymore, have to go back to sleep. With that, Feiyun turned around and left. The smile on Feng Suiyu's face slowly disappeared. He watched Feng Feiyun's back as he was leaving and his expression became cold and distant. Young master, is this kid, Feng Feiyun, really a waste of a human being or is he pretending to be waste? A servant behind him asked. Feng Suiyu said. In front of me, it is all the same. On the art of war, he couldn't catch up to me even after 10 years of learning. He is only at the early stage of the spirit realm, while I am at the peak of the spirit realm. Even if I let him make 10 moves first, he still wouldn't be my opponent. The difference between early and peak spirit realm was 10 times in power. They were not on the same level of existence, so. Even though Feng Suiyu knew that Feng Feiyun was cultivating, he did not care. To go from the early to peak stage of the spirit realm was not something that could be done overnight. Even with his amazing talent, it still took him 3 years. It wasn't a certain thing for ordinary people either, even with 10 years. He did not believe that Feng Feiyun's talents were higher than his. An idiot wants to rise again. I will certainly, once again, suppress you, never allowing you to lift your head again. The faint smile on Feng Suiyu's face was natural as if he was strategizing about something. He wasn't only a cultivation genius, but also a wise man. Young master, the governor called for you. There is an event he wishes to discuss. A maid bowed her head. Feng Suiyu furrowed his brows, wondering why his foster father was calling for him so late. Maybe something big had happened. Slam. Feng Feiyun closed the door and spread out his right palm. The faint picture of the ancient boat had become more pale as if it was completely integrating into the flesh. This spirit boat suppressed the spirit blood seed's medicinal power at a critical moment. If not for it, I'm afraid I would have exploded to death. But now, I have successfully broken through to the intermediate stage of the spirit realm. The potency of the spirit blood seed, by itself, would not have been directly responsible for my breakthrough, so it had to be the spirit vessel's effect. The powers of a holy saint treasure cannot be speculated using common sense. With the spirit blood seed's potency by itself, Feng Feiyun would have needed at least 1 month to break through to the intermediate stage, but because the spirit vessel increased the effect of the spirit blood seed, it made it possible for him to break through in just 1 night. If Feng Suiyu was to know about this, he probably would be frightened to unconsciousness. The intermediate stage could not be compared to the early stage. The difference between the two was like the heavens and earth. The difference in thickness of the spirit energy was many folds greater. The spirit energy in Feng Feiyun's meridians was mighty. His dantian rotation speed throughout his body was great, as if it was a spirit river flowing without breaks. Now, if Feiyun and Boss Wu were to fight again, he would not need to use his saber. A slap would be sufficient to break every bone in Boss Wu's body. Even though I broke through to the intermediate stage, my second level of the blood purification process did not reach grand completion. The second level of blood purification required the blood in the entire body to turn into a dark color, bowling inside his vessels, but the blood in Feiyun's body was only a crimson red. He still had a long way to go to reach a complete black like ink color. Even if I break through to the peak of the spirit realm, I'm afraid my blood would still not be black like ink. The immortal phoenix physique is not of an ordinary difficulty. Feng Feiyun pointed his finger and a light came out from the tip, causing a candle to go out from 5 steps away. The whole room became dark. After a busy day, Feiyun was exhausted mentally and physically. He wanted a good rest in bed for 1 night because tomorrow, he had to learn military strategies with strategist Go. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked on. A maid outside yelled loudly. "Young Master Feng, the governor called for you to deliberate an important event." His bed was not yet warm, yet he had to struggle to get up. A trace of doubt surfaced in his heart. It was so late at night, what else had happened? Plus, even if something big had happened, Feng Wanping would discuss it with Feng Suiyu. This was the first time he called for Feng Feiyun. Chapter 13, Hidden Dragon War and Military Strategy Iron Council. The lobby of the governor's mansion was 12 meters wide. There were 8 tall pillars around the room. In the middle was a golden eagle statue, mightily breathtaking, like a divine bird looking down on the common people. Every time there were guests in the lobby, their spirits were shaken by an invisible force of oppression. They would become too afraid to even breathe too heavily. Feng Wanping was holding a jade scroll around 3 feet long and then slowly rolled it back up. This letter, he had read 3 times, and he also smiled 3 times, as if it was such a good event that even someone as stern as him couldn't help but smile. Besides Feng Wanping, strategist Gu and housekeeper Lu were also present and sat on both sides. Their ages were similar, both with gray hair and wrinkled faces. However, they were both not ordinary characters. They could single-handedly rule one direction. Strategist Gu, with a fan made out of feathers in his hand, glared at the jade scroll, seemed to have guessed a lot of things, and spoke. "Governor, is this a piece of news from the southern main house?" The jade scroll in Feng Wanping's hand was named the Flying Jade Scroll. It could travel 100,000 miles in 1 day. It was a real spirit treasure. The Flying Jade Scroll came to Spirit State City, which meant the news came from the grand southern city of the Feng clan. Strategist Gu and housekeeper Lu were not outsiders. They had followed Wanping for more than a decade and thus, Wanping never hid anything from them. He smiled and said, "The next hidden dragon war of our clan that occurs once every 20 years is happening soon." Strategist Ge's eyes squinted, and ecstatically said, "How long?" 3 months later, the beginning date of the autumn season. Purple Mist Prefectural City, hidden dragons pierce the sky. Feng Wanping read the contents of the Flying Jade Scroll. The significance of the Hidden Dragon War of the Feng clan was known throughout the world. Anyone that performed remarkably in the Hidden Dragon War would surely thrive in the future. The Feng clan was a huge clan. Children of the clan numbered in the tens of millions. They were divided into many different branches. Every branch all had countless young geniuses. Like Feng Wanping, who ruled over Spirit State City and was in charge of millions of people in many thousand miles, he was a tyrant in this direction. But he was only a 4th-generation descendant from a Feng branch clan. He was not comparable to a true member of the Feng main clan. The Feng clan's 4th generation, if not 10,000, then it would be at least 8,000 members in size. There were many talented people and they all ruled over multiple ancient cities, or county towns, the military barracks, or the government. Their people and influence scattered across the whole world. Every 20 years, the Feng clan would have a selection to judge the potential of their younger generations. They would select the most transcendent talents and focus on cultivating them. This was the purpose of the Hidden Dragon War. Hidden dragons leave the sea, hurricanes ravage 10,000 miles. After 3 months would be the date of the Hidden Dragon War. All the younger generations of the Feng clan would have to participate in this event. Those who could show all of their talents would be the next leaders in their generation. In the future, they could even be nominated for the patriarch position. The main house of the Feng clan was located in the Grand Southern City. It was also one of the strongest clans in the city. Grand Southern City was one of the 8 biggest cities of the Jin dynasty, located to the south. Grand Southern City had vast territories and a large population. It had 26 counties, each county had countless ancient cities, and under the cities were the small towns. Spirit State City was only one out of 124 ancient cities, under the Bailing County. The Feng clan was one of the 3 strongest clans in the Grand Southern City. Thus, it was clear how powerful it was. Feng Wanping laughed loudly. 20 years ago, I participated in the Hidden Dragon War with high spirits. I went through dozens of checkpoints and defeated hundreds of opponents. Afterwards, an elder took notice of my talents and groomed me into the position of governor, ruling one direction. Strategist Gu asked, "What was your ranking in the last war 20 years ago?" "I was the 18th. Feng Wanping's heart was proud when he recalled the feat and couldn't help but heroically laugh. Placing 18th at the last Hidden Dragon War was indeed an achievement worthy of arrogance. Strategist Gu was an advisor under the Feng clan. He naturally understood the event from 20 years ago, and said, 20 years ago, during the Hidden Dragon War, there were 9,438 people within the 4th generation's main branch, while the side branches had a total of 70,000 people. To defeat so many people and reaching the position of 18, you must have been remarkable during that year." Strategist Ge's words were not flattery. After all, Feng Wanping was still a formidable expert even now. He was still renowned within the 4th generation and had some influence. Physical strength determined one's power. Feng Wanping said. 20 years have passed, the 5th generation of the Feng clan has become even more prosperous. According to the statistics from the message, the main branch has 30,000 people, which is a surprise, because some of them are absolutely brilliant geniuses. Some could even defeat the experts of the last generation. A lot of people predict that this 5th generation of the Feng clan will be the rise of a new golden generation for our Feng clan. A heaven-shattering genius could appear at any time, and he would make the elders become crazily ecstatic. Strategist Gu nodded and responded in a serious manner. If this is the case, then it is difficult to be within the top rankings. But with the cultivation of the oldest young master, breaking into the 200s should not be a problem. Feng Wanping smiled and shook his head. The boy Feng Suiyu's talents are extremely high. I have high confidence in him. His ranking will not just be in the 200s. If he participates in the branch selection war, there will be a big chance of him standing out. Because Feng Suiyu was only an adopted child, he could only join the branch war of the Feng clan. However, as long as he performed well, he could still join the war with the direct clan afterward. Feng Wanping changed his expression and lamented. I, Feng Wanping, was a hero my whole life, but I gave birth to a useless son. If Feng Feiyun, this darn kid, was equal to 1/10 of Suiyu, I would still be satisfied. Strategist Gu said. Recently, I have been exchanging with young Master Feng a lot. Although he was a bit cynical and distracted, he is not without merit. Some of his understandings with the art of war is very unique, sometimes his ideas greatly impress me. Are these words the truth? Feng Wanping asked. Strategist Gu answered. My opinion is, young Master Feng is indeed capable of becoming a talented person. Even though he cannot cultivate, if he could learn the art of war, he could join the military in the future and his achievements would not be little. Housekeeper Lu, who had been keeping quiet this whole time, finally opened his mouth with an emotional expression. Governor, a prodigal son who learned to turn back is worth more than gold. I think during this Hidden Dragon War, we can let the young master participate in the Military Strategy Iron Council. Military Strategy Iron Council. Feng Wanping's expression became frozen as if he was contemplating something. In the Jin dynasty, if one wanted to succeed and become renowned, surpassing everyone else, then he couldn't stop his cultivation to become a formidable expert. However, not everyone had the talent to cultivate. And without cultivation talents, one could only learn military strategies to become an educated man, a strategist, or a chief of staff. If one's art of war and resourcefulness was great, then he could still be a person on top of tens of thousands, sitting in an esteemed guest position for many major clans and immortal sections. The military strategy Iron Council and the Hidden Dragon War were both ways for the Feng clan to select outstanding young talents, one for fighting, and the other for brains. One literature, one martial arts. If one could show his mental capabilities and high level of understanding of the art of war, then he would still be heavily groomed by the Feng clan. The military strategy Iron Council test is not easy. Many young geniuses that participate in the Hidden Dragon War take part in this literature test to debate militaristic arts. Placing first is harder than flying to the heavens. This child Fei Yun. He only started his studies for a few days, plus he is very timid. What if he will act like a fool at the event? Sigh. To see so many young geniuses, maybe he would be frightened to the point of non-stop shaking, unable to even speak. Feng Wanping couldn't stop lamenting. Even though he wanted Feng Feiyun to take one step to the sky and become successful, he also knew that with Feiyun's virtues, he would rather let him not go than for him to lose face at the event. There would be less shame this way. At this time, Feng Suiyu entered from the front door. He bowed his head to Feng Wanping, and then respectfully greeted housekeeper Lu and strategist Go. He straightened his posture, and said, "Foster father is right, Feiyun is not familiar with the major aspects of society, so if he was to participate in the military strategy Iron Council, he would be scared silly and cause a scene. Your reputation and our clan's reputation would be ruined in his hands." His words made the other people sad. Even though the words were ugly, but they were on point and everyone here knew of Feiyun's virtues and character. Maybe Feiyun is indeed too timid. Even housekeeper Lu sighed repeatedly. Thump thump. Feng Feiyun was wearing wooden slippers, and came in while yawning. He stood next to Feng Suiyu, and bowed toward Feng Wanping, housekeeper Lu, and strategist Go, then said, "Father, I want to participate in the military strategy Iron Council." Feng Feiyun had heard everyone's discussion when he was outside. If one wanted to be known for his abilities, then he had to take the first step and show them. With a smile on his face, Feng Suiyu said, "Feiyun, the military strategy Iron Council is not a joke, you need to understand this." "Haha. Brother, I admit that I have not read that many books, but you cannot underestimate me. Simple reasonings on paper, anyone could do those." Feng Feiyun smiled. Feng Suiyu was unhappy, and said, "Are you saying that I can only reason theoretically on paper?" "Well, that is a fact." Feng Feiyun still smiling. "Brother, you seem dissatisfied, have you ever been in the military?" Feng Suiyu had never even stepped inside a barrack. Of course he had never been in the military. He was speechless at the moment. "Brother, it looks like you are really not convinced, eh?" Seeing Suiyu's rare beaten look, Feiyun's heart was quite happy. Suiyu's face muscles twitched twice, and then he stiffly smiled. "Feiyun, you are still too young, even just reasonings on paper, you are still lacking. Reasonings on paper is to use less to defeat more, using strength to defeat the weak, to use real weapons and summon the troops, to kill the enemies, wiping them out to the last man." Although young, Feng Feiyun right now was spirited while pointing out a country's military potential. "Allow me to summon the troops." Everyone was confused. Spirit State City was located in the hinterland of the Jin dynasty. There was no external enemy nor internal conflict. It had been many years since the last time the troops were summoned. What was the point of talking about troop deployments right now? Feng Suiyu was also confused, he didn't know what Feiyun was trying to say or what. His next step was. Feng Wanping, strategist Go, and housekeeper Lu were also frozen. Was this little boy crazy? Feng Feiyun got down on one knee and with a serious expression, he loudly said, "Spirit State City has many thieves rampaging about. Their leader abused his power and the people refer to him as San Yi. This person sells slaves, participates in human life gambling, forces women into prostitution, and organizes a gang with a few thousand members to oppress the townspeople. He is the cancer of Spirit State City. Feng Feiyun here urges the governor to give me 3,000 troops. I will, in one night, capture all the evil crooks, not even one man will remain standing. I beg the governor to give me 3,000 troops. I will mop up the culprits, behead the thieves, and purify Spirit State City. I will fight for the sake of the people's hearts. Chapter 14, Heaven Restoration Evil Eyes. Feng Wanping's heart was shocked. There were simply no words to describe this feeling. Was this the ignorant Fei Yun? No, absolutely not. This boldness wouldn't necessarily be apparent even in the most battle-hardened veterans. A 14-year-old boy wanting a military order to command the troops, even the courageous Feng Suiyu wouldn't have the guts to do so. The word military order here has the connotation that the commander will be taking responsibility for failures, usually resulting in death as the punishment. The others were even more stunned. This was an unbelievable event. Even though Spirit State City was in the hinterland, away from the borders, it also had 10 military encampments which totaled at 10,000 city guards. All of them were well equipped with armor, riding strong horses and tigers, spears in their hands, and were invincible in all battles. Although the city guards couldn't compare with the brilliant official military, the soldiers were all brave and could fight 1 versus 3. Nonsense, Fei Yun, you are too young and too insensible. The city guards can't be arbitrarily summoned. Feng Suiyu laughed out loud, bowed and said. Foster father, Fei Yun is still too young and frivolous, not knowing right from wrong. If 3,000 city guards were under his hands, it would be handling the situation too lightly. Feng Wanping naturally knew about San Yi. This person's cultivation was not below his own. Unless it was the last resort, Wanping didn't want to make this man his enemy. After all, they were both cultivators. If it was really a fight to the bitter end, then maybe half of Spirit State City would be destroyed in the process. This was not the situation Wanping wanted to see. However, he had never seen this side of his son, such seriousness and high morale. Was it finally the time for the boy to rise? As long as the will to fight was there, the future would be bright. Feng Fei Yun saw Wanping's dignified expression in contemplation. He understood his hesitation, so he said, I have a full grasp of my victory. I am sure to bring down the Eagle Claw gang, not letting even one person slip through the net. Feng Suiyu presumptuously scowled. Feng Fei Yun, there is a lot at stake here. How can we rush to give you the city guards just based on your words alone? Feng Suiyu did not want Fei Yun to be in the limelight. If he couldn't destroy the gang, then it would be good fortune. However, if he could actually exterminate the Eagle Claw gang, then Fei Yun would certainly have a newfound fame in war and become Spirit State City's new star figure. Even the main Feng house would notice him. Feng Suiyu would definitely not allow for the salted fish to stand up from failure. 1. Akin to a koi fish becoming a dragon, a reversal of fortune. Feng Wanping thought for a moment, then suddenly stood up and said. Sen Yi is not an easy opponent. This person's cultivation had reached the intermediate stage of immortal foundation. He also practices the Heaven Restoration Evil Eyes technique, and has a quasi-spirit treasure. He can split a mountain in one strike and reform the geography. Even 1,000 city guards would be killed to the last man. Fei Yun, you have to know, even though the army is powerful, but against some people, just the quantity alone isn't enough to kill them. Naturally I understand this, so I want to invite housekeeper Lu to come with me to the Blood Eagle Mansion. Feng Fei Yun confidently said. The Blood Eagle Mansion is the place where Sen Yi lives. Anyone who had stepped inside had never come out alive. Feng Suiyu's expression changed. He thought that Fei Yun was arrogant to the extreme. Anyone without great courage would never dare to break into the Blood Eagle Mansion. To invade the Blood Eagle Mansion was to court death. Housekeeper Lu suddenly opened his bright eyes. 2 bright lights radiated from them and said, If young master is so bold, then even I will go with young master, even if my life was on the line. The old man's heart was very excited. His master has such courage, rare, so rare to see. Who dared to say that his master was timid? Was this courage still considered small? Feng Wanping's heart had a great shock. He had decided to let Feng Fei Yun go. As long as his son could become someone great, then even if the entirety of Spirit State City comes to ruin, it would still be worth it. I will give you 5,000 city guards. I will personally stand on the tower to watch the battle. If you can destroy the Eagle Hawk gang, I will give you permission to participate in the Military Strategy Iron Council 3 months later. However, if you and the entire troops are annihilated, I will not attempt to save you. You and the entire army will be dead and buried together. Feng Wanping said. I obey your command. Feng Feiyun was ecstatic, and broke out laughing. Within a month, I will have the entire Blood Eagle mansion razed to the ground. Feng Feiyun took the 5 military orders from the hands of Feng Wanping. He gripped them tightly, then turned around and left. After Feng Feiyun had left the lobby, Feng Suiyu, as if awoken from a daze, quickly kneeled to the ground and said, Foster father, this is too childish. Senye's cultivation is frightening. The Eagle Hawk gang also has several thousand members. To leave 5,000 city guards lives in Feiyun's hands. I'm certain that there will not be that many left. More so, after the city guards and the gang start the battle, there will be dead bodies all over Spirit State City, ruins everywhere. I can't imagine the consequences. I beg Foster Father to rethink this matter. Feng Wanping, without hurry or hesitation, calmly said. Suiyu, I heard that you have been close with Sanyi and his people. In the next few days, don't leave the mansion, calm your mind and practice the vigorous gale method, in preparation for the Hidden Dragon War 3 months later. Hearing these words, Suiyu's heart jumped. This was Foster Father's warning to him. It seemed that nothing was hidden from him in Spirit State City. Feng Suiyu closed his mouth and didn't say half a word after. The reason why Feng Feiyun wanted to deal with Sanyi was not because of justice. He essentially was not a moralistic and righteous person. Plus, he and Sanyi didn't have any hatred. There was no need to do this heavy task, but he had to because there was a plan in his mind. It was already late at night. The servants were in deep sleep at the governor's mansion. The surroundings seemed quiet. Holding the 5 military orders, Feng Feiyun didn't return to his room but to the library. He opened the main door and ignited the night candles. The Heaven Restoration Evil Eyes was one of the 12 grand evil techniques of Senluo Temple. When cultivated to the minor completion level, one could see an ant fighting from 100 miles away, or if there was water on a fly. Within 100 steps, a glare could kill a man, his soul would be shattered, and he would become a vegetable. Feng Feiyun closed the ancient book in his hand and mumbled. Senye's cultivation is from the Heaven Restoration Evil Eyes, plus it is certain that he had obtained minor completion. This is also a method from the Senluo Temple. His origin must not be simple. He also has a quasi-spirit treasure. This is an unbelievable weapon. I must obtain it. Feiyun had the Crimson Dragon Saber. It was once a spirit weapon, but it was broken and its aura had almost been depleted. It could only be regarded as a top magic weapon and couldn't be compared to a quasi-spirit weapon. The so-called quasi-spirit weapon, the vessel itself has the same material and spiritual control as a spirit weapon, but the weapon's spirit itself was not sentient. A spirit material would need many hundreds of years to form its own sentient spirit, outside of some extremely exceptional materials. The birth of a spiritual treasure was very difficult. Even the main Feng clan, which was so powerful for more than 1,000 years, only had 3 spirit treasures. Each was considered to be a clan heirloom as well as its protectors. A spirit weapon, when activated, would be able to destroy a city like Spirit State from 1,000 miles away. The 3 spirit treasures were considered the invincible ace cards of the Feng clan. As long as they activate any of the 3, they could repress any trouble. As long as the 3 spirit treasures remained in the Feng clan's possession, it would remain the overlord of Grand Southern City. Even though a quasi-spirit treasure was many times weaker than a spirit treasure, it couldn't be underestimated. In the end, it still had the same body and material, only lacking the consciousness of the spirit. Feng Feiyun wanted to make a move on Senyi so that he could get the quasi-spirit treasure from his hands. Senyi has a quasi-spirit treasure, and I have, in my hands, a shattered spirit treasure, the Crimson Dragon Saber. It still has a strand of spirit consciousness and spirit energy. If I could extract this remaining spirit and then insert it into a quasi-spirit treasure, then I am 90% certain of creating a complete spirit treasure. A complete spirit treasure. Haha. Your mother, I am so talented. A spirit treasure is capable of burning the sky and boiling the sea. If I could get a hold of one, killing an immortal Foundation expert would not be impossible. When he had obtained the Crimson Dragon Saber, Feng Feiyun harbored this thought, so the moment when he found out that Senyi had a quasi-spirit treasure, he decided to take care of Senyi. This matter of killing and raiding for treasure would not give a good reputation. This was more like the young master killing evil for the people. 2. Basically saying that he doesn't want to treat this as benefiting himself, but helping the people of the city. Quasi-spirit treasures were already rare, but broken spirit treasures with a strand of spirit consciousness remnant was even rarer, even among 1,000 spirit treasures. Feng Feiyun was truly lucky to encounter it, on top of buying it for only 3,000 gold coins. Other people, even if they were to come upon a broken spirit treasure, wouldn't be able to extract the residual spirits inside because the spirit itself belonged to that particular spirit treasure. Even an expert with a heaven-shattering cultivation wouldn't be able to do the separation. However, a holy saint treasure was capable. A holy saint treasure was above all spirit treasures. All spirits must be subservient to the Holy Spirit. It was like the king and his subjects, the king's words, the subjects could only obey. The spirit vessel, it was a holy saint treasure. Although Feng Feiyun could not control the spirit boat, he could use its prestigious aura from its holy spirit to extract the soul from the broken spirit treasure. So in the whole world, only Feng Feiyun had the capability to turn a quasi-spirit treasure into a complete spirit treasure, to combine a broken spirit treasure and a quasi-spirit treasure into a real one. To be the master of a spirit treasure, this thought would drive people crazy. Now, Feiyun could only wait until Sanye's death, then take the quasi-treasure from his hand. This would be the most difficult task. Chapter 15, Mysterious Guest. To deal with Sanye was not an easy task. To rely on the city guards and Feng Feiyun alone would never be successful, so the next morning, Feng Feiyun left the mansion to find a powerful ally. The tall and ancient Ingo ward slowly appeared in front of his eyes. Today, the atmosphere of the Ingo ward was formal and solemn. There were armored guards on both sides of the statue at the front door. 8 men to the left, 8 men to the right, all with cold steel lance in their hands. Their black skins were like metal, their eyes beamed killing intent no different from 2 packs of wild beasts. Feng Feiyun stood outside the front gate, his eyes were slightly alarmed. He could clearly feel the powerful presence of the 16 armored guards like an impregnable fortress made out of 16 steel pillars. These 16 god slayers blocked the door, no one dared to step inside the Ingo ward, not even one step. Really worthy of the Ingo ward's reputation. If these 16 heavenly armored guards were to fight together, then their battle power would be extremely formidable, comparable to a strong army. Feng Feiyun felt that he had come to the right place. No one was weak within the 16 armored guards, their bodies gave off an invisible energy, any mosquitoes flying in the air would instantly be crushed. This was Feng Feiyun's first time seeing these 16 guards. It was apparent that they had just arrived in Spirit State City today. With the 16 heavenly guards protecting the Ingo ward, even brave souls would only stand far away and watch. Today, the Ingo ward was a bit deserted, the inside was strangely empty and cold. Early in the morning, white mist was still filling the streets. Feng Feiyun slowly walked out of the white mists. Ha! Young Master Feng, the Ingo ward is not welcoming guests today, please come back at a later time. Manager Zheng Donglio saw Feng Feiyun coming from afar. Feng Feiyun clapped his hands and smiled. Today, I have a big proposition. Do you not want to conduct business, Manager Zheng? Zheng Donglio sighed. Of course I want to do business, but today, I have a distinguished guest, with them here, I can't do any business even if I wanted to. Feng Feiyun glanced at the 16 armored guards and nodded his head. It seems like the Ingo ward really can't have guests today. The 16 armored guards were meant to escort the esteemed guest. Who could be worthy of such a formal reception from Manager Zheng? Then tomorrow, I will visit again. Although Feng Feiyun was disappointed, he didn't want to make it difficult. Young Master Feng, please wait 1 minute. Zheng Donglio was standing inside the main door of the Ingo ward. His body slightly bowed forward, seeming to be listening to someone speak, in a respectful manner. Feng Feiyun stopped, his curiosity was piqued. Zheng Donglio, as the manager of the Ingo ward, his position in Spirit State City could not be underestimated. Even Sanye or Feng Wanping, the 2 dominant rulers, would only be on equal footing with the manager. Ultimately, the Ingo clan was behind Zheng Donglio, no one dared to offend such a monster. The identity of the guest must not be simple to make Zheng Donglio act so respectfully. Zheng Donglio was still bowing, and then he nodded. A while later, he stood up straight, turned his gaze towards Feng Feiyun and smiled. Young Master Feng, my words earlier were mistaken. A businessman should always value business as the first priority. It seemed like the esteemed guest had said something to him, causing his change of heart. However, the esteemed guest's abilities must be great. Even with Feng Feiyun's current cultivation, he couldn't hear what the guest had said to Zheng Dongliu. Feng Feiyun's sleeve slightly fluttered with the direction of the wind, and he smiled. My business is absolutely lucrative, earning full pots and full scoops. The important thing is if Manager Zheng is daring enough. There is no business in the world that the Ingo ward wouldn't dare to do. Zheng Dongliu confidently beat his chest and said, Young Master Feng, let us go inside to the inner chamber and talk. Feng Feiyun calmly walked in between the 16 armored guards in an indifferent manner, as if he couldn't feel their killing auras. He entered the Ingo ward's inner chamber under the guidance of Manager Zheng. This wasn't Feng Feiyun's first time to the inner chamber of the Ingo ward. It was particularly quiet here, not even a servant was around. Manager Zheng personally escorted the genuinely important guests himself to this place. Feng Feiyun was now one of those esteemed guests. Feng Feiyun sat on an ebony chair to the left side. Holding a jade cup, his eyes inadvertently, or purposely, glanced at the surrounding area. It seemed that there were no major changes compared to a few days ago. On the wall was an ancient nature painting, below the painting was a back door, and the door's curtain had been put down. There seemed to be a person sitting behind the curtain, but there was not a trace of life, as if it was just a statue. This was the true esteemed guest, even Zheng Dongliu had to be respectful to this person. When Feng Feiyun's eyes focused on the person behind the curtain, an enormous coercive pressure, heavy like a mountain, appeared before him. This was an invisible pressure from the guest, with an overwhelming divinity. Bang! Within his body, his organs and bones were startled and shoved. It made a strange cracking noise, as if everything was crushed. This was just an invisible energy, but it was strong enough to completely crush Feiyun without any chance to defend. Was it because he looked at the person once and that made them angry, wanting to kill Feiyun? Anyone who was powerful would have an unusual temper. This old expert's temper was too weird. The cultivation of the guest was too high, so it made Feng Feiyun naturally think that he was an old expert. Feng Feiyun practiced the immortal phoenix physique. His body was many times stronger compared to other intermediate spirit realm cultivators, but right now, his blood was boiling, his vessels were about to burst open. If he was a normal person, he would have been squeezed into a pool of muddy blood. Bang! The shadow of the spirit vessel in Feng Feiyun's right palm started to rotate rapidly. An even more powerful aura came out of the boat, and shot towards the outside. Boom! The pressure of the whole space suddenly disappeared without a trace, as if the rough sea had suddenly calmed down. Behind the curtain came a light sound, and afterward, the silence was restored. With the pressure gone, Feng Feiyun felt that he was just in an intense battle. His robe was soaked in cold sweat. If the spirit boat didn't help, maybe he would have been gravely injured by the pressure. There were too many masters in this world. Zheng Dongliu sat on the opposite side, his face still contained a smile. It was clear that he didn't notice any pressure, and didn't know that Feiyun and the esteemed guest already had one round of battle. This Zheng has already seen that young Master Feng is a person who does great things. How big will this business be? Zheng Dongliu smilingly said. Feng Feiyun took a deep breath, converged his mind and stopped looking at the curtain, then smiled. Murdering business, I'm not sure if the Ingo ward is up for it. After the words were said, the smile on Zheng Dongliu immediately froze. He thought for a moment, then dignifiedly said. Murdering business always has a big risk, ah. Big risk? Feng Feiyun replied. How big? Zheng Dongliu further inquired. One Blood Eagle Mansion. Feng Feiyun firmly fixed his gaze on Zheng Dongliu's eyes. Zheng Dongliu took a big breath, his eyes were filled with surprise and panic, then said. You want to kill Sen Yi? Not only San Yi, but the entire Eagle Claw gang. Feng Feiyun suddenly stood up and said. I've already gotten a military order from the governor. Within 1 month, I will lead 5,000 city guards to raise the Blood Eagle Mansion, slay San Yi, and destroy the Eagle Claw gang. 5,000 city guards can destroy the Eagle Claw gang, but they can't kill San Yi. Zheng Dongliu said. Feng Feiyun smiled. I naturally cannot kill San Yi, but the Ingo ward has so many masters. If you want to kill an intermediate immortal foundation cultivator like San Yi, perhaps difficult, but it is absolutely not impossible. As long as the Go Ward dispatches some experts to kill San Yi, then the wealth accumulated by the Eagle Claw gang will all belong to the Go Ward. I will not even take a coin. This business is definitely lucrative. Does manager Zheng dare to partake? Feng Feiyun, again, pressed the question. Each year, the Eagle Claw gang gathered more than 50,000 gold coins. After a decade, this accumulation was definitely a huge number. It would be strange if Zheng Dongliu wasn't tempted. But to kill an intermediate Immortal Foundation expert, he would have to mobilize a large number of experts. This big business could not be conducted just by Zheng Dongliu's command. Feng Feiyun noticed that the expression on Zheng Dongliu's face kept on changing. He knew the manager was tempted. He did not care about the money gathered by the Eagle Claw gang, he only wanted the quasi-spiritual treasure from Sen Ye's hand. Zheng Dongliu rose up from his chair and went toward the curtain. He kneeled down to the floor and bowed his head. Master, how do you see this? Chapter 16, Birthday Party. Feiyun's eyes, once again, were projected towards the curtain. Zheng Dongliu called this person master. Maybe this person was someone from the upper echelons of the Go clan. If the other party was really a higher-ranking member of the Go clan, then even if Feng Wanping was here, he would have to kneel down in front of this person. After all, the Go clan was one rank higher than the Feng clan. The person behind the curtain stood up, their lips seemed to gently move a little, no sound came out. Then, they sat back down again. Voice transmission. This person gathered the sound waves into a sound transmission and directed it into Zheng Dongliu's ears. This person's cultivation greatly exceeded Feiyun's expectation, definitely a master, maybe higher than both Feng Wanping and San Yi. Zheng Dongliu nodded, then turned towards Feng Feiyun and smiled. My master said that young Master Feng is too young and is afraid that you won't be able to control thousands of people fighting without much confidence in you. Unless you can prove that you have enough courage, charisma, and intelligence, otherwise, this money-losing business, the Go Ward will surely not do. Feng Feiyun smiled. How does your master want me to prove it? Zheng Dongliu nodded. If you can answer 3 questions for my master will personally kill Sen Yi. If master was to personally make a move, Sen Ye's death is certain. Feng Feiyun's eyes lingered in the air and smiled. Senior has such rhetoric, it seems like your abilities are formidable. Please start your questions. The person had an unparalleled cultivation, exceptional aura, and powerful mind and spirit. Feng Feiyun assumed that it was an old expert that had been cultivating for more than 100 years. Their hair must be white, otherwise, it would be impossible to reach the ancient well without waves state. 1. Meaning that the expert wasn't fazed by anything, always calm like the water surface in a well. Of course, this was just a speculation from Feng Feiyun. The guest's real age, he had no way of seeing through at the moment. The wind caused the curtain to slightly move. A voice resonated from within. The silhouette behind the curtain became even more ethereal, others wouldn't be able to see her clearly or determine her age. She wore a white spotless robe made from woven silk chiffon, delicate and elegant. She held a red lute in their hand but wasn't playing it. This was an elegant old woman, Feiyun thought this in his mind. Their voice was very hoarse, like the desert wind, dry and harsh. The first question, Eagle Claw gang members are separated throughout Spirit State City. To destroy it completely, they must all be in the same place. How will you gather a few thousand gang members together? This voice sounded like an old woman around the age of 80, there was a sense of maturity within the deep voice. However, Feiyun concluded that this is not her real voice, it was changed by a special method. The other side did not want him to know her identity. In 8 more days, will be the birthday of San Yi. Then, the entirety of the Eagle Claw gang will be there, it would be the opportune time to catch them all. She nodded, and continued. Second question, the gang members numbered more than 4,000. Even if they are disorganized, to kill them all, you would have to pay a heavy price. Have you taken into account the future casualties of the city guards? Feng Feiyun smiled. Of course, I have calculated it. If I were to take command, then the casualties would not exceed 100 people. Would not exceed 100. Zheng Dongliu interjected. Even under the command of the 18 dukes of the Jin dynasty, the casualties wouldn't be just 100. Young Master Feng shouldn't boast in front of my master's presence. Feng Feiyun replied. This Feng has never boasted before, if Manager Jing doesn't trust me, you can come with me." 8 days later, to the Blood Eagle Mansion. Jing Donglio furrowed his brows. With the exception of the Eagle Hawk members, no one has ever stepped inside Blood Eagle Mansion and made it out alive. In order to deal with the Eagle Hawk gang, I have to embark into the Blood Eagle Mansion once. Feng Feiyun arched his body. The clear words gave the impression of a tremendous amount of confidence. A long silence. Behind the curtain came a gentle applause. She smiled and said, "I never thought that, in the small spirit state city, I would encounter such a bold boy. What is your name?" Feng Feiyun was ecstatic in his heart and said, "This is your third question." "Correct." Her voice was still old and hoarse. "Surname Feng, given name Feiyun," she said. "Feng Feiyun, it seems like the descendants of the Feng clan are indeed talented. This name, I will remember. You are still young and have promising talents. You should not be buried in this small spirit state city. You need to go out to see the wider world." Feng Feiyun replied, "I believe that day will not be far from now. This will conclude our business, not for anything else, but for the 3 words Feng Feiyun, the Go Ward will kill Senyi for you. We want the wealth of the Blood Eagle Mansion, not a coin less." She continued, "This is the deal. After 8 days, there will be blood in Spirit State City." After the business was settled, Feng Feiyun bought 3 more blood spirit seeds before leaving to return to the mansion. His heart felt a lot more emboldened. With the Go Ward tied to his chariot, this move that Feng Feiyun had decided to use against Senyi had been completed. However, that old woman never came out. He was feeling very curious. What was her status? When Feng Feiyun had left, the curtain was gently put to the side. A white jade hand stretched out. It was as if the hand was made out of ice, like a flawless blue lotus, blooming on the lake. Jing Donglio saw the white hand moving outside. He quickly kneeled down on the ground and buried his head fiercely, nearly touching the floor. Like a faithful hound seeing his owner. This girl at the Go clan had an extremely high position. He didn't dare to neglect his manners. "Butterflyer, butterflyer, follow him." 2. Or here is an endearing suffix to add to a name. Xiao Yu Air is an example, except air was actually part of her name. In her jade-like palm, many large white clouds appeared. Clouds of fog shrouded the surroundings and they turned into a white crystal butterfly. In the beginning, this butterfly was motionless, but it slowly came to life. Its wings started to flap, and from her palm, it flew outside of the Go Ward and chased towards Feng Feiyun. This white crystal butterfly was formed with spirit energy. It had its own sentient thoughts, comparable to a half-spirit beast. "Master, your identity is supreme. For a small person such as Feng Feiyun, why waste 8 days in Spirit State City?" Jing Donglio appeared to be puzzled, and he humbly inquired. The mysterious woman's voice was no longer hoarse, but crisp like an aureole, and said, "That person is not simple. He even withstood 30% of my coercive aura. His cultivation is very strange. This is the first reason. Second, a little intermediate spirit realm cultivator dared to go against an intermediate immortal foundation enemy. I can't help but admire his courage. If he was able to exterminate the Eagle Claw gang, and with casualties not reaching 100, then he surely is a rare talent. I would not hesitate to become friends with him." Jing Donglio said. "If Feng Feiyun could become your friend, then he will be renowned all over the world. Rising in ranks will be just around the corner. Even if he had cultivated during his past 8 lives, it would not warrant such a blessing." 3. This phrase meaning that he had good karma from cultivating in his past life. Cultivation here means being a monk and does good deeds, not actual cultivation. Jing Donglio knew the exact status of this master and how unbelievable it was. Even the current patriarch of the Feng clan would have to bow towards her when they met. The governor Feng Wamping in front of her could only be considered an ant. Her words were enough to mobilize 10 million soldiers. If Feng Feiyun could get her approval, then his future would be almost limitless. However, her eyes are so high, normal people couldn't get into her good grace. Time flew by fast, and 8 days would soon be over. Feng Feiyun had only entered the military encampment of the city guards once. Having met the old woman in the Go Ward, he knew just how lacking his personal cultivation was. In the past few days, he had been using the blood spirit seeds to raise his blood purity. He used a total of 8 blood spirit seeds in the last 8 days. Now, he could withstand the potency of the seeds without having to use the water pressure beneath the pond. His blood became a bit darker, the speed of his blood flow had also improved. These last 8 days, Feng Feiyun had come to the Go ward twice, but he didn't see the mysterious old lady, let alone the 18 heavenly armored guards. Feng Feiyun jumped on top of a crimson tiger, holding the reins, and laughed. "Elder Lu, today we go to a birthday celebration, no need to be so alarmed." Housekeeper Lu was wearing a black robe, but he didn't look comfortable. With a stiff smile he said, "The Blood Eagle Mansion might be the most dangerous place in Spirit State City, but I am not nervous one bit. I am only worried about young master. 8 days had passed out of the 1-month limit, but you haven't made a move." Housekeeper Lu couldn't predict Feng Feiyun's thoughts, he didn't show even a sign of worry. He had obviously vowed to send Senyi to the heavens, but now he is going to Sanya's birthday celebration with great fanfare, so which song was he singing in the end? 4, meaning what the heck is he thinking? Feng Feiyun mysteriously smiled and said, "Maybe I will make a move tonight." Housekeeper Lu didn't believe that he would make a move tonight because the 5,000 city guards were not mobilized. Was he planning to go with 100 servants to kill a few thousand Eagle Claw members? It was simply a joke. These 100 servants were only carrying the birthday gifts, dozens of gift carriages were not something that could be carried by a few people, so Feng Feiyun brought along 100 servants with able bodies to handle them. This was the first time Feng Feiyun was going to Sanya's birthday party, so he was naturally very generous. The birthday gifts included 28 big carriages, each had 4 large metal chests that were filled with gifts not light of weight. The servants were cruelly worked and tired. Feiyun was humming songs while leading this mighty crew to the birthday celebration. Chapter 17, Soul-Suppressing Blood Formation. An ancient white carriage, that was around the corner, entered the street. The wheels grinded against the ancient street made from blue pebbles, creating a repetitive sound. The driver was an old man with a black veiled hat on his head. "Master, the kid Feng Feiyun just left, will he make a move tonight or not?" Jing Donglio lifted a part of his veil, revealing a pair of old eyes. In the ancient carriage came a hoarse voice. "Feng Feiyun has already started." "Has already started?" Jing Donglio seemed quite puzzled and asked. "But the 5,000 city guards are not mobilized, what will he use to combat the Eagle Hawk gang?" "His move is called, during war, never stop deceiving. The 5,000 city guards were only a trick to fool Senyi. The true attack force is the 136 servants pushing the gift carriages. If I am not mistaken, these 136 servants were handpicked from the absolute best of the city guards' elites. They are the sharp knife aiming towards the heart of the Eagle Claw gang." The master responded. 1. A strategy in China. Literal translation would be war never tired deceiving. Jing Donglio was still skeptical and asked. "He wants to use 100 people to kill the entire Eagle Claw gang. Is Feng Feiyun crazy or not?" "He is not crazy at all, the 136 elites are only the vanguard. They serve as a knife to disrupt the Eagle Hawk gang, the other 5,000 city guards would be the real force." Jing Donglio became even more confused and said. "But you just said that the 5,000 city guards were only a trick to confuse Senyi, plus, they are still in the barracks outside of the city, they are simply not mobilized." "Heh, but Spirit State City has a total of 10,000 city guards, where did the other 5,000 guards go?" The master responded. Having heard the remark, Jing Donglio's heart suddenly jumped, and yelled. "Replace the beams with rotten timbers." 2. A strategy from Sun Tzu's 36 stratagems. Come. Feng Feiyun did not let me down. I would like to see if he could give me any more surprises. The master was a highly intelligent woman. Any actions from Feng Feiyun could not delude her eyes. Jing Donglio controlled the ancient white carriage and slowly headed towards the Blood Eagle Mansion. The Blood Eagle Mansion was located to the east of Spirit State City. It was made from piling up blue boulders, like a huge castle. The 30-feet-tall walls had towers and battle stations, just like an impregnable fortress. The defense was formidable. If Feng Feiyun actually led 5,000 city guards to attack the Blood Eagle Mansion, he most likely wouldn't make it through the door before his entire troops were annihilated. Now, the sun had set in the West Mountains. The sunset was like a crimson flower on top of the peak outside of the city, illuminating the few last sun rays. Feng Feiyun jumped down from the Crimson Tiger's back and landed firmly on the ground. He squinted his eyes towards the front gate. The blood in his eyes started to flow, like many small rivers. Gently inhaling the air, one could smell a pungent stench of blood. The thick walls were engraved with 99 skeletons, each of them were hideous. If it was night time, this place would turn into a ghost castle, simply frightening. Feng Feiyun took out 2 fingers and gestured in the air. His eyes became more focused, and mumbled. Clearly, this is the soul-suppressing blood formation. San Yi is, indeed, truly capable. As soon as the words left his mouth, a group of giant red eagles flew out from the Blood Eagle mansion. With feathers as red as fire, their beaks had a symbol on them and were stiff like steel pincers. They numbered around 100 with claws as big as the human hands. They flew straight out from the green wall towards the carriages led by Feng Feiyun. Whoosh whoosh. The flapping wings of the blood eagles caused the wind to roar. It tore the air apart. They caught all 100 servants carrying gifts, like an eagle catching a small chicken, and brought them all inside the Blood Eagle mansion. Then, all of them disappeared behind the castle walls. What was left was only Feng Feiyun and housekeeper Lu, as well as the 28 large carriages. This was clearly the first blow. It seemed like Feng Suiyu had passed the message to San Yi that I wanted to deal with him. Then. Very good, this was all part of the plan. Feiyun's face still had a faint smile, and he laughed loudly. San Yi is a renowned person. Is this the hospitality of San Yi? An old hoarse voice came out from the mansion, extraordinarily loud and far-reaching. This was because of all of my naive animals. They didn't know better and caught all of young Master Feng's servants. These beasts are too bold. San Ye's voice reached to almost half of Spirit State City. His cultivation was really powerful. Each of the sound waves turned into large sonic bells, heading towards Feng Feiyun. It was like a crazy hurricane coming without restraints. Bang! Housekeeper Lu suddenly stood in front of Feiyun and knocked all of the sound waves away with one fist. There was still a faint smile on Feiyun's face. He naturally understood the ridicule in San Ye's words, and replied. These animals are indeed very bold. San Yi must be very lax in your daily disciplining. It seems like I have to discipline them in place of San Yi. Feng Feiyun gave a small signal and housekeeper Lu became a black shadow, flying away. Within the blink of an eye, he was already inside the Blood Eagle mansion. Ordinary people wouldn't have been able to see his shadow. Rumble. A series of loud noises occurred as well as the screams of the eagles. A moment later, more than 100 blood eagles became dead eagles. Their carcasses were piled in one place. Housekeeper Lu wiped the blood on his palms and stood in front of the Blood Eagle mansion. A long silence ensued. An unknown amount of time had passed, then the voice of San Yi resonated in the air once again. I had heard that young Master Feng is different from the past. Today, it seems like I have to look with a different pair of eyes. Boss Wu, don't linger any longer. Go bring the gifts from young Master Feng in here. 3. Look with a different pair of eyes is a saying from the Three Kingdoms, meaning a person had changed and can't be judged with an old perspective. Boss Wu, who only had one hand, brought with him a group of muscular men wearing red belts and came out from the Blood Eagle mansion. They coldly stared at Feng Feiyun, then grinned. His right hand was dismembered by a single blade from Feng Feiyun. With great hatred and grievances in his heart, he was anxious to rip apart Feiyun's muscles and flay his skin. Naturally, Feiyun didn't consider them worthy in his eyes, and let them bring the 28 carriages into the Blood Eagle mansion while following them at the back of the line. Master, it seems like San Yi isn't stupid. He had seen through the small tricks of Feng Feiyun. Now with his 136 elites captured, what will Feng Feiyun do to defeat the enemy? Zheng Dongliu maneuvered the carriage to the small woods outside of the Blood Eagle mansion and stared into the far distance. His master was still comfortably sitting in the ancient carriage, and calmly said. Has Feng Feiyun entered the Blood Eagle mansion? He entered just now. Zheng Dongliu replied. Within 3 Shurchen, the Eagle Claw Gang's name will be erased from Spirit State City. His master's words were accompanied with a smile. 4. Shurchen equals ancient Chinese hours using the zodiacs, divided into 12 hours each day. 1 Shurchen equals 2 modern hours. What? Zheng Dongliu considered himself a wise man, but the events unraveling in front of him made him feel like he was a fool. Right now, Feng Feiyun did not have a single soldier. How could he destroy the many thousand men of the Eagle Claw gang? But this master seemed to have the same perspective as Feng Feiyun. Any moves from Feng Feiyun were not concealed from her. She lifted the curtain, her fingers were out in plain sight again. The 5 delicate fingers appeared to look like jade asterisk, a white butterfly flew back and landed on her finger. Then, it became a strand of spirit energy and disappeared into her palm. 5. This is a Chinese expression that is a lot more poetic, describing something looking like jade, but I didn't want to inaccurately embellish the raw to make it more English-friendly. The corner of her lips revealed a smirk, as if she had learned something. A pair of perfectly clear and beautiful eyes, filled with intelligence, looked towards the Blood Eagle mansion located a few thousand meters away. She saw the Blood Chi from the Grand Yard begin to move, the magical runes shuttled back and forth. This was a formation created from spirit energy as well as blood. Her finger made a small symbol, her pretty eyes squinted, then smiled. The soul-suppressing blood formation. It seems like Feng Feiyun will be in big trouble this time. What was the soul-suppressing blood formation? Jing Donglio's experience was vast throughout the years and could be considered to know quite a few things regarding the cultivation world, but he had never heard of the soul-suppressing blood formation. The master let the curtain down, then she held her red lute in her hands, the fingers gently flicked the strings, then came a beautiful voice. The soul-suppressing blood formation is a forbidden formation from the Senluo temple. Rumor has it that it requires 99 male virgins and 99 female virgins in order to create a complete formation. The engraved patterns of blood makes up the runes, and the white skeletons create the foundation. Once the soul-suppressing blood formation has been activated, it will wake up the soul-eater skeletal beast from hell, and it will call on the soul-suppressing skeletal sword. If God is in the way, slay God. If Buddha is in the way, slay Buddha. In the entire Grand Southern City, only 3 or 5 people could break this soul-suppressing blood formation. Each of these few were all powerful giants, enough to frighten the 4 directions and 8 spheres. Having heard the remarks, Jing Donglio's expression greatly changed and exclaimed. Even a 1,000-year spirit beast from the beast-taming camp wouldn't necessarily be able to fight against a soul-eater skeletal beast, let alone the spirit energy from the soul-suppressing skeletal sword. This time, with Feng Feiyun rashly going into the Blood Eagle mansion, he will surely be dead 9 times out of 10. 6. Original Raw would be 10 parts 9 dead. Unfortunately, this soul-suppressing blood formation is simply not completed. With Sanye's cultivation, he had no chance of forming a real soul-suppressing blood formation. This one is only a corner of the real formation. Even if the soul-eater skeletal beast was to be awakened, its battle power is at most 1% of the real thing, not enough to cause fear. In this world, there didn't seem to be anything that could be hidden from her eyes, wise and deep, akin to a grand sage traveling the mortal world. When Feng Feiyun had stepped into the Blood Eagle mansion, Feng Wanping, Feng Suiyu, and strategist Gu were all standing on top of the castle wall, gazing towards the Blood Eagle mansion. Feng Suiyu secretly sneered in his mind, Feng Feiyun, the Blood Eagle mansion will be your grave. You probably didn't know that I had already sent the news of your attack to Sanyi. The moment you step inside the Blood Eagle mansion is the moment where you jump headfirst into a net to seek your own death. 7. Jumping headfirst into a net is another common Chinese expression. Strategist Gu gently swayed his feather fan and furrowed his brows. This child Feng Feiyun is too rash. How could he go alone into the Blood Eagle mansion? Even with housekeeper Lu's protection, how will they resist the entire few thousands of gang members of the Eagle Claw gang? This chess move is such a failure. Feng Wanping's face also became dignified. Did I make a mistake? I simply shouldn't have let him deal with the Eagle Claw gang. Ultimately, he is too young in age, plus, he hasn't cultivated. There is simply no way out from rushing into the Blood Eagle mansion. Feng Wanping's heart was filled with regrets. If Sanyi was determined to kill Feng Feiyun, then, even he, wouldn't be able to have the chance to save him. If Feng Feiyun truly died in there, then how could he be worthy of Feiyun's mother's exhortations? Thinking of Feiyun's mother, Feng Wanping tightly gripped his fists and shivered. Feiyun, you better not let me down. Chapter 18, A Song That Wrenches the Heart. Feng Feiyun slowly walked into the legendary and most dangerous place inside of Spirit State City, the Blood Eagle Mansion. The 28 large carriages, with the chests, had been brought by Boss Wu, and they were taken into the backyard. The 136 servants that were captured were all tied to a pillar, and they had lost their ability to act. Feng Feiyun didn't look at these tied-up servants, only at San Yi, who was sitting in the grand chamber. Rumor had it that San Yi had lived past 100. He was indeed an undead monster. San Yi sat comfortably on a large chair made from ivory as the mysterious black robe, on his body, fluttered in the wind. His scarred and bony left cheek was completely bloodless, and this made him look like a ghost in the night, very grim. One had to pay a large price to cultivate the heaven restoration evil eyes. Why must he turn himself into someone that doesn't look like a human or a ghost? Why does he bother with such torture? Feng Feiyun sighed heavily, stood up, and he then said, in a reasonable manner, today was supposed to be a good day that celebrated San Yi's birthday. And yet, this is your way of treating your guests. Feng Feiyun pointed towards the servants that had been roped to the pillar, his words filled with dissatisfaction. Kiki. Go offer some tea to young Master Feng. San Yi, as if he didn't notice the implications behind Feiyun's words, wore a calculating smile on his face. He gently touched a black ornamental ring on his thumb. The black ornamental ring exuded a black glow, and, on the body, there were 7 tiny ancient runic words. It was as if there were 7 grimaces that gave off a mysteriously profound aura. San Yi had stolen this black ornamental ring from the Sen Luo temple. It was a quasi-spiritual treasure, and it was extremely hard. Even the sharpest sword couldn't leave the tiniest of marks on it, even if one put it in spirit fire in an attempt to melt it, the shape of it wouldn't even warp. 60 years ago, because of the theft of this infinite spirit ring, San Yi had to escape from the Sen Luo temple to Spirit State City, that was, many thousands of miles away. However, after he'd successfully stolen the infinite spirit ring, he was filled with regrets. The infinite spirit ring, outside of its power that was many times greater than a regular magical treasure, didn't have any other functions. It could only be considered a powerful quasi-spiritual treasure. Just because he had the quasi-spirit treasure, he had to hide from the experts of the Sen Luo temple for 60 years, it hadn't been worth it. The infinite spirit ring was a top-secret treasure from the Sen Luo temple. I've heard from a Sen Luo elder that its origin was extremely mysterious. It was dug up from an ancient burial ground filled with great dangers. It couldn't simply be just a quasi-spiritual treasure. It must have a hidden ability that I haven't figured out yet. San Yi stared at the 7 ancient runes on the body of the ring, and he felt that the ghostly eyes were also staring back at him. If he could figure out the truth behind the 7 runes, then he could unravel the secrets of the infinite spirit ring. His heart certainly thought so. Feng Feiyun's eyes also noticed San Yi's thumb on the black ring and thought it was probably the quasi-spiritual treasure that was in San Yi's hands. A quasi-spiritual treasure's effect is powerful, it must be handled with caution. Feiyun wondered, had the experts of the Yin Go ward arrived yet? Feng Feiyun was acting calm and indifferent, but he'd started to worry in his heart. If the experts from the Yin Go ward didn't appear, then, the entirety of his strategy would be wasted. To confront a master like San Yi, Housekeeper Lu wasn't enough. Today was San Yi's birthday, and the head figures of Spirit State City should have come to celebrate. Even as the night curtain was slowly pulled down, not a single guest had appeared. Only Feng Feiyun and Housekeeper Lu were sitting in the grand chamber. The party was quite deserted. Men dressed in black, with red belts around their waists, patrolled the hall. Their gazes were filled with danger, sneers were on their faces, and exceptionally dazzling grand sabers were held in their hands. A chilly wind blew over, causing Feng Feiyun to be chilled to the bones. He lifted his head and saw a pair of serious eyes that were filled with evil energy from San Yi. The eyes were filled with an evil aura and felt similar to a bloody knife stabbing into Feng Feiyun's soul. If it was a normal person, his soul would have already been dissipated from this glare. However, Feng Feiyun carried the soul of a phoenix. His soul was extremely powerful. Even if San Yi's cultivation was 10 times stronger, he still wouldn't be able to damage Feiyun's soul. Oh! This kid is quite strange. Even my heaven restoration evil eyes didn't have any effect. Could he be wearing a spiritual treasure that can withstand the evil pressure of my evil eyes? San Yi's heart became more alarmed. He naturally didn't believe that Feiyun could use his own strength to combat the power of the heaven restoration evil eyes. He assumed that he was using an external tool to block his invisible attack. After all, the heaven restoration evil eyes was one of the 12 evil techniques of the Sen Luo temple. Even though San Yi hadn't reached the grand completion stage with it, its power was still extraordinary. San Yi's eyes became bright as he got ready to use his full power, intending to kill with his eyes. Feng Feiyun naturally wouldn't wait for his death, he stood straight up. He didn't take a single step backward, but he went forwards instead. With two hands gracefully, behind his back, he went straight towards Sen Yi and said, "Sen Yi, your hospitality today has left me greatly disappointed, ah." Feiyun's clear eyes and his black pupils gazed straight back at Sen Yi's heaven restoration evil eyes. He didn't even try to avert his eyes from the glare, instead, he wore a smile on his face. To use mortal eyes to confront the heaven restoration evil eyes. However, Sen Yi couldn't smile even if he tried. This was really bizarre. Even with a spirit treasure on his body, there was no way that Feiyun could stop his heaven restoration evil eyes in this circumstance this close in proximity. Plus, he was even staring straight back into the heaven restoration evil eyes. What was this situation? Sen Yi's heart was filled with fear. This crazy child couldn't be left alone. Otherwise, in the future, he would certainly become a calamity. Bang. Sen Yi's fingers destroyed a corner of the table, turning it into dust, and a scary smile appeared on his decomposed face. "Feng Feiyun, you're considered my guest. Don't think that I don't know the reason that you're here. Even your father, Feng Wanping, wouldn't dare to destroy my Eagle Hawk gang, yet, you, a yellow small child, thinks that you can accomplish this. One, yellow, Wan Ko, Shao or a yellow small child. A derogatory term meaning others as young and foolish." Sen Yi suddenly stood up and signaled with his hand. There were 100 black-clothed men that came from all four directions, and all were holding black steel sabers filled with heavy killing intent. They surrounded Feng Feiyun and Housekeeper Lu. Housekeeper Lu flew upward, and he then stood in front of Feng Feiyun in an attempt to protect him. His face became very solemn. Feng Feiyun's expression remained the same, and he slowly stepped forward from behind Housekeeper Lu, who was in front of him. His face had a hint of a smile, and he said, "You're already over 100 years old, yet you still can't maintain your composure. You shouldn't lose your head like this." Feng Feiyun didn't try to hide the contemptuous smile in his eyes, making everyone present realize how insidious he was. "What do you mean?" Sen Yi's eyes squinted, as a bad premonition formed in his mind. Boom. A monstrously loud sound erupted from the Blood Eagle Mansion, along with a destructive force capable of annihilating everything. Rumble. Even the ground started shaking as many deafening explosions occurred. The house collapsed, pillars went flying, and a huge fire was started. This caused the entire Blood Eagle Mansion to be engulfed in a sea of flame. The black-clothed and domineering men from earlier were all frightened, and they had deathly pale faces. They escaped in the midst of the disaster. There were also those with piercing cries of despair that screamed like pigs being butchered. In the end, what's happening? Sen Yi screamed loudly, but he still stood there, standing in the middle of the spreading flames as a black aura consumed his face like an evil ghost. Sen Yi, that bastard Feng Feiyun hid some elite troops inside the 28 large carriages, as well as some fire oils and thunder explosive crystals. Now, the entire Blood Eagle Mansion has been destroyed. Boss Wu stumbled from the flames, and he kneeled in front Sen Yi, his face blackened by the fire, and a large chunk of his hair was burned off. His mouth exhaled smoke. Words couldn't describe the patheticness of the scene. Useless waste. Sen Yi's entire body shook from rage, and a heavenly palm came out, turning into dark black clouds, tearing Boss Wu into pieces. Blood and flesh scattered across the floor. The 28 large carriages had 4 chests each, and each chest had 2 men hidden inside. Thus, the total was 224 hidden elites from the city guard. These 224 guards were truly the real elite. In one shot, they fractured the Eagle Claw gang to the core. They appeared to repair the gallery roads, but they actually made secret advances through Chensong. 2. A strategy by Han Xin, meaning to perform an elaborate ruse. Fire continued to spread and burned even more rigorously. With the bright fire's light, that night in spirit. State City was particularly bright. The Blood Eagle Mansion's walls were big and fortified. Even thunder explosive crystals weren't certain of destroying them. It used to be an impregnable fortress, but now, it became the burial ground for the few thousand gang members of the Eagle Hawk gang. They couldn't escape even if they tried. Sen Yi broke into a long laugh, and he wore an especially gloomy smile, saying, "Feng Feiyun, I underestimated you. However, if you want to kill me, I'm afraid that this isn't enough weight." Boom. Sen Yi stomped once, and his whole body flew into the sky directly to the top of the wall that was tens of meters high. He spread his hands, and 2 strands of black spirit energy came out of his fingers, like 2 giant black suns floating in the sky. 2 magical divine runes and ghost spirits were wrapped around the 2 black spirit energies. One was Ghost Manual, and the other was Battle Sword. It created a terrifying force that stirred the souls of the spectators. Oh! Senyi wants to activate the soul-suppressing blood formation. If we let him activate the formation, we'll all die here. Feng Feiyun flew out from the sea of flames with the crimson dragon saber in his hand, his hair standing up from anger. He headed towards the top of the walls, wanting to stop Senyi from activating the soul-suppressing blood formation. At this moment, Housekeeper Lu was fighting with a few hundred black-clothed fighters, and his attention couldn't be divided. Feiyun could only count on himself. Right now, Feiyun's cultivation was in the intermediate spirit realm stage, where one step could travel 5 zhang, almost to the stage where each step he took would be the same as taking flight. 1 zhang equals 3.33 meters. Each step taking flight describes someone so fast that his walking was like flying. Senyi stood on top of the wall that towered tens of meters high, his eyes filled with disdain. With both of his folded hands positioned in front of his chest, he yelled, "Soul-suppressing blood formation, open." His white hair stood straight up as the 2 magical runes in his hands fused together, creating a power capable of destroying the heavens and earth. At this moment, he was like an evil god descending. The 2 magical runes and their spirit energies became a huge human head that was as big as a black hole. It seemed as if it could devour the world. Boom. The force became 10 times more powerful, like a wild tornado screeching, like a wild beast roaring, and like the wide sea turning itself into a tsunami. Even the earth began to crack open, and it created a small opening. It was as if something was emerging from underground. Feng Feiyun was unable to move from the pressure. He could only insert his blade into the ground and grip it heavily so that the energy wouldn't blow him away. The blade's body in the crevice started making crack-crack sounds from the friction as his body was slowly pushed backward. Senyi originally was in the intermediate immortal foundation stage, and that was 3 stages higher than Feiyun's. Plus, the soul-suppressing blood formation, indeed, had the strength to rebel against the heavens. Too powerful, one couldn't resist. A song that wrenches the heart, oh where do I find knowing ears? A person was playing the lute, and the beautiful sound of the lute touched their hearts. A loud lute sound vibrated from above the heavens, and it pierced the expansive sky. A ray of sonic waves came from above like a sharp blade. Senya's body was suddenly startled and became motionless. It was as if he had been petrified. Slash. Senya's body split in 2 like there was an invisible double-edged sword that had cut him from above. Fresh blood flew everywhere, staining the walls red. Senya's body fell from the wall down to the ground and shattered into pieces. An intermediate immortal foundation expert died from just 1 note of a lute. Everyone was shocked. Just who was the person who'd played the lute in the end? Housekeeper Lu was frightened. In the distance, Feng Wanping was also shocked. Feng Feiyun, with the crimson dragon saber in his hand, was also filled with surprise. He rubbed his cold palms together, looked towards the outside of the Blood Eagle mansion, and he said, "Wow, this old grandma's cultivation is truly horrifying. It's surely gone beyond the realm of immortal foundation. Not simple, truly not simple." Boom. Just as Feng Feiyun finished speaking, a loud crumbling noise occurred. The thick stone walls started to crack, and then they collapsed, becoming thick powder covering the ground. Everyone took a deep cold breath. This lute sound was too extraordinary. It had killed Senyi, destroyed the soul-suppressing blood formation, and it had broken the walls. This was the power of a human. Chapter 19, Infinite Spirit Ring. The flame inside the Blood Eagle mansion soared to the heavens, the fire crackled, and it was unknown as to when it would be extinguished. The servants, who were originally tied to the pillar, had long been rescued, and the 5,000 city guards carrying black banners had long been in an ambush outside the mansion. Kill. Tonight is the night of the Eagle Claw Gang's demise. Young Master Feng is wise with heavenly might. He beheaded Senyi, destroyed the Eagle Claw Gang, and he protected the people from evil. Kill them without leaving even a scrap of armor behind. 5,000 city guards were adorned in black armor with long spears in hand, and they were riding red tigers. They were truly as fierce as a black dragon flying to this place. Wherever the black dragon touched, bodies would drop to the ground one by one. The sound of their chants shook the earth. It was already determined that tonight would not be peaceful. The whole Spirit State City was shrouded in smoke as it became a battlefield filled with soldiers possessing morale as high as a rainbow. 1. Describes the spirit is extremely high, extremely heroic spirit. San Yi is dead, and anyone who surrenders will be spared. Someone brought the bloody clothings of San Yi on top of a spearhead, and that person yelled at the top of his lungs. The gang members of the Eagle Claw gang, who were already scared, became even more frightened. Their morale was completely shattered, and they lost the will to fight against the city guards. In this war, Feng Feiyun didn't have to waste too much effort. Even though the Eagle Hawk gang had a few thousand members, they crumbled in the end. First, he used the 5,000 city guards left outside the city to confuse Senya's eyes, then he hid a group of elites inside the treasure chests on top of the gift carriages brought into the Blood Eagle mansion. The whole attack caught the enemies with their hands behind their backs, and he later used the expert from the Yin-Go ward to slay Senyi and completely destroy the rest of the enemy's morale. Sieging the castle was secondary, sieging the hearts was essential. 2. Originally from the Sun Tzu, rephrased by Ma Su. Making the enemy lose their confidence, that was half the battle. This perfect battle had demonstrated Feng Feiyun's courage and excellent planning. He risked himself to infiltrate the enemy's nest. Using himself as bait to attract Senya's attention, this was the key to defeating the enemy. Within only 1 hour, the battle had concluded. The Blood Eagle mansion was left with more than 1,000 corpses, and the remaining gang members had all surrendered. They were escorted by the city guards to Spirit State City's prison. When the battle ended, Feng Wanping, Feng Suiyu, and strategist Gu all rushed over. A row of black-clothed men were squatting along the street, signaling their surrender with both hands in the air. A few thousand people surrendered. This was the Eagle Claw gang that was always terrorizing the people. Feng Suiyu couldn't believe his own eyes. He clenched his teeth, both eyes were red, and his heart was filled with rage. Feng Feiyun is just an idiot. How could he have such strategies? Let alone such courage? This is absolutely impossible. However, there were facts laid in front of him. He had no choice but to admit that Feng Feiyun was indeed an expert at military strategy. He had exceptional intelligence, and he was definitely not a mediocre person. As Feng Feiyun became more and more like a genius, Feng Suiyu felt an even greater crisis. His eyes flashed with hints of obscured killing intent. In recent times, strategist Gu had witnessed the intelligence and the instantaneous growth of Feng Feiyun. In his heart, he was ecstatic, sighing. Good and well-hidden schemes, a strong heart and mind, sieging the castle, deceiving the enemy, even I couldn't lay such a perfect plan. Governor, the future of young Master Feng is without limits. If young Master participates in the Military Strategy Iron Council, he will definitely make a big wave. He will be suddenly renowned like a phoenix flying in the 9 heavens. Feng Wanping's mind, at the moment, was even more agitated. His eyes were accompanied with a myriad of feelings, and his fingers tapped on his armor again and again. He lifted his head, looking in the far distance, and he bitterly said, "Feng Xian, do you see? Feng Feiyun has truly grown up. If you could see this, would you smile just once?" Feng Wanping's throat motioned up and down and his watery eyes had tears running freely, but they were clear tears of happiness. He was too excited. He couldn't stop being ecstatic even if he tried. The night was like a delicate silk pattern, swallowing the entire heaven and earth. Feng Feiyun flew out from the sea of flames, past the high walls, and disappeared into the small forest outside of the mansion. In his hand was a black ornamental ring, and on it was 6 or 8 engravings of ancient runes. 3. It's clearly 7, but the author uses 6 or 8 to be poetic. The black ornamental ring was taken from the hand of San Ye's dead body. Even though it was only an ornamental ring, it weighed more than 10 pounds. The density, compared to black steel, was greater by tens of times. A quasi-spiritual treasure cannot be underestimated. However, outside of the heavy weight, I can't feel any other mysteries that could be hidden within it. Feng Feiyun held the black ornamental ring in his hand. Whether it was injecting spirit energy or placing blood on it, there was no sign of change. It was as if it was indeed an ordinary stone pebble. These 7 ancient runes. Quite mysterious. His eyes noticed the 7 ancient runes on the body of the ornamental ring. Each of the words were as big as a fly's leg. With the eyesight of an ordinary person, one wouldn't be able to identify these runic words. Even with Feng Feiyun's current cultivation, he could barely see them. However, he couldn't recognize them or their meaning. The 7 runic words were truly ancient. It was as if they were 7 symbols from an old age. "Oh!" Feng Feiyun lightly mumbled. When he put the ornamental ring in his right palm, he felt the spirit vessel, hidden in his hand, become startled. It started to jump around. It was like the spirit vessel had hopped into his blood vessels and decided to take a stroll. Maybe there was a connection between the infinite spirit ring and the bronze azure spirit vessel. Right now, Feiyun was both surprised and scared. The spirit vessel was truly mysterious. To be able to merge with the body was definitely something only a holy saint spirit treasure could do. If the infinite spirit ring could be connected to the spirit vessel, then it couldn't just be a simple quasi-spiritual treasure. Feng Feiyun, full of excitement, brought the ornamental ring onto his right palm, on top of the spirit vessel, and a magical event happened. The 7 ancient runes on the infinite spirit ring slowly rotated like they were 7 fishes swimming in a river. Fush! Fush! From the infinite spirit ring came a black blooming brilliance. It was as if they were strings of evil black ghosts, causing the dark night to become even more gloomy and sinister. The remnants of the bronze azure spirit vessel in Feiyun's palm, that had disappeared in his bloodstream, also emitted a bright azure light like a heavenly blue lamp. The black aura and the bright azure light appeared at the same time within the palm of Feng Feiyun. HGHHH. HGHHHH. HGHHHH. HGGH. HGGH. The 7 ghosts from the infinite spirit ring wouldn't stop flying. They turned into different shapes, becoming 7 mysterious pictures: dragon horse river diagram, 8 trigrams mysterious language, 4 yang ancient cauldron, netherworld spirit pagoda, heavenly flying king, 100 ghosts banquet, and 10,000 lights. It was fortunate that Feng Feiyun's knowledge was vast, otherwise he would be extremely frightened by this scene. All 7 paintings created a divine pressure, and the ideas behind them were profound. Only a simple strand of their power would have given people difficulty in breathing. The 7 ancient runic words turned out to be 7 different paintings. No wonder why no one had figured it out. Without the help of the spirit vessel in waking them up, Feng Feiyun would most likely not have been able to solve the secret of the infinite spirit ring using his whole lifetime. Boom. The 7 ancient paintings hovering in the air shattered. They turned into small strands of black smoke, and they flew back into the infinite spirit ring. They became the 7 tiny ancient runic words engraved into the ring. Feng Feiyun didn't have time to think about what exactly happened. Inside his body was another sky-shattering and earth-shifting change. The spirit vessel's remnants also sunk into the body, and its imprint, from the palm, disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Feiyun's blood seethed with excitement. There was a blue light within his blood vessels, and his blood started becoming jet black like ink, hidden with a magical shining aura, enumerating dazzling black mysterious rays. Boom. Feiyun's dantian exploded, the spirit pathway in his dantian quickly expanded, and the spirit energy in his blood frantically poured inside. Inside the spirit pathway, each strand of spirit energy was like a small river converging into a sea as big as the Yellow River. The spirit pathway that connected the heart to the dantian caused his breathing to increase by 9 times in a short span of time. It was as if a divine waterfall had taken over his bloodstream. This was a sign of spirit realm grand completion. Feng Feiyun had stepped into the peak of the spirit realm. Everything had not ended as the bronze azure spirit vessel, which was smaller compared to a grain of rice, kept on moving through his bloodstream. Each of its full revolutions doubled the spirit energy inside the body of Feng Feiyun. The spirit vessel was like a pool of spirit energy for him. It continuously completed circulations throughout Feiyun's bloodstream. When it would stop was unknown. Feng Feiyun's cultivation continued to rapidly grow. Little by little it increased. The spirit pathway in his dantian, that connected to his heart, also had a new subtle change. It slowly condensed into the form of an immortal plant sprout. This was the process of going from the spirit realm into immortal foundation. Many practitioners who cultivated for decades were blocked by this blockade, but Feng Feiyun borrowed the strength of the spirit vessel. Thus, it was possible for him to break this blockade. His body would now begin forming its immortal foundation. Once the immortal foundation was condensed, then he would be at the first step onto the true road of cultivation. One could practice many magical and unbelievable methods such as target-seeking sword, wind pressure saber, 1,000 miles seeing eyes, all-hearing ears, water-treading steps, and spatial traversing grasp. Once one reached the immortal foundation rank, they could obtain spirit beast as slaves, excavate mysterious spirit stones, search for spirit plants, and refine spirit pills. The strength of an immortal foundation cultivator was 10 times that of a spirit realm cultivator. The second level of the cultivation world was Immortal Foundation. Immortal Foundation was the beginning, the essence of becoming an immortal. Reaching the Immortal Foundation rank allowed for one to become a governor of one city and dominate a region, just like a true master. In a few cultivation sects, once this rank was reached, one could leave his apprenticeship and freely roam the world. Chapter 20, Dongfang Jingyue. People possessed an intelligence foundation, so people were wise. People had a life foundation, so there was life. People, along with the intelligence and life, must also have an immortal foundation, to set foot on the road of cultivation. This was the process that each cultivator had to experience. They had to cross the spirit realm to refine the immortal foundation, and then, they had to build the god base. The spirit realm was the cultivation inheritance method of one's master. With it, the body became a place to nurture spirit energy. For example, Feng Feiyun's inheritance was the cultivation method of the demon phoenix race, and his spirit realm was also the phoenix spirit realm. As for Feng Wanping's and Feng Suiyu's method, it would be the vigorous gale method. Their inheritance belonged to the Feng clan, and their cultivational spirit realm was the vigorous gale spirit realm. Above the spirit realm was the immortal foundation. When the spirit realm had enough conscious spirit energy, it would form into an immortal foundation plant, rooted in the dantian of the cultivator. It would then absorb the natural spirit energy of the world and grow stronger. Once the immortal foundation's plant matured, another metamorphosis would occur. The plant would turn into the god base. The god base was the first building block in the cultivational world. Once the god base was formed, the cultivator would then be considered to have the qualification to become an immortal. His dantian would become as hard as a boulder. The spirit energy would become restrained and hidden, and even an opponent in front of him wouldn't be able to recognize him as a cultivator. This was the most frightening type of person. Spirit realm, immortal foundation, and god base are the 3 ranks that all cultivators must go through, and each rank was divided into 3 levels: early, intermediate, and peak. Of course, there were ranks above god base, but the cultivators that belonged to those ranks were above the mortal world. Even a great clan, like the Feng clan that ruled one direction, did not have many people reaching such a rank. Once one had surpassed the god base rank, his longevity would be above 500 years, they would obtain supernatural techniques, and they would even compete for the heaven's fate. Bang, bang. Feng Feiyun's boiling blood became as black as ink, and for a long time, it could not calm down. The azure bronze spirit vessel crossed the blood vessels into the heart, and it then passed through the spirit pathway, without stop, into the dantian. This azure bronze spirit vessel was like an ancient heavenly boat, lingering in the sky, within the dantian. In the azure radiating light, there were many different colors, and each mysterious magical Dao rune intertwined above. It seemed mythical. The 18 steel pillars on top of the azure bronze spirit vessel had rusted, and the open sails were also tattered. The amount of time that had passed was unknown. Even the holy saint's spirit energy had begun to dissipate, becoming depleted. Even so, there was still a lingering presence that could strike fear into the hearts of people, flashing in eternal brilliance. This was the first time where Feng Feiyun took a careful observation of the ancient spirit vessel. This was the thing that escorted him from the Yellow Springs River to this place. In it, must be an exceptional mystery. He felt like he was controlled by an unknown person on this twisted path, and he had no choice but to take this route. Seemingly, behind the spirit vessel was an invisible hand, changing Feng Feiyun's fate mark. It even went around the natural rules of the heaven and earth in order for him to reincarnate and merge with the soul of young master Feng. In the end, certainly, there were terrible unknown secrets hidden behind the scene, shrouded to all. Who could have such supernatural power? The spirit vessel must be somehow related to the black ornamental ring. Once the azure bronze spirit vessel had become silent in the dantian, the natural world energy stopped crazily coming in. The spirit realm had almost reached the immortal foundation, only missing a single step. I did not expect to reach the peak of the spirit realm so soon. Feng Feiyun opened his eyes, and 2 rays flashed from his black pupils. A smirk then appeared at the corner of his lips. Each small level was a hurdle, and many people took years to break through such a small level. Even the genius, Feng Shuiyu, had taken 1 year to break through from intermediate spirit realm to peak spirit realm, and now, he was stuck at the peak level without being able to take an additional step. Practicing Taoism was difficult, and practicing Taoism was bitter. One had to be able to withstand the loneliness, the trials, and the torture in order to succeed and become a cultivator that could fly through the sky and traverse the earth. One raw text is dig through the earth, but it sounds less cool in English. Feng Feiyun put away the black ornamental ring into his robe. He planned to research it at a later date. Suddenly, his neck became cold from a chilling aura coming from above his head. It caused half of his body to be frozen. Danger. His body tumbled to the ground, and he moved 20 meters away. Boom. From the dark sky came a black shadow, causing the ground that Feng Feiyun had stood on to become a 2-meter deep crater. Smoke and flame billowed, leaves in the forest scattered everywhere. Whoosh. Feng Feiyun turned around. The crimson dragon saber was unsheathed, and with the blade in his hand, he focused his gaze towards the black shadow. When the smoke had cleared, the shadow gradually began to reveal its true shape. It was a white ancient carriage, covered with transparent crystals. It was as if they were uncarved diamonds. There were 9 spirit nails on top of the carriage, emblazoned with runic words. However, because of the dark sky, it was difficult to tell what the words were. The driver was an old man wearing a dark hat. Feng Feiyun was able to guess that the man was old because on the top of his head was a portion of white hair. They were dry and not shiny, and only the hair of an elder would have this appearance. This ancient carriage came from the sky, but there was no accompanying flying beast to pull it. This meant that the handler was quite powerful, and his cultivation was enough to ride the spirit energy in the sky. Such experts, not even mentioning Spirit State City, would not be easily found in the whole Bailing County. This old man, of course, did not have such a cultivation, so then, the person controlling the carriage must be the mysterious person inside. Feng Feiyun held his saber horizontally even though he knew how formidable his opponent was. However, he was not afraid. His heart was calm and ready to strike at any moment. Silence, a long silence. An unknown amount of time had passed, and the ears of the old man driver slightly moved. It seemed like the person inside was telling him something. He nodded his head, and he slowly got out of the ancient carriage. With both hands behind his back, he contemplatively stared at Feng Feiyun. Even though his black hat covered his face, Feng Feiyun felt a familiar presence from the old man. This old man. He definitely had met him before. This was a spiritual sense. With the spiritual sense of a phoenix, he definitely couldn't be wrong. However, he couldn't continue his analysis. The ancient white carriage suddenly flew away from the ground, and it aimed straight towards Feng Feiyun, along with the roar of the wind. Without any indication, the ancient carriage, with the speed of the wind. The curtain's corner was lifted and, inside, a sweet smell escaped like it was a smell from a certain blossoming spirit flower. Feng Feiyun continued to pay attention to this ancient carriage. Thus, when the ancient carriage made a move, his crimson dragon saber also moved. 2 hands gripping the blade, and 1 strike through the air. The blade pierced the air, creating a sound. Bang, bang. Boom. Today, Feiyun's cultivation had reached the peak of the spirit realm and the force of his hands were amazing. In addition, with the sharpness of the crimson dragon saber, he could even destroy the sturdy steel gate of Spirit State City with 1 strike. This strike was also accompanied by a crimson aura, as well as a destructive force, that was met with the opposition, akin to a heavenly mountain. The pressure from the blade's body spread to the handle, and it rendered Feiyun's hands completely numb. Bang, bang. The blade and the ancient carriage collided, and sparks flew everywhere. Feng Feiyun returned his blade to his back. His hands shook to the bone by the collision, feeling splitting pain. Who the hell are you? And why are you making a move against me? Feng Feiyun's face was filled with anger. He wasn't an emotional man, easily triggered, but the opponent didn't know right from wrong, and suddenly attacked him. Anyone who met such a situation would be easily enraged to the point of shouting profanity towards the person's mother. Only a few days of effort to actually break through to the peak of spirit realm. You have such superior talents. From the ancient carriage came an old and hoarse voice. Ah, it is the predecessor from the Go ward. The voice of the opponent made Feng Feiyun recognize that it belonged to the old grandma from the Yin Go ward. This old grandma's cultivation was deep beyond imagination, as one sound of the lute from her was enough to kill Sen Yi. Her power, compared to the current Feng Feiyun, was 100 times greater, so he naturally was very respectful to her. In the end, she was still an old grandma. Of course, Feng Feiyun had never seen her face, and he only speculated that she was an old grandma. Maybe she was a beautiful woman of peerless talents and grace. Predecessor. Kek kek. The other side seemed unhappy and her voice was a bit strange. Feng Feiyun couldn't handle such a strange cynical voice, and he said, "If predecessor doesn't like to be addressed as such, maybe I should call you old lady." How bold. Feng Feiyun, do you know who you are speaking to? Zheng Donglio took off his black hat and angrily spoke with a maddened expression. Feng Feiyun appeared to have guessed that it was him. Without any surprise, he gently smiled. My calling her an old lady, that is to give her face for being an elder. If the Yin Go clan wants to pressure me, this young master will not tolerate this. 2. Original text was eat instead of tolerate, must be a Chinese expression. In Feiyun's past life, he was the patriarch of the demon phoenix race and he had seen many grand characters. If this old lady didn't behead Sen Yi for him, he wouldn't have been so respectful towards her. Dear young lady, please cease your anger, there is no need to quarrel with this white silk ignorant playboy dandy. Zheng Donglio was extremely alarmed. He kneeled down to the ground directly. He feared that the girl in the carriage would become angry, and then, the consequences would be disastrous beyond the imagination. Dear young lady. Feng Feiyun suddenly became stupefied. An 80-year-old grandma was called a young lady. His mother. This Zheng Donglio was too nauseating. Feng Feiyun considered himself to have sufficient mental bearing, but it was not strong enough to call an old grandma a young lady. Zheng Donglio's flattering skill was not bad at all. Feng Feiyun bitterly looked towards another direction and spat on the ground. Right now, he was truly nauseated. Clap clap. A crisp applause came from the ancient carriage. Next, a slender soft hand lifted the curtain, revealing the lotus-white arm, and then a slim figure in a white robe appeared. Dongfang Jingyue came out, and her face was covered with a white veil that was embroidered with a small blue butterfly. It was so vibrant that it was as if it had its own life. Her jade-like hand held a red lute, her slender fingers gently slid up and down the strings. With crystal-clear white eyes and a smile, stared at Feng Feiyun like she was thinking about something. This was definitely a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Even though the veil covered her face, it couldn't hide her beauty. This was truly a magnificent girl, inside and out, with a holy and noble atmosphere. Her identity was definitely not simple, and this aura wasn't something that a girl from a common household could learn. Feiyun's eyes widened, his stiff body stared at Dongfang Jingyue as she stepped down from the ancient carriage. It was like he was seeing a ghost, and his body began to shake. His clenched fists couldn't help to not make a crackling sound. His heart felt as if it was twisted with a knife, and the blood in his body seethed with excitement. How could there be two women with such similar auras in this world? Dongfang Jingyue, in front of his eyes, truly resembled Shui Yuding as if they came from the same mold. They were as equally ethereal and holy, exactly like the other. Hatred fermented in his heart, quickly becoming huge floods that submerged the sky, drowning his eyes and covering his reason. Feiyun strongly grinded his teeth and his chest was contorted from the pain. He loudly screamed. Shui Yuding, don't think that wearing a veil would render me unable to recognize you. The previous life's love and hatred, and this life's scores, there will only be death for one of us. Slut, die for me. 3. A lot of flowery languages here, hopefully it sounds okay in English. Dongfang Jingyue was surprised by Feng Feiyun's scream, and her mind was slightly startled. She could feel the endless hatred of Feng Feiyun that was accompanied by sadness and sorrow. How much does one have to hate someone to have such an unforgettable feeling, to lose one's mind completely? But who was Shui Yuding? Dongfang Jingyue, with her immortal soul and bones of Tao, focused her gaze like a goddess coming down to the mortal world. Her heart was filled with confusion. Why was Feng Feiyun's hatred directed towards her? 4. The first sentence doesn't mean that she is an actual immortal, it is just a description of how godly she appears. The wind created from Feiyun's punch was like a sword, heading straight for her. Boom. Dongfang Jingyue lifted her beautiful eyes. She had not reacted to Feng Feiyun's death-risking strike. One fist connected, then another from the right, causing her to fall down to the ground. The lute in her hand was kicked far away by Feng Feiyun. This first was too unexpected, and it even caused Jing Dongwu's jaw to drop to the floor. It is over, it is over. A major catastrophe had happened. Chapter 21, There is no road to the sky nor a door into the earth. If a man died in their favorite woman's hands, then all that person's love would be transformed into hate. Feng Feiyun originally thought that he would never be able to see Shui Yuding again, in this life, but he didn't expect to meet her again so soon. This scenery was almost identical to their meeting before. Shui Yuding rode her ancient fragrant moon carriage and flew down from the sky gently. She pulled aside the carriage's curtain. From the fragrant carriage, she gently stepped down, and she stood in front of him. Her wide and round almond-shaped eyes were like the beautiful bright moon. At that moment, Feng Feiyun felt that, for the first time, he could hear his own heart beat. Dongfang Jingyue was so similar, their eyes gave off the same impression. Their temperaments were also the same, every inch of their eyes to each of their eyelashes, everything was exactly the same. How could there be such similarities between two women in the world? Feiyun's heart was both engulfed with intense love and hate towards Shui Yuding. Otherwise, he would not be so hysterical when he saw Dongfang Jingyue, or, in this case, recognized the wrong person. He knew once Dongfang Jingyue started to hunt him, there would be no road to the sky nor door into the earth for him. Feng Feiyun had to escape for 3 days and 3 nights, even his eyes had not been closed, his legs, especially, never stopped even for a bit, and right now, he was tired, sleepy, thirsty, and hungry. However, he still couldn't stop. Dongfang Jingyue was definitely right behind him, and once he stopped, it would be likely that she would catch up. Once she caught up, Feng Feiyun was afraid that he would die in the hands of a woman one more time. This would be such a shameful thing. For the past 3 days, Feng Feiyun fled day and night, without breaks. With the speed of his legs, it was likely that he had ran more than 1,000 miles. An ordinary person would never catch up to him, but Dongfang Jingyue was not an ordinary person. She had cultivated the 1,000 miles seeing eyes, and she could channel her spirit energy to see for 1,000 miles. Even if 2 ants were fighting 1,000 miles away, it would not elude her eyes. Fuck, this woman's personality turns even faster than turning the pages in a book. I didn't want to mistake her for a different person, I didn't want to punch her head, I didn't want to call her a slut, and I didn't want to do anything. Who is to blame for her and Shui Yuding to be so similar? Feng Feiyun didn't know where he had escaped to, but he knew it was outside of Spirit State City's boundary. There was a snowy mountain peak and before his eyes, there was a large and fast-flowing river. Chasing the sound of the water, Feng Feiyun went to the river bank. Seeing his reflection in the water was unbearable because there was not a distinguishable difference from a beggar. He almost didn't believe that this person was him. Escaping on the road for 3 days had made Feng Feiyun's fancy clothes become ragged, and his tied-up hair was spilled, disheveled, and full of dust and leaves. The gold-engraved boots on his feet had been missing for an unknown amount of time, and his extraordinary handsome face right now was covered with black dirt and mud. It was as if he had just climbed out from a pit. Clang clank. Feng Feiyun threw his crimson dragon saber to the side, then crouched down on the ground. He clasped a palm full of water from the river, crazily drank from it, and he then cleansed the dirt off his face. He then picked up his crimson dragon saber and stood straight up. Right now, the night was dark, the foggy water on top of the river was wide, and a plume of blue smoke that rose from the river made it difficult for others to see the other side. Whoosh! A clear slashing wind rang from the sky above, and, even though it was still 100 miles away, it could be heard along with the killing intent. This caused the atmosphere to suddenly become as cold as ice. A round jade plate from the moon, above of the mountain, flashed a sparkling brilliant light. No, this was not the moonlight, this was a mirror flying in the air. Haotian Spirit Mirror. Dongfang Jingyue is catching up. This was a mirror of the spirit treasure rank, and the light was a spirit technique used by Dongfang Jingyue. Once the light of the mirror reached him, she would immediately be alerted as to the whereabouts of Feiyun. Even if one escaped 1,000 miles away, she could still catch up. This was the reason why Feng Feiyun didn't have a way of escaping the hunt of Dongfang Jingyue, facing this Haotian Spirit Mirror accounted for a large reason. This was a genuine spirit treasure that had its own sentience. One spirit treasure could kill the opponent, it could sweep high, low, and in the 4 directions once a spirit treasure was completely awoken. Then, with one blow from it, it could destroy an ancient city with a few 100,000 people. Dongfang Jingyue stood on top of a white peak covered by snow. Her hands carried her red lute, her white robe gently floated about, her slender fingers gently moved, and, from it, came many strands of white spirit energy, making the power of the Haotian spirit mirror awaken a little bit more. Even though it was just a hint of the mirror's true vestige, it was enough to overpower the fierce beasts and cause them to kneel, the swimming fishes to freeze in the river. This was the power of a spirit treasure. Even though it was just a trace, it could still destroy mountains and suppress tens of thousands of existences from moving. What is happening? I was leading the people to destroy the Eagle Claw Gang. I should be the hero of Spirit State City. The anticipated heroic young man, becoming one of the 10 outstanding youths in all of Grand Southern City. Kiki, all of these titles should be mine. However, unfortunately, I messed with Dongfang Jingyue. This time, I have a home that I cannot return to. It seems that I can only meet my end in a far corner of the world. Dongfang Jingyue was a big character of the Go clan, and this clan was one of the 4 great clans in the Jin dynasty. To mess with the Go clan was like messing with the king of hell. The Feng clan was powerful, but it could only reign in the Grand Southern City. Essentially, it could not be compared to the Go clan. If Feng Feiyun wanted to return to the Feng clan to seek asylum, then, to put it simply, idiotic nonsense, lunatic ravings. Once the Go clan started to apply pressure, then maybe, the upper echelons of the Feng clan would send experts to hunt Feng Feiyun. After all, the older generations of the Feng clan wouldn't dare to offend the Go clan. To them, sacrificing a young child to please the Go clan was entirely doable. Moreover, Dongfang Jingyue's personal cultivation was already frighteningly strong, and her fingertip alone was enough to annihilate all Immortal Foundation experts. If she wasn't absent-minded at that time, then it would be impossible for Feng Feiyun to punch her down to the ground. This was simply a great shame, to be beaten to the ground by a hedonistic young master at the peak of spirit realm rank. Even though Dongfang Jingyue's emotions had seen through the profound Tao, she was still angry to the point of almost puking blood. She swore on her life to destroy this shameless Feng Feiyun, only this would allow the shame in her heart to be cleansed. In the cultivation world, there were 2 things that could turn friends into enemies in the blink of an eye, one was benefit and the other was face. As long as one had fame, they considered their face to be more important than even their lives. The higher the fame, the more valuable their face was. Even though Dongfang Jingyue didn't care so much about her reputation, but to be punched in the head by Feng Feiyun without a valid reason was enough to drive her mad. The Haotian spirit mirror was hanging in the sky. It was flying high up in the air, like a moon, radiating light through an area within a radius of 100 miles. It was bright just like it was during the daytime. Feng Feiyun knew to not be shined on by the Haotian spirit mirror no matter what. When the light of the spirit mirror came down, he immediately leaped into the river, creating a big bubbly splash. He then sunk into the bottom of the river that was bone-chillingly cold. Splash! His body completely disappeared in the water. Whoosh! A beautiful white shadow came down from the sky, standing on a patch of green grass next to the river bank. One hand held a bright red lute, and the other hand held the Haotian spirit mirror. She stared intently at the billowing flow of the river with eyes filled with coldness. Dongfang Jingyue fluttered in the night sky, like the wings of a white butterfly, while she made a cold howling sound. Feng Feiyun, you won't get away with this. Before Dongfang Jingyue noticed that Feng Feiyun was an apex-talented person, she wanted to take him under her command. However, after the big unexpected mishap, Dongfang Jingyue's heart viewed him with contempt. She only wanted to dismember his body into 10,000 pieces. Hovering in the sky on top of the wide foggy river, her tall slender figure was softly feminine. She strolled in the air. Her footsteps appeared to be taken with leisure, but with each step, she traveled a dozen zhang further. She was mystical, and she exuded the feel of infinite beauty. This was the technique, water-treading steps. Even the expert predecessors that had cultivated for a lifetime wouldn't necessarily be able to reach such a stage. Dongfang Jingyue was regarded as the absolute top talent within the younger generation. As for someone like Feng Suiyu, this sort of trash wouldn't even match a single hair on her body. This large river that crossed through the entire Grand Southern City was named Tongliang River. It was also the largest river of the Jin dynasty. It ran through 9 counties, and it was 80,000 li in length. Even at its narrowest part, it was more than 10 miles wide, and the other side of the river was not in view. Tongliang River, under the curtain of night, was like a coiling dragon. The unending waves issued angry dragon roars. Bah! The waves hitting the river bank made a splash. A black shadow emerged from the water, and it slowly crawled to the shore. After this experience, it completely demonstrates that it is better to not offend women in the future. Feng Feiyun channeled the spirit energy in his body, drying the wet clothes on his body. He was ecstatic. If he was half a step late in escaping earlier, maybe Dongfang Jingyue would have caught up. This woman's cultivation was too high, and on top of that, she also had a spirit treasure. Even the predecessors from the last generations would most likely be beaten by her into many little pieces. It seems like I'll have to quickly extract the spirit energy and spirit conscience from the Crimson Dragon Saber and insert it into the Infinite Spirit Ring, turning it into a spiritual treasure. As long as I possess a spirit treasure in my hands, then maybe there is a chance of me being able to challenge Dongfang Jingyue. Feng Feiyun had this thought. However, Dongfang Jingyue didn't give him a chance to refine his spirit treasure. The Haotian mirror, once again, rose to the sky just like the bright moon. She came again. This woman doesn't mind fatigue, she has lost her wits. Feng Feiyun stomped his feet twice, and he then hid in the trees, fled alongside the river bank, and escaped for more than 10 miles away. On the wide river, suddenly, came, loud and clear, human voices. There was also a green lantern burning brightly in the middle of the river. It was a red ship made from steel, it was a few hundred zhang in length, and it towered at around 18 zhang. Slowly, it moved on top of the river's surface. On top of the big ship were numerous lanterns, and on the lanterns were the two huge words Feng Tian. While the lantern brilliantly shined like wildfires, on top of the ship was joyous singing and dancing. One could vaguely hear the sound of the lute as well as the bells resonating together, causing spectators to not help but think about the type of person the owner of this huge ship was. Feng Feiyun stopped running for his life. And he stared intensely at the huge ship in the middle of the river. His face had a happy expression. Chapter 22, Heavenly Witchcraft Goddess. After nightfall, the thick mist appeared, and all the boats on the cold Tongliang River were traveling at a very slow speed. After all, there were many dangers above a big river. If there were ships rushing at night, then, an accident was likely to occur. This giant ship was also no exception. It slowly moved forward, in the water, but, even so, it still gave away the feel of a majestic atmosphere, like a huge steel monster, madly playing on the water surface. This was a red ivory warship, crafted by the hands of a grand blacksmith master. He spent 10 million pounds of rare soul metals to make, and it took many hundreds of years to finish it completely. It could carry almost 10,000 people, and it absorbed the mysterious quintessence yang energy of the sun so it could travel 30,000 li in one day. Searching the entire Grand Southern Prefecture, one wouldn't be able to find 10 red ivory warships like this. This was not to say the big families couldn't craft a red ivory warship. After all, a clan like the Feng clan could spend 10 million pounds easily, but the Feng clan still didn't have a single one. Crafting a red ivory warship wasn't hard because of the material requirement. However, it was hard to find a grand blacksmith master to forge it. Blacksmith masters could be considered one of the most famous professions in the Jin dynasty, along with beast-taming masters, pill masters, treasure-seeking masters, and wisdom masters. These were called the 5 Grand Mysterious Masters. In other words, after becoming one of the 5 Grand Mysterious Masters, one could go anywhere and still always have food to eat. Powerful cultivation sects and cultivation clans would always respect the 5 Grand Mysterious Masters, and they would gladly make them guest elders. For instance, the current national teacher of the Jin dynasty was a 3rd-rank Grand Pill Master. Even the Jin Emperor would refer to him as a High Master. The great status of the 5 Grand Mysterious Masters could be seen from this. Blacksmith Masters were divided into 3 ranks: Blacksmith Apprentice, Blacksmith Master, and Grand Blacksmith Master. Each rank was also divided into 9 levels. The requirements to become an excellent blacksmith master were very harsh. Not only did it require a high cultivation, but you also need an even higher degree of formation mastery, spiritual materials, and infernal fire. Becoming a grand blacksmith master was even harder. One had to successfully create a spirit treasure before one's abilities were accepted by the Wanxiang Tower. Once that happened, they were granted the title of Grand Blacksmith Master. This gate had prevented countless blacksmith masters from advancing, so, even though the entire grand southern city accounts for millions of mountains and rivers, with a population in the billions, it only had 2 grand blacksmith masters. Because of the few grand blacksmith masters, there was a low amount of red ivory warships as well. To be able to ride a red ivory warship, the status of this owner couldn't be anything but high. Dongfang Jingyue is strong, but she will not necessarily rush into a red ivory warship. Feng Feiyun, once again, jumped into the cold-as-ice river and inched towards the red ivory warship in the middle of the river. Even though Dongfang Jingyue carried a spirit treasure with great battle power, enough to suppress one direction, a red ivory warship's strength was also formidable. It had 18 offensive arrays and 18 defensive arrays, and each of these formation arrays was comparable to the power of a cultivator. Their power was not lower than a spirit treasure, and their defensive power was even more frightening. Even a spirit treasure wouldn't necessarily be able to break through. On the red ivory warship, there weren't any sails, however, in front of the bow was a huge spirit rune, lingering in the air, creating an 8 trigrams formation. In the middle of the formation was a spirit compass, leading the way for the red ivory warship. Each time there were multiple branches on the river, the spirit compass would shine brilliantly, then change the direction of the ship. Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng, have you found the position of the heavenly witchcraft goddess? A muscular man, 3 meters in height and wearing a thick black steel armor, was kneeling behind the legs of Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng, very respectful in manner. An old man with a black robe was standing on the bow of the ship. He was 3 meters tall, skinny as a stick, had yellow wrinkly skin, and a crumpled face with a pair of bright eyes like the stars in the night sky. His eyebrows, hair, and beard were all white. His long white hair extended straight down to the ground. His white eyebrows were also 3 meters long, swaying in the air, while his white beard, on his chin, was like a stallion's tail, rocking back and forth. His skinny hands were holding a magical basin made from a kiln-firing workshop, and it was square-shaped. On top, there were engravings of calligraphy runes and mysterious symbols. In this world, only this Grand Master could read these. Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng's old eyes were filled with a light of wisdom, and he seemed to be able to see through everything in this world. He stared at the magical basin for a moment, his pupils flashed a hint of excitement, and he said, "The heaven blesses my heaven worship division, but where is the heavenly witchcraft goddess?" Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng waved his black sleeves, and a black light came out of his finger like a meteor piercing the sky. This finger pointed towards a direction in the middle of the wide sky. In that direction. The location of Spirit State City is in that direction, maybe. Maybe the heavenly witchcraft goddess was born in Spirit State City. The expressions of everyone on the red ivory warship were ecstatic. With a respectful demeanor, they all kneeled on the bow of the ship and kept on kowtowing towards the direction of Spirit State City. Boom, boom, boom. The sight of a few thousand people kneeling on the ground and kowtowing was an absolutely magnificent sight. These people were all 3 meters tall, and their hands were as big as water buckets, much more powerful compared to an ordinary person. These characteristics belong to the ancient Jiang race. Ancient Jiang race was a huge race, located in the western ancient Jiang city of the Jin dynasty. Ancient Jiang city was similar compared to the Grand Southern City. They were both one of the 8 grand cities of the Jin dynasty, and ancient Jiang city was 100,000 miles away from Spirit State City. The ancient Jiang people worshipped the heavenly witchcraft god. They lived in a prehistoric setting, making fire by drilling wood and ate raw meats and fowls. Even though they were born with human appearances, their strength was extremely powerful. They possessed a mighty body. Many great families were specialized in traveling to ancient Jiang city to capture the ancient Jiang people, domesticating them into slaves. One could say that the ancient Jiang race was a branch of humanity, plus, they were gifted with powerful strength. However, there were numerous ancient Jiang slaves in the Jin dynasty because they were tamed by the great families and nobles into combat slaves. The ancient Jiang race possessed one city as their main stronghold, with the following 3 large tribes within: Heaven Worship Division, Darkness Division, Heavenly Witch Division. Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng was the spiritual leader of the Heaven Worship Division, and he had lived for 484 years. Not many years from now, he would become weak and go to heaven with his hands laying down. Thus, before this, he was determined to find a successor, one that could lead the Heaven Worship Division to continue to have a successful future. And this person was the heavenly witchcraft goddess. In the mythical legends of the ancient Jiang people, the heavenly witchcraft goddess was a girl, every 10,000 years, she was able to reincarnate again. The birth of a heavenly witchcraft goddess would usher a new era for the ancient Jiang people. The heavenly witchcraft goddess had a mission of educating and spreading witchcraft heritages. Once a heavenly witchcraft goddess reached the age of 14, her body would birth a witchcraft tree within, one that could be felt by the tribal wisdom masters. 10 days ago, the wisdom masters of the 3 large tribes of the ancient Jiang people felt the presence of the witchcraft tree at the same time, so they all led many experts to find the heavenly witchcraft goddess. This huge news had alarmed the entire cultivation world of the Jin dynasty. All the great families and sects sent many experts to secretly follow the masters of the 3 tribes in order to find out what exactly they were looking for. The Heaven Worship Division had a red ivory warship, so in one day, they could travel 3,000 miles. Plus, Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng, with his exceptional knowledge, had led the Heaven Worship Division to this place. He had found the exact location of the Heavenly Witchcraft Goddess. The Heavenly Witchcraft Goddess was in Spirit State City. Feng Feiyun utilized the dark night to go alongside the warship. He secretly climbed on top of the red ivory warship and was immediately frightened by this scene. Fuck, a few thousand people kneeling at the ship's bow, facing a far direction and kowtowing. What was this situation? These people were kneeling, their lips were also mumbling something without breaks. Luckily, they were kneeling towards the other direction, otherwise, when Feng Feiyun had climbed up the ship, he would have been caught red-handed. Feiyun ignored what these people were doing, and, from their back, he gently flew by and infiltrated into a steel door. He then hid inside a warehouse stacked with food. Escaping for 3 days made Feng Feiyun really tired. Even when his spirit was exhausted, he didn't dare to rest. He sat in a dark corner of the warehouse, took out the infinite spirit ring and the broken crimson dragon saber, and he held them in each hand. Old Grandma Dongfang Jingyue was very astute. Sooner or later she would come to the red ivory warship. Feng Feiyun couldn't sit still and wait for death. He could only extract the spirit awareness and spirit energy from the crimson dragon saber and put it into the infinite spirit ring in order to make the ring into a real spirit treasure. Only with a real spirit treasure in his grasp could he have a chance of protecting his life. Chapter 23, Dragon Horse River Diagram. The heaven and earth was enveloped by the dark night, and the cold waves of the Tongliang River continued to slap the hulls of the red ivory warship, creating a rhythmic sound. In Feiyun's dantian, there was an azure light with the shape of an ancient azure ship as big as a fist, floating in his navel. Inside the ancient azure ship was a strand of spirit energy, invoking a holy saint aura. The crimson dragon saber that was on Feiyun's right hand suddenly quivered, the originally slumbering spirit energy in the blade became active, and a red spirit energy flew out from the blade's body. Thud. The crimson dragon saber, weighing at 240 pounds, was broken, once again, into 2 halves. A crimson dragon, of a hand's length, rushed out. This crimson dragon was formed by spirit energy and spirit awareness merging and mixing together. It was ethereal like smoke, its head was only as big as a finger, and its eyes were glaring angrily. Roar. The crimson dragon roared softly. Its muffled voice was like a mosquito's, so it didn't alarm the ancient Jiang soldiers outside at the front of the ship. It flew around Feng Feiyun's body 3 times, then suddenly, it entered the infinite spirit ring in the palm of Feng Feiyun. Bah! The roar of the dragon eventually dissipated, and it disappeared in the infinite spirit ring. Bang! After the spirit energy and spirit awareness had entered the infinite spirit ring, a red brilliance from the inside bloomed outward. Next, the 7 ancient runic words engraved on the ring's body, once again, started to move. It burst out large lights, and the 7 ancient paintings appeared again: Dragon Horse River Diagram, 8 trigrams Mysterious Language, 4 Yang Ancient Cauldron, Netherworld Spirit Pagoda, Heavenly Flying King, 100 Ghost Banquet, and 10,000 Lights. What the hell is this? Why are there only 7 paintings in the infinite spirit ring? In his past life, Feng Feiyun was the patriarch of the demon phoenix race, and his knowledge was broad. However, he couldn't see through the 7 paintings. This could only mean that the 7 paintings did not originate from the hands of an ordinary person, and they could be the Holy Saint High records in the ancient legends. Holy Saint High records, even a corner of these records was enough for a cultivator to ponder for millennia. Not to mention, there were 7 complete ones. Here, each painting represented a different charm. If one could not see through them, then it was better to temporarily pause here. Feng Feiyun decided to turn the infinite spirit ring into a spirit treasure first. In his palm, a red spirit energy appeared. It moved sharply, creating a crackling sound. Bang! The spirit energy turned into infernal flames, and the flames began to refine the infinite spirit ring. This fire was the first dark origin flame, and it was the most common flame used by cultivators from burning the spirit energy. The temperature, compared to a regular fire from burning wood, was dozens of times higher. It could easily melt steel into molten iron. Pill masters and blacksmith masters, within the 5 grand mysterious masters, were experts at playing with fire, and the more skillful ones were able to create the second dark hell flame or even the third dark true flame that could burn the heaven and boil the sea in the legends. The infinite spirit ring was refined by the first dark origin flame. The 7 ancient paintings were also distorted by each of the little embers within the flame, and they jumped around playfully. The shadow of the crimson dragon, loitering on the infinite spirit ring, eventually turned into a crimson dragon engraving that surrounded the ring, coiling one full rotation. Haha! Finally, both spirit energy and spirit awareness are merged into the infinite spirit ring. Now, it only needs a little more to complete the fusion. Even though it is still a bit weaker than a regular spirit treasure, but right now, it still can be considered a spirit treasure. I really want to try to see the power of the infinite spirit ring right now. Feng Feiyun was ecstatic. After all, he now grasped a spirit treasure. Even if Dongfang Jingyue arrived, at least he could have the strength to strike back. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. The 7 ancient paintings on the infinite spirit ring started to turn, and the azure bronze spirit vessel in Feiyun's dantian also started moving, by itself, along with one of the paintings. They started to resonate with each other. Dragon Horse River Diagram. The Dragon Horse River Diagram, in the 7 paintings, was able to create intricate movements with the azure bronze spirit vessel, and these motions were like the calling of the origin. It became more and more intense. The azure bronze spirit vessel turned even faster in the dantian, and, eventually, it exerted a powerful force that pulled the Dragon Horse River Diagram, that was originally engraved in the infinite spirit ring, over to itself. Whoosh! The Dragon Horse diagram flew into the dantian, and it floated around the azure bronze spirit vessel, slowly rotating. To be able to merge with the body, it was really a painting made by a holy saint of the past. This was a winding river. The water raged turbulently. It was filled with immortal fogs. A dragon horse lifted its head, turned and looked up at the moon, and, in its mouth, was an 8-legged immortal tortoise. It seemed solemn and majestic, indescribable by words. On the dragon horse's back were 8 times 8, 64 vortexes. They were positioned by a mysterious formation that made others feel like they resonated with one another, like the rhythm of the heavens, along with the arrangement of nature. Even though it was just a painting, it gave the sense of being profound and vast. It contained millions and millions of pieces of ancient knowledge and hidden potential. The painting was now suspended in the dantian of Feng Feiyun. The azure bronze spirit vessel was floating beneath the Dragon Horse River diagram, and, between these two things, there was a mysterious connection that attracted and refined each other. This was a fantastic scenery, the river diagram and the spirit vessel existing at the same time, in the dantian. As Feiyun was about to curse, another mutation suddenly happened. Boom. Afterward, the speed of the spirit pathway in the dantian and the heart were stimulated by the Dragon Horse River diagram and the spirit vessel. It began to shrink, change, and radiate lights. This was the sign of the spirit realm breaking through to the immortal foundation. The Dragon Horse River diagram also brought a large amount of ancient spirit energy to him when it merged with Feiyun's dantian. This caused a chain reaction. Judging by a normal cultivation speed, Feng Feiyun needed at least 3 more months before he could reach the immortal foundation rank. However, right now, this process had advanced greatly before the due time. Tonight was when Feiyun broke through to the immortal foundation rank. Immortal foundation was a gate that, if cultivators did not reach, they would only be considered a half-baked cultivator. At best, they could rule the mortal world. However, without the immortal foundation, they couldn't even be considered a true cultivator. This immortal foundation hurdle had blocked many cultivators outside of its gate. 10 cultivators at the peak spirit realm stage wouldn't necessarily have one that could successfully form an immortal foundation. Once successful, one's strength would be comparable to a governor of an ancient city, and they could be considered an expert in the cultivator world, like the governor of Spirit State City. Feng Wanping, who took 30 years to cultivate, was only at the intermediate stage of the immortal foundation. Feng Feiyun was only 14 years old, and at this age, a person that entered the Immortal Foundation would definitely be considered a genius, one in tens of thousands. With this aptitude, if the older generations of the Feng clan were to find out, they would be grinning from ear to ear. Feng Feiyun fully activated the spirit energy in his body, and the crazy spirit energy was coming non-stop. His blood boiled even more. So fierce. Many powerful explosions, within him, happened one by one. Bang, bang. A cry of a phoenix rang in the head of Feng Feiyun. The second step of blood purification had reached grand completion, and the rank of his blood had, once again, increased. It became as black as ink. Feng Feiyun's constitution, once again, ranked up, and the endurance of the body greatly increased. His bones were hard, just like steel, his muscles and meridians all contained black blood energy. Now, even if Feng Feiyun was cut anywhere on his body, as long as it was not a dangerous place, then the wound would be healed within an hour, no scar would remain. Even before, when his physique was not completed, he could still have defeated a cultivator one small level above him. If he could reach the early stage of Immortal Foundation tonight, then, his true power would be comparable to an Immortal Foundation expert in the intermediate stage. This was the result of completing the second stage of blood purification. Such a strong body could only be attributed to the Immortal Phoenix physique's heaven-defying effect. This was a heavenly method only available to the patriarch of the Demon Phoenix race. If Feng Feiyun could successfully complete the third level of blood purification, his blood would become sentient and a silver aura will radiate in the four directions. His constitution would be even more formidable, and he would be able to defeat opponents 2 levels higher than him. However, Feng Feiyun still had a long road ahead of him. The cultivation of the Immortal Phoenix physique, in the later stages, would become increasingly challenging. Condense the spirit realm, break it, and form the Immortal Foundation. Feng Feiyun clapped his hands together in front of his chest, and a spirit aura exploded out of his skin. His body became an ancient immortal statue. Chapter 24, Chaotic Battle. A red seedling, it was just like a flame that was suspended in the dantian. It was born and grew on top of the Dragon Horse River diagram. There were 2 long leaves with the shape of flames, tiny and delicate. It was as if they were just newly grown teeth, filled with spirit. This was the Immortal Foundation. It was formed with the transformation of the spiritual realm. The first step of condensation for the Immortal Foundation was successful. The inside was filled with spirit energy. The purity and density of the spirit energy were many times greater than the spirit energy inside the body of a spiritual realm cultivator. Early realm of the Immortal Foundation, however, if I use all of my might, I wouldn't be at a disadvantage even against an intermediate Immortal Foundation expert. Feng Feiyun opened his eyes, and he slightly smiled. An unknown amount of time had passed. The cabin still remained dark without any light. The outside was tranquil, and there were only the footsteps of 3 or 5 ancient Jiang soldiers on patrol. Feng Feiyun slightly opened the door of the cabin. Outside, the night was encompassing, only the clear and bright moonlight was shining down, and this left a reflection in the water akin to a silverfish's scales. Within the radius of 100 miles, one could only hide inside this red ivory warship. With the intelligence of Dongfang Jingyue, she wouldn't be able to guess that I was hiding here. Feng Feiyun naturally didn't hope that Dongfang Jingyue would chase him to this point, but he didn't want to think about the other anomalies within. Thus, his heart had doubts. I wonder, since she couldn't find me, would she go to kill my father? Feng Feiyun's body shook when he had this scary thought. If Dongfang Jingyue truly didn't spare any schemes, and she made a move with Feng Wanping, then there was nothing else Feng Feiyun could do. In the end, both the cultivation and background of this damned old grandma were quite frightening. If that was the case, then I could only run back to Spirit State City and fight her to the bitter end. With this thought in his mind, Feiyun's eyes became cold and solemn. Suddenly, a blinding light from the far distance reached the ship. A spirit aura came down repeatedly. It was definitely the huge mirror flying to this place. Within the mirror, a bright silver light was hidden. It came down in ripples, like a bright moon, and it caused the red ivory warship to be enveloped in the light. I just thought about her, and now she is here. This woman could be considered somewhat magnanimous since she is only chasing me and not causing dangers to my clan. Feng Feiyun couldn't help but think a bit more highly of her. In the end, not everyone could distinctly see through their gratitude and grudges like this. Many people, once angry, would seek revenge. Once they were truly irritated, they would massacre the entire clan of their opponent. However, Dongfang Jingyue was aware that if she caught Feng Wanping, then she could force Feng Feiyun to obediently show himself. And yet, she didn't do so. At least, it proved that she was not a person who would employ any underhanded methods. Even though he was being chased by her, Feng Feiyun's view of her, on the contrary, had improved. Of course, it was only just a little. Whoosh! Dongfang Jingyue rode the wave like a butterfly that flew gracefully on the water surface. Each step gently touched the large surging waves as she caused small ripples on the large river. Her long black hair fluttered in the cold river wind. The white veil slightly covered her peerless beauty, only revealing a pair of bright eyes like black pearls. Inside her eyes was a depth without any emotions, giving others an enigmatic feel. She was holding her ancient red lute, and her slender and soft fingers gently held the strings. She hadn't started to flick the strings, but it already gave off an unlimited pressure. Once she started to play, then one note of her lute could destroy a heavenly army and 10,000 horses. Dragon Lake spans 3,000 li like a white jade hung from the silver river. Sun sets on the sacred bird monument, Haotian mirror rose from the moon. Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng stood above on the high platform, and he lifted his head towards the Haotian spirit mirror in the sky. While his wrinkly face had a serious expression, he quietly mumbled, he then raised his voice. I don't know which expert from the Yin-Go clan you are. The number of spirit treasures in the Jin dynasty was a lot, and each of them all had their own legends. When the Haotian spirit mirror arrived in the sky, it was instantly recognized with one glance from Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng. The ancient Jiang people had always been in conflict with the big clans of the Jin dynasty. The other side was one of the 4 grand clans of the Jin dynasty, an expert from the Yin-Go clan, so the Grand Wisdom Master took heavy precautions. This was also a crucial period to find the heavenly witchcraft goddess, so there couldn't be the slightest mistake. All of the ancient Jiang warriors on the red ivory warship were alarmed. Each wore their iron armor, with weapons in their hands. Rushing out, their bodies were radiating a battle aura, and the heavy pressure made the atmosphere frozen. Even though Feng Feiyun hadn't entered his battle condition, he still felt the frightening aura from these soldiers. The battle power of these few thousand ancient Jiang soldiers were truly scary. They must be more than 10 times stronger than the Spirit State City's guards. Dongfang Jingyue hugged her lute, and she rode the big waves. Her eyes gently glared at the red ivory warship once, and she then replied without any emotion in her voice. This little girl's status is humble, and she does not dare to state my name in front of Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng. How do you know I am Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng? Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng smiled. Dongfang Jingyue said. On top of the red ivory warship hangs the flag, Feng Tian. This is the symbol of the ancient Jiang city's Feng Tianbu. There are only 3 people of Feng Tianbu that could control the red ivory warship. One is the Feng Tian general, the other is Grandma Guyu, and the last is Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng. With predecessor's appearance and age, naturally, you are not the mighty Feng Tian general, Ling Geng, and you are definitely not Grandma Guyu. The only person left is Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng. Haha, this little girl's mind is meticulous. If I didn't have an important matter to do, then I really want to make you a disciple. Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng smilingly said. The number of wisdom masters compared to blacksmith masters, pill masters, and animal taming masters were less. Each wisdom master was worth the price as they were respected and courted by all the major powers, let alone a grand wisdom master. If one could become the disciple of a grand wisdom master, it would definitely be an extremely great honor. Dongfang Jingyue was still serene, and she said. Many thanks for Grand Wisdom Master's kind affection, but this time, this little girl is only here to catch a little thief. I am sorry to intrude Grand Wisdom Master's convenience. However, would you please be willing to let me board to force his appearance? This person is on board of the red ivory warship. Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng asked. I am absolutely not wrong. Dongfang Jingyue's eyes brilliantly shined. They looked around the red ivory warship, wanting to find Feng Feiyun. This old grandma was like a haunted apparition that won't move on. Not good. If she steps on the red ivory warship, then I would have no road for survival. Feng Feiyun thought this in his mind. His eyes looked in the direction where Dongfang Jingyue was staring at. The corners of his mouth revealed a cunning smile. He already had calculated a top-level ruse in his mind. Feng Feiyun decisively stepped out from the cabin, from behind the backs of the ancient Jiang soldiers, and he quickly flew by. His speed was as fast as a ghost's shadow, and he did not allow others to see him. Dongfang Jingyue's eyes angrily sank. Having found Feng Feiyun, the anger that was initially in her heart was burned once again. Her fingers motioned on the lute strings as she created a light sound. HMMGG. The lute had just rang, and an invisible killing light immediately flew outward. Fush! An ancient Jiang soldier yelled out and then fell to the floor. He rolled down the warship, and then he stopped moving. Oh heavens! The demon girl from the Yin Go clan is killing people. Everyone, join together to fight her since this woman is so vicious and merciless. This is a provocation to us ancient Jiang people. If we don't repay this blood feud, then our ancient Jiang people shall perish. Feng Feiyun, with extremely fast speed, was constantly changing directions. The loud shouting of the few thousand ancient Jiang soldiers increased the hatred in their hearts, the murderous atmosphere intensified. Two ancient Jiang soldiers wearing iron armor, with fingers the size of a cup, jumped out of the red ivory warship and headed towards Dongfang Jingyue. This demon girl is pushing us too far. She actually killed my people for no reason. Let us see if this grandpa today will kill you for your murderous crime. These events happened way too fast, and this was outside of Dongfang Jingyue's expectations. Earlier, her murderous calm sound wave clearly headed for Feng Feiyun, so how could it kill an ancient Jiang soldier? That ancient Jiang soldier naturally wasn't killed by Dongfang Jingyue's murderous calm sound wave but by Feng Feiyun's fist. At the moment that ancient Jiang soldier had stood up, his hand rubbed his neck, as he did not understand what had just happened. However, right now, no one paid attention to him because the ancient Jiang soldiers were enraged. Many of them left the red ivory warship to act as a vanguard with their lives against Dongfang Jingyue. The situation became crazy, and all kind of attacks began. Their power caused loud explosions on the river's surface. The price for murder is death, a life for a life. If we don't kill this demon girl, where will we show our ancient Jiang's face? Today, we will fight for equality and fairness. The ancient Jiang people were candid and frank, plus, they were frequently oppressed by the big families. With just a little provocation from Feng Feiyun, all of them became angry, all of them turned into fierce murderous devils, and they lost their minds like wild beasts. At this moment, Dongfang Jingyue was annoyed and depressed. Naturally, she knew that Feng Feiyun had done some scheming behind the scene. However, even if she had 100 mouths, she couldn't explain herself at the moment. She could only use and activate the Haotian spirit mirror to block these barbarians. Feng Feiyun was sitting at the highest point of the red ivory warship, looking at the flustered expression of Dongfang Jingyue, and he loudly laughed. Dongfang Jingyue wants to fight with this young master, you are still too young. As Feng Feiyun was happily smiling, an old noise came from behind his back. The person she wants to catch is you. Feng Feiyun could no longer continue laughing. He turned his stiff expression to directly look at the old wrinkly face, and he nodded and smiled. Chapter 25, Unbeatable Slut. Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng's eyes were surrounded with wrinkly lines. Even though he was of old age and feeble strength, he made others feel a deep mysterious vastness. He stood behind Feng Feiyun. It was as if he had stood in this place for a long time, a smile was always on his face. Is this old man a human or a ghost? His footsteps didn't make any noise. Heh. Feng Feiyun forcefully laughed twice. Dongfang Jingyue treats human lives like trash, predecessor doesn't want to stop her. Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng shook his head, and he smiled. In this world, there does not exist a person who could fool me. Lying in front of me is something you shouldn't do. Tell me the truth, where is the heavenly witchcraft goddess? The intelligence of Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng was exceedingly high, and he was perspicacious. These little tricks of Feng Feiyun could fool the ancient Jiang soldiers, but they could not fool him. Heavenly witchcraft goddess? Who is that? Feng Feiyun was confused, his mind was full of questions. He was not intentionally pretending. He had never heard of anyone who spoke about the heavenly witchcraft goddess, but, looking at the old man's confident face, he was seemingly very serious. Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng frowned, and he once again observed Feng Feiyun, he slowly said. On your body, I could feel the presence of the heavenly witchcraft goddess. You have clearly made contact with her. You came from Spirit State City. That's right. Feng Feiyun said. Then do you know a young girl around the age of 14? Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng said with a slightly nervous expression. About this. Feng Feiyun does know girls in Spirit State City, and not just a little amount. On top of that, they were mostly around 14 to 18 years of age, plus. Cough cough, the majority of them had been forcefully taken by him. He had many unforgettably passionate and romantic one-night stands. At least, that was what Feng Feiyun thought. As for how the girls were feeling, he did not know. If there was indeed a heavenly witchcraft goddess in this matter, then he definitely had used devious means to forcefully take them. Oh God, could it be that he had already XXO'd with the heavenly witchcraft goddess? That would not be good. It would be strange if he wouldn't be chased by the whole ancient Jiang tribe. The expressions on Feng Feiyun's face was constantly changing, and it became increasingly ugly. He was praying that he would be lucky, and he eventually said with difficulty. What is the origin of the heavenly witchcraft goddess? Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng carefully observed the emotions on Feng Feiyun's face, and he gently stroked his white beard, then he sighed. The heavenly witchcraft goddess is the daughter of the heavenly witchcraft grand god. Every 10,000 years, she would come back through reincarnation. Once she comes into this world, she will represent the birth of the witchcraft scripture and the heavenly witchcraft spirit tree. The heavenly witchcraft goddess will unite the three largest tribes once more, and she would become the supreme leader of the entire ancient Jiang tribe. 10 days ago, the heavenly witchcraft goddess awakened. She has, once again, descended. Our tribes naturally have the obligation and responsibility to welcome the return of our goddess. Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng's face was filled with a pious aura as if he viewed her as a true goddess. This was a belief that existed in the hearts of every ancient Jiang person. However, having heard this, Feng Feiyun had cold sweat throughout his body. Just Dongfang Jingyue wanting to kill him alone was enough to make him unable to escape to the heaven that had no door to hell. If there were powerful cultivators of the ancient Jiang tribe chasing him as well, then the consequences would be unimaginable. This heavenly witchcraft goddess was so unfortunate. The heavenly witchcraft spirit tree in her body was defiled by the low-life Feng Feiyun. This was simply sadness. Feng Feiyun couldn't stop sighing in his mind. Even though it was young Master Feng doing the good deeds, but, essentially, Feiyun couldn't escape the responsibility. Cough cough. I have never known who the heavenly witchcraft goddess is. Finished with his words, Feng Feiyun immediately threw his palm to the ground and ejected his body up above. His legs forcefully stepped once, and it was enough for him to fly straight out. If he didn't escape at this time, then how would he be able to in the future? As long as he could get out of the red ivory warship and jump into the deep turbulent river, all the way to the base of the river, then, no matter how great Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng was, it still wouldn't be easy to capture him. On Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng's face, there was a profound smile the whole time. Seeing Feiyun's escape made him even more certain that Feiyun had met the heavenly witchcraft goddess. As long as he could capture him again and force him to lead the way, then it was definitely possible to find the goddess in the shortest amount of time. Fush fush. Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng lightly lifted his black robe, and he slowly fanned out his hand into a giant palm image. This one hand wanted to grab Feng Feiyun from the sky. The pressure of the palm image encompassed the sky, isolating the spirit energy and making it look like the whole heaven was about to collapse. Feng Feiyun's speed slowed down as if he had fallen into a quagmire. He knew that continuing to run ahead would allow him to escape the red ivory warship, but he would be caught by the large palm image. The cultivation of this old man could be stronger than Dongfang Jingyue. Feng Feiyun had broken through to the early immortal foundation stage. Naturally, he was not a depleted oil lamp. Both of his legs went into the horse stance. He rapidly channeled the immortal foundation energy in his dantian, then threw out a punch into the middle of the sky. Next, was a second punch, then a third. He continuously threw out 9 fists. These 9 fists represented 9 Dao paths that synergized together and amalgamated. These 9 fists lingered in the air before stopping, and they did not disappear for a long time. At this moment, it was as if Feng Feiyun had 9 long hands. These 9 fists directly impacted the palm image that was covering the sky, creating a gap. This is the time. Feng Feiyun withdrew his fist, headed towards the gap that was just opened, and he ran. Oh! Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng was a bit surprised. This little boy was not simple. The 9 fists just now was truly profound with the rules of the heaven. This is definitely not something a person a bit older than 10 could understand. Even though he was just in the early Immortal Foundation stage, he was able to exert the power of an intermediate Immortal Foundation stage cultivator, truly not so simple. To be able to jump a level higher in battle, this was a heavenly aptitude. Young friend, this old man simply wants to give you a path. You don't have to struggle and hurt yourself. Even if you escape the Red Ivory Warship, you still absolutely cannot run from the palm of the Go clan's young miss. Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng was in no hurry to catch Feiyun. He only stood still at the highest position, and, on his face, there was still the same old smile. Feng Feiyun had only taken 2 steps forward and then immediately stopped. Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng was not wrong. Even if he could escape the Red Ivory Warship, he would still be pursued by Dongfang Jingyue. Feng Feiyun lifted his eyebrows, he turned his body, and he loudly asked while smiling. Predecessor will show me a path of light. Grand Wisdom Master seemed to have guessed that Feng Feiyun would stop trying to escape, and he smiled. The Go clan is considered one of the 4 grand families of the Jin dynasty, powerful, not just in the country boundary, but also in the cultivation world. The young lady has the Haotian spirit mirror so one could see that her status in the Go clan cannot be underestimated. Since you have offended her, even if you ran to the far sky or the corner of the sea, it would still be useless. Feng Feiyun nodded his head. He naturally concurred with the words of Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng. However, if you agree to help me find the heavenly witchcraft goddess, then you will be considered a friend of the ancient Jiang tribe. Since you would be our friend, of course I would show you a path of light. Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng smiled and said. This old man was worthy of being called a Grand Wisdom Master. He indeed had some talent. There was no way for Feng Feiyun to refuse his request. Feng Feiyun stared at the battle between the ancient Jiang soldiers and Dongfang Jingyue. This woman was not bad. On one hand, she was activating the Haotian spirit mirror, the other was playing her red lute. Standing on top of a large wave, her body was naturally standing on top of the vast and seemingly alive river. The ancient Jiang soldiers were strong and experienced in battle. Each of them possessed mighty power. Some of them were fierce men that could move the mountains and drain the sea, but none of them could get within 10 steps of her. This woman's cultivation was truly high. Feng Feiyun realized that even with the infinite spirit ring, he wouldn't be able to withstand 3 of her moves. If he was chased again by her, then he would be 10 parts dead. There would be no path of survival. Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng was an old sly fox. Seeing Feng Feiyun's expression, he immediately added oil to the fire. He said, "Young friend, the Go clan's influence is so great, no one in this world dares to offend them. To be her opponent, death is certain. If your clan was brought into this, it would be so unfortunate. You need to rethink this carefully." Feng Feiyun looked at the beaming smile on Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng's face. Even though it looked kind and graceful, he felt that it was a very treacherous smile. Escape this calamity first, then think later. Once he could get away from this damned Grandma Dongfang Jingyue and get back to Spirit State City, then it would become his world. Afterward, he could escape with no one to stop him. This was what Feng Feiyun was thinking in his mind. Fine. Since predecessor is so straightforward, then I won't be so roundabout either. However, I do have my own condition, if you do not agree. The Spirit State City has more than 1 million people. In order to find the heavenly witchcraft goddess, I'm afraid predecessor would have to spend another half a year. Feng Feiyun smiled, and he said. Of course, Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng heard the threats hidden in Feiyun's words, but Feiyun's eyes were very serious. He would, indeed, have to waste a large amount of time. If the experts from the other 2 tribes were to get to Spirit State City as well, then things would become problematic. In recent times, the 3 major tribes of the ancient Jiang people were divided. Within their relationships, there were both competitions and cooperations. All 3 wanted to welcome the heavenly witchcraft goddess because the tribe that gets the honor would have their status, within the ancient Jiang tribe, take precedence over the other 2 major tribes. This was a competition, and the first to find the heavenly witchcraft goddess would be the winner. What is your condition? Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng asked. Feng Feiyun coughed twice, and he then sighed loudly. This, the slut Dongfang Jingyue is unreasonably tyrannical and craves for my beauty. It was because she saw me in a sea of people, she became enamored with my pretty face and talented smile. She lusted and had forbidden thoughts about me, and then she chased me for 3 days and 3 nights without letting go. This Feng Feiyun, living between the heaven and the earth, is a proud man. I wear the heaven on my head and trample the earth below my feet. How could I let her defile my body? I begged predecessor to make a move, so that she could know that the matter is difficult, then leave. Sigh. Tell her that romance isn't something that can be forced. I already have someone I like in my heart, so get her to let go of strange thoughts. Chapter 26, Reverse Chase. The Grand Wisdom Master was surprised from observing Feng Feiyun. He only saw a lonely vagrant who was covered in mud and had messy hair. The depressing part was that his naked feet were as white as snow. How could this man have anything to do with appearing beautiful and heroic? It would be strange if the noble Dongfang Jingyue had eyes for this person. Regarding the words of Feng Feiyun, Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng naturally didn't believe half a word. However, since he wanted to rely on Feng Feiyun, at this moment, his only option was to first send Dongfang Jingyue away. After half a day of plotting, Feng Feiyun and Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng looked at each other, smiling. The one old fox and one little fox seemed to have reached an agreement. Stay your hands. Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng stood on the high platform with his black robe fluttering in the wind. One large shout suppressed the unresting waves in the curtain of the night. The angry ancient Jiang soldiers, at this moment, stopped their attack, and they withdrew back to the red ivory warship. Of course, there were some stubborn soldiers who didn't listen, and they still enclosed Dongfang Jingyue. Their red eyes still showed their will to fight. When Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng shouted once more, the arrogant ones, that did not listen the first time, finally and reluctantly retreated. Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng was skinny like a bamboo stick. He stood straight as he said. Little Miss Dongfang, even if you are the noble descendant of the Go family, once you have murdered a person from my ancient Jiang tribe, you shouldn't even dream about this matter being settled easily. Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng naturally knew that Dongfang Jingyue didn't kill anyone. However, since he had a secret pact with Feng Feiyun, he formulated a plan to take care of her. Dongfang Jingyue elegantly and gracefully stood under the moonlight. Her toes stepped on the clear water that was gleaming with the reflection of the moon, like a slender and elegant lotus tree. Her spirited eyes, like the stars under the veil, were faintly discernible like the mist, and she indifferently smiled. This Dongfang Jingyue, from the past till now, has only killed evil people that has committed heinous crimes. I have never indiscriminately killed an innocent person. There must be a misunderstanding. Even though she was just in a big battle, she showed no sign of fatigue or weakness. It was easy to see that she did not use her full power, as there was not even a drop of sweat present on her forehead. The corner of Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng's mouth slightly angled. He glanced at the hiding spot of Feng Feiyun, and he let out a dry chuckle. So anyone that little Miss Dongfang chases is an evil villain that has committed heinous crimes. Feng Feiyun's heart was laden with sorrow. This old man was truly contemptible. He dared to call me an evil villain. I do want to see what Dongfang Jingyue will say to sully my good reputation though. Dongfang Jingyue hated me to the bones and marrows. Naturally, there would not be clean words out of her mouth. It would be strange if this damned old grandma didn't slander me. In his mind, Feng Feiyun had already began to curse Dongfang Jingyue. Dongfang Jingyue contemplated for a moment. She remembered the scene where Feng Feiyun used one fist to knock her down to the ground. Suddenly, an anger surged within her heart, but, to say that this Feng Feiyun was an evil heinous villain, was out of the question. In the end, this little boy led people to kill Sen Yi. Regarding courage, intelligence, and character, he was the best of talents. Of course, this was because Dongfang Jingyue didn't know about the past of young Master Feng. She only evaluated the current Feng Feiyun. If she knew that the previous young Master Feng had committed a myriad of evil deeds in Spirit State City, maybe the killing intent in her heart would be even stronger. She would want to cleanly kill this son of a bitch to her heart's content. Dongfang Jingyue's expression became a bit unnatural, and she said, "On the contrary, he is not a heinous villain who is wicked beyond redemption. Regarding his character and aptitude, he would be considered to have apex talent. It is just that he and I have a personal vendetta, I cannot let him go. Ha. Apex talent, personal vendetta. Empress. Male slave. Fuck, could it be that the words of the little boy was true? That this little miss actually favors him? This was a quarrel within their emotional entanglement. Too much trouble, too much trouble. Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng had observed the subtle changes in Dongfang Jingyue's eyes, plus, her words, after careful analysis, confirmed that the little boy Feng Feiyun did not lie. It was really because he was too handsome, thus, she couldn't forget about him. This was why she chased him until he had no road to the heaven nor door to the earth. Feng Feiyun, at this moment, was very touched, standing in his dark corner, as he stared at Dongfang Jingyue on top of the far water, his eyes had a surprised expression. This. Dongfang Jingyue, even though she is a bit hot-headed, she still could be considered rational regarding her gratitudes and grudges. On the contrary, I am the despicable man with the heart of a nasty person. Even though she and Shui Yuding resemble each other immensely, her moral character is not just 100 times greater than Shui Yuding's. Ah. A woman's heart is like a salty egg, on the exterior, it is naked and clean, but God knows how many flavorful flowers are inside. Having had an emotional experience with Shui Yuding, Feng Feiyun had been deeply wounded. His heart had completely lost its trust regarding women, no matter how much he favored Dongfang Jingyue, there would always be a gap in his heart. Sigh. Little Miss Dongfang, these types of things cannot be forced, ah. Grand Wisdom Master sighed. His heart was lamenting, these youngsters are too vigorous. For someone they like, they could chase them for 3 days and 3 nights. This spirit was worthy of admiration. Dongfang Jingyue coldly scowled. If he dared to do it, he must take responsibility. This isn't a matter of force or not, today, I must capture him and make him give me a reasonable answer. Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng's eyebrows twitched, this little boy Feng Feiyun had an illicit sexual relation at first, and he then discarded her away. This had become even more complicated. Oh heaven, why did I have to meet such a complicated matter? Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng considered himself to be highly intelligent, but regarding the matter of romance between men and women, it gave him a feeling of confusion. This little boy Feng Feiyun is such a bastard. If I knew this was a lover's quarrel, then I wouldn't have accepted, however, since I have already agreed, then there is no road to turn back. Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng gently fixed his beard for a little bit, then he said. Ahem, I'll clarify once again, the person you are chasing is not on the Red Ivory warship. If you want to intentionally cause trouble again, then I won't be so reserved with you. Murder must be paid with one's life, a blood debt must be repaid by blood. The ancient Jiang soldiers were also shouting together. Murder must be paid with one's life, a blood debt must be repaid by blood. Murder must be paid with one's life, a blood debt must be repaid by blood. Feng Feiyun was laughing in his mind, but he also waited in eager anticipation. He wanted to see how Dongfang Jingyue would deal with this matter. This girl's intelligence or cultivation were extremely capable. Her temperament was not comparable to an ordinary person. If she made a move, then the earth would shatter and the sky would be frightened. The clear jade fingers of Dongfang Jingyue began to move on her red lute. Her heart was wavering. Feng Feiyun was most likely hiding on the Red Ivory warship. If she wanted to catch this bastard, she could only go through the gate of Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng, as well as the few thousands of powerful ancient Jiang soldiers. Humph. If Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng wants to shield him, then this little girl can only offend. Dongfang Jingyue's beautiful eyes shot out 2 rays of indigo spirit flowers that headed straight ahead. The temperature between the sky and the earth immediately dropped, the waves on the large river surfaces that were rampaging were suddenly turned into a thick layer of ice. A song that wrenches the heart, oh where do I find a knowing ear? Dongfang Jingyue used 3 of her fingers to play continuously, each finger was as fast as lightning treading the water, the lute strings fluctuated, her silhouette was like a white butterfly flying in the sky. Bang bang. This one tune's momentum was terrifying, the frozen water below was shattered into thousands of ice edges, like a mountain of sabers or a rain of swords, which hissed and flew towards the front. 2 songs that wrench the heart, don't reminisce the gentle feather that flew away. A pair of white heavenly wings were born from the sound of the lute. They appeared behind her back, and were around 3 zhang in length. Holy and beautifully pure, they dispatched many divine white lights that covered the long river. With one flap of her wings, she was already on top of the red ivory warship. 3 songs that wrench the heart: flowers fall from the rain as I become sorrowful. Whoosh whoosh. Black clouds gathered, along with thunder, above in the heaven curtain. The sky was frozen by the power of the lute and naturally became many black flower petals which rained down like the rain in a dark night. Feng Feiyun stared at the beautiful black petals in the sky and the ice mountain of swords and sabers. His heart became alarmed. The cultivation of this little Miss Dongfang was much stronger than he imagined. Maybe she had reached the grand completion stage of the immortal foundation. Break. Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng remained motionless, and he only opened his mouth to gently say this one word. From his mouth came 5 mysterious dark streams of air, like a turbulent flood. The bright brilliance filled up the vast sky. Boom. The rain of flowers became dust in the sky that fell down into the river. Even the frozen swords and sabers were instantly shattered into drops of water. The night became bright again, and the clouds that covered the sky were dissipated, revealing a bright full moon. Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng is just like the legends. Today, this little girl finally has learned. The voice of Dongfang Jingyue slightly filled the air, moving farther and farther away. When it couldn't be heard any longer, she had already traveled dozens of miles away. Just by listening to her voice, it was clear that she was seriously wounded. Her breath was lacking vitality, and most of the spirit energy in her body had disappeared. This was the best moment to thoroughly beat a drowning dog. Feng Feiyun couldn't let go of such an opportunity. Heh. Dongfang Jingyue, this day finally had happened to you. If this young master doesn't pursue you for 3 days and 3 nights, then it would be strange. Feng Feiyun took advantage of Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng's inattentiveness and jumped down from the red ivory warship. He quickly took cover and then stepped onto the water bank to chase towards Dongfang Jingyue's direction of escape. Chapter 27, A Trap. Dongfang Jingyue, you won't be able to get away. Feng Feiyun's feet stomped on the grass, and he rode the wind. He leaped a long distance over the long river's precipice to the other side, and he released a fist. Dongfang Jingyue was indeed injured. Her white robe was stained with blood, and even her speed was far below the past. However, her shadow was still elegant. It was at ease, like the mist traveling in the forest, and her beautiful face was still as relaxed as ever. Feng Feiyun anxiously chased after her as the unrestrained fist energy destroyed an isolated ancient tree nearby. Feng Feiyun, even if I am wounded, you are still no match for me. The shining moonlight seemed to immerse the faraway mountain ridges in a pristine state. Phew. Dongfang Jingyue suddenly stopped, and she eminently stood on top of the mountain peak. Even though she was in a hurry a moment ago, but at this time, she stood still. She quickly turned around, her fingers began to pluck the strings, and the lute quivered. A destructive sound wave, from the strings, flew out like a blade. The power from the sound of Dongfang Jingyue's lute was extremely frightening. An intermediate immortal foundation cultivator from 100 zhang away would still be killed by it. Feng Feiyun naturally couldn't block it. His body moved to dodge the sound wave, and he then, step by step, stomped on the ground to escape away. Both of his open palms continuously threw out 9 strikes, each vigorous and destructive strike carried along a red flame. This was the first dark origin flame. Many expansive heat waves flew out. Boom. Dongfang Jingyue stood under a red maple tree, her sleeves lightly fluttered, and her fingers quickly plucked the strings to play a beautiful sad tune. Each musical note was like a deadly blade. When all the notes intertwined, it became a battle space. Killing intent loudly screamed and flew forward, causing all the vegetation on the ground to become dust. Bang, bang. The 9 fists of flames were shattered by the sound wave. Although Dongfang Jingyue was wounded, her cultivation was still as strong as before. She steadily repressed Feng Feiyun. Each time she made a move, it was enough to cause Feng Feiyun to run around in circles. In the end, her cultivation was essentially strong enough. Feng Feiyun became increasingly alarmed as the fight grew longer. His heart had a bad feeling. Is this damned grandmother really injured? Why do I feel like she was pretending to be wounded and intentionally lured me here to kill me in the wilderness? How Tian Spirit Mirror. Dongfang Jingyue stepped on a spiritual white cloud. A pair of bright white wings grew from her back, her silky white sleeves barely motioned, and a white heavenly aura, from her hand, turned into a blinding white jade mirror. She didn't even look a little bit like an injured person, on the contrary, she was full of vital energy. Her pressure frightened others. She directly exerted her spirit energy to the outside, and it floated 100 zhang in the sky. A shining brilliance came down from above. The spirit power of the Haotian spirit mirror was activated. A powerful momentum that destroyed the hearts of others covered the heaven and earth. Even the ground was rent from the pressure, and heavy boulders, weighing 1,000 pounds, were smashed into pieces. Rumble. Heavenly thunder was brought down by a large hand, coming from the Haotian spirit mirror, and they headed towards the direction of Feng Feiyun. She actually called for the thunder spirit energy. Fuck, where would an injured girl get the strength to do something like this? I have fallen into her trap. Feng Feiyun was enraged. Before, he thought he had rused her, but now, she got him back. It was clear that she wasn't injured. However, she pretended to be so that she could lure Feng Feiyun away from the red ivory warship and discipline him after. Feng Feiyun, of course, wouldn't lower his arms and wait for death. Both of his feet were grounded to the floor, one hand pointed towards the sky, and with the infinite spirit ring that he wore on his finger, a bright black light infinitely turned into many black clouds as if it was a heavenly shield, wanting to stop the thunders in the sky. The infinite spirit ring was also a spirit treasure, with renowned power from it. A distinctive dragon roar transmitted outward, causing the mountains to vibrantly tremble. Rumble. The thunder that covered the sky fell down and attacked the black clouds. Between the two, a destructive and terrorizing noise broke out. It sounded like the mountains were collapsing. Roar. Suddenly, a huge white fox, around 3 zhang in length, rushed out from the Haotian spirit mirror. On its body were white scales, 2 round eyes that looked like crystals, and in its mouth, it carried 2 long sharp swords. The eyes of the white fox was filled with life, hinting a sign of intelligence. It spat out a white flame. Second dark hell flame. Feng Feiyun's expression greatly changed. This white fox was formed from the spirit energy inside the Haotian spirit mirror. It has its own independent thoughts, its body, and even more palpable, it could exert an unthinkable force. This was something the infinite spirit ring couldn't compare to. The soul of the infinite spirit ring was the crimson dragon, but it was only a strand of dragon energy. It couldn't materialize into a physical body, so naturally, it couldn't compete with the second dark hell flame of the white fox. It must be said that, although the infinite spirit ring was of the spirit treasure rank, it still needed time to be nurtured before it could compete with true spirit treasures. Escape. The power of the second dark hell flame was much more powerful than the first dark origin flame. Even immortal foundation experts would be heavily injured if they were slightly touched, thus, Feng Feiyun naturally didn't want to throw an egg at a rock. He recalled the power of the infinite spirit ring and quickly ran away. Feng Feiyun, weren't you very arrogant earlier? Why are you suddenly such a coward now? Dongfang Jingyue seemed to be calm while pursuing, but her heart was a little surprised. This despicable kid, Feng Feiyun, could actually stop the Haotian heavenly thunder attack. The infinite spirit ring in his hands was certainly a spirit treasure. Where did this despicable kid get a spirit treasure from? One has to know that even the entire Feng family only had 3 spirit treasures. Each was a secret protector of the family's fate. With Feng Feiyun's current status at the Feng family, there was absolutely no way that he could have a spirit treasure. The only explanation was that this spirit treasure was personally obtained by him. As Feng Feiyun escaped for his life, his speed was absolutely first class. He was like a wild hare in the valley. Even if the cultivation of Dongfang Jingyue was higher than him by many levels, she still couldn't instantly catch him. Little girl Dongfang, if our rank is equal, then I could defeat you with just one hand. You are not worthy to be my opponent. Feng Feiyun said while fleeing. Even if the rank was the same, you still wouldn't be my opponent. To tell you the truth, from the beginning till now, I had only used 3 layers of my cultivation. If I had exerted all of it, then I'm afraid I would have turned you into smithereens with one move. Dongfang Jingyue, with her feet on top of the Haotian spirit mirror, her colored ribbons flew freely, and the blood stains on her robe were gone. She looked as if she wasn't tainted with the mundane dust. She was pure and holy, as well as elegant, like a goddess arriving to earth. 2 people, one chasing and one running. The pursuit had been going on for a few hundred miles, and it was unknown what boundary they had came to. Roar. Suddenly, above in the horizon, there was a black shadow coming down like a large mountain in the sky. the wind breaking sounded like a fierce beast's terrifying roar. This was the red ivory warship. It truly knew how to fly. The formation on top of the ivory warship began to motion with the compass controlling the direction. The formation let out a frightening power, allowing the huge warship, weighing millions of pounds, to fly from the water and head towards Spirit State City. Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng, standing on top of the high platform of the warship, twirled his fingers in his beard. He smiled at the boy and girl fighting below, and the smile became increasingly profound. Whoosh! His black sleeve waved downward, and then a wind came upward, bringing Feng Feiyun to the red ivory warship. He then smilingly said, "Little friend Feng, I had said earlier, even if you were to escape from the red ivory warship, you wouldn't be able to escape the palm of young Miss Dongfang. How could you not listen to me?" Feng Feiyun, just now, was almost captured by Dongfang Jingyue. Right now, he was still in fear, looking at the smile on the face of Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng. With his mind still upset with the matter, he said, "This old grandpa, you already knew all along that she wasn't injured, right?" Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng declined to comment. He only smiled, and he said, "Let us go. Come back to Spirit State City and help me find the heavenly witchcraft goddess. Then naturally, I will show you a path of light. If you help me find this person, then I will definitely solve your problem ahead. Is there even someone in the world that is able to withstand this savage girl, Dongfang Jingyue?" Feng Feiyun was skeptical. Perhaps even a senior expert from the Feng family wouldn't be able to suppress her. Dongfang Jingyue has an older brother named Dongfang Jingshui. Dongfang Jingshui, fortunately, is a sworn brother of mine. As long as you help me find the heavenly witchcraft goddess, then I will take you to Dongfang Jingshui and reveal the matter between you and Dongfang Jingyue to him. Of course, he will consult his sister to not pester you any further." Feng Feiyun was surprised. "Now Dai Jin Shui. It is Dongfang Jingshui." Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng angrily glared at him. Dongfang Jingshui was a natural talent of a whole generation, and his aptitude was even above Dongfang Jingyue's. He was considered to be one of the 8 grand historical geniuses in the Jin dynasty, and no one had dared to call him a water kettle head before. Dongfang Jingyue has an older brother. Feng Feiyun's heart shivered. If her older brother knew that I punched her head once, who knew if this older brother water kettle head would join the hunting rank, pursue me as well, and cut me into 10,000 pieces. Feng Feiyun felt his heart beating faster. What path of light was this? This was truly a path of death. Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng mischievously laughed. Dongfang Jingshui, whether it is his aptitude or character, is the best, you can rest assured. As long as the whole story is told clearly, he will, of course, take your side. He will do his utmost to convince his little sister. After all, romantic feelings can't be forced. Even though Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng's intelligence was above the rest, however, regarding the feelings between men and women, it didn't enter a single aperture of his head. He still thought that Dongfang Jingyue was truly in love with Feiyun, and that was why she was chasing him. Is that right? Feng Feiyun, with a bitter face, sighed once. His heart was defeated. If he truly met the older brother of Dongfang Jingyue, then what was he going to do? Heavens! Kill me with a single lightning bolt. Boom! From the sky, a heavenly lightning came down and struck the area adjacent to Feng Feiyun, turning an ancient Jiang soldier into charcoal. He fell to the ground, causing a loud thump, and he immediately became unconscious. Feng Feiyun took a deep breath to maintain his composure. He saw that in the far distant sky curtain was a shadow of a beautiful flying and gentle girl. The lightning strike must have come from her hand. Dongfang Jingyue hovered in the air, her hand held the Haotian spirit mirror while she stared at the red ivory warship flying away with a blazing speed. Her eyes were filled with coldness, and she scowled. Feng Feiyun, even Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng's protection will be useless, no one can save you. The pair of white wings on her back flapped once, and she immediately pierced through the grand forest, heading toward the red ivory warship to continue her pursuit. Chapter 28, Who is the Heavenly Witchcraft Goddess? Inside Spirit State City, the morning lingered with white fogs filled with a hint of wetness. Each strand of grass on the side road was bent downward from morning dew. A big dog ran out from a small alley, with a bone in its mouth, and ran into a bush. It then rolled up and ate the bone. The grindstone alley began to bustle with noise and excitement. The street vendors had already pushed their carts to the great streets and small alleys, and the sound of wheels rolling created a rhythmic sound, quang quang ta ta, like the bellowing of the wind. Everyone was heavily shouting in order to guarantee their survival. This was their way of life, peaceful and ordinary. However, in this world, there were always some people who wanted to be ordinary, but they were destined to embark on an extraordinary road. Come drink tea, come drink tea. Each bowl, 1 bronze coin. Huamao feng, zhujian chui, jing tu yazi. 1 bronze coin for 1 big bowl. A clear youthful voice came out from the tea house. One could see a little girl that wore a little hemp dress. She leaned against a wooden pole, her bright blinking eyes stared at everyone who passed by the tea house, and she yelled, "Uncle, uncle, come drink a bowl of tea. 1 bowl 1 bronze coin. Grandma, come drink tea." Xiao Yuer perched her little lips, and her fingers pinched her sleeves. She had a face full of disappointment. It wasn't even 6 o'clock, and she had already woken up to brew the tea, but she still hadn't sold a single bowl once the sun had risen. "Yuer, are you tired?" Old man Luo asked lovingly with some pity in his heart. The old man stepped forward with a staggered pace, and used a towel to wipe the sweat off her forehead. "I'm not tired, not tired." Yuer is not even a little bit tired. Xiao Yuer hastily provided support for the old man with her hands at once. Old man Luo couldn't help but to heavily sigh after seeing her strong, yet stubborn, expression. He said, "Sometimes businesses will have on and off seasons. The business is no good today, but it will slowly get better. Grandpa, don't be too worried. Last time, young Master Feng had left behind 15 gold coins, and they are enough to last us for more than 10 years. Even if business is bad, we won't have to worry about starving to death." Xiao Yuer said. Old man Luo was a bit alarmed and furrowed his brows. His eyes, with a touch of curiosity, stared intently at his granddaughter. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "Since you reminded me, young Master Feng, outside of his romances, is a real hero. He was able to lead the soldiers to destroy the Eagle Claw gang, even the villain, Sen Yi. They all had to pay for their crimes on the spot. Now, the entire Spirit State City is clamoring all about the deeds of young Master Feng. I heard from Ma Benxian, from the Chenghuang Temple, that young Master Feng was the reincarnation of Xiaoyao Jade Emperor Bodhisattva. His firstborn child would be heavenly blessed with the body of an immortal. In the future, young Master Feng will accomplish many great things, complete the Tao, and become a celestial." This matter was written in the stars. After Feng Feiyun's destruction of the Eagle Claw gang, he became the grand hero of Spirit State City, the #1 character. All of the evil things, like oppressing males and bullying females in the past, were now considered as bold romanticism and heroically straightforward. Of course, there were even some busybodies that boasted Feiyun to be a grand immortal, a Buddha who came down to earth in order to accumulate merits and spread the religious scripture. There were all kind of different comments. In any case, young Master Feng's achievement was being exaggerated even more by the people. Some said that his foot stepped on a 7-star lotus, and the top of his head was engraved with an 8-jewel seal. In the future, he was bound to be successful with promotions, marry 100,000 wives, and live for 3,500 years as a carefree immortal, vacationing in this world. Yuer, right now, everyone is saying that the reason young Master Feng became enlightened to all things was because of your influence. Could it be that you are the reincarnation of a certain Buddha?" Old man Luo's pair of eyes became apprehensive. He stood up straight and observed Yuer with a serious and solemn gaze. "Grandpa, people will always continue to change. Although, in the past, young Master Feng had committed many evil acts, and he was slothful and lazy, however, recently, he had repented and changed in order to start from the beginning and learned how to properly act towards others. However, this person does not have anything to do with Yuer." Xiao Yuer's fingers lightly touched her chin. In her head, appeared the image of Feng Feiyun killing for the first time because of her. At that moment, young Master Feng was extremely stylish. "I had only met him twice, why did he stand up for me? Maybe it was just like everyone else was saying, he was changed by me, or maybe it's because he likes me. Not only cutting off the hand of Brother Wu, but he also led people to destroy the Eagle Claw gang. Could it all be because of me? Bah. Bah. Silly girl, have you no shame?" His eyes must be so high, he is the reincarnation of Xiaoyao Jade Emperor Bodhisattva. With such a high status, how could he favor a foolish little girl like you? You err. Old Man Luo saw that she was lost in thought, and he continuously called for her. Ah, what? Grandpa, what is the matter? Xiao Yuer's slender face blushed brightly with a vacant expression. Old Man Luo saw that she was thinking about something. He smiled and said, "The tea is cold now, go reheat it in case there are guests coming. We can't let them drink cold tea, right?" Xiao Yuer's expression darkened, and she said, "I'm afraid that no one is coming to drink tea today." Clank, clank. Thud. Thud. Outside the tea house was the sound of armor colliding. It was as if there was a heavenly army and 10,000 horses approaching. Countless footsteps echoed in the air, and their stomps caused the ground to slightly shake. Immediately afterward, many large black armored men surrounded the tea house. There were about a few thousand of them. Each of them were 3 meters tall, and they had war spears in their hands. Their cold aura caused others to not be able to breathe. Old Man Luo and Xiao Yuer were frightened to death at such a scene. Everyone. What is going on? Old Man Luo, in horror, kneeled directly to the ground. A roar was let out and a path was made from the yielding armored soldiers. Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng and Feng Feiyun walked to the front of the crowd. Both of their gazes were on Xiao Yuer's body. However, they had nothing in common with each other. In Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng's eyes was respectful piety and happiness. However, Feng Feiyun's eyes was filled with surprise. It was indeed this little lady. I can sense the heavenly witchcraft tree growing in her body. She is indeed the heavenly witchcraft goddess. Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng was extremely excited. Feng Feiyun had led Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng and his people to 7 or 8 places already. The young girls around the age of 14, in those places, were all denied by Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng. It was only until they got to the Grindstone Alley that Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng felt a resonation with the heavenly witchcraft tree, and he confirmed that the heavenly witchcraft goddess was nearby. At that moment, Feng Feiyun thought about Xiao Yuer selling tea at this place, so he brought them running here. Jing Feng pays my respects to the heavenly witchcraft goddess. Your Highness, heavenly witchcraft goddess power is vast and mighty. Your eternal glory will never be forgotten. Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng, with both hands crossed on his chest, kneeled down to the ground in front of the frightened Xiao Yuer, who had lost her wit. He kowtowed until his face was next to the floor. Even the spiritual leader Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng was kowtowing, so the other ancient Jiang soldiers naturally had to kneel to the ground. They faced forward towards the tea house, and they kowtowed. Boom, boom, boom. Their faces were filled with reverence and solemnity. It was as if they were worshipping a god in a temple. From their perspective, this was a very sacred matter. Your Highness, heavenly witchcraft goddess power is vast and mighty. Your eternal glory will never be forgotten. Your Highness, heavenly witchcraft goddess power is vast and mighty. Your eternal glory will never be forgotten. The voices of these ancient Jiang soldiers were louder than ordinary people. All of them were emotional, and their blood boiled with excitement. One could imagine that if Xiao Yuer was to nonchalantly tell them to die, then they would definitely follow the order without furrowing their brows. This was the power of faith. Feng Feiyun was struck by this scene. He didn't know about the others, but the old grandpa, Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng, was an old monster that had lived for 400 years. He had an unimaginably high cultivation. He was completely capable of moving the wind and calling for the rain, yet he was now kneeling on the ground. One could easily see how important the heavenly witchcraft goddess was in their hearts. Old Man Luo was entirely shocked. Afterward, he immediately kneeled down to the ground as well, and he yelled. Her Highness, heavenly witchcraft goddess power is vast and mighty. Your eternal glory will never be forgotten. Xiao Yuer, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and kneel down before the heavenly witchcraft goddess. The goddess could be nearby, so we shouldn't offend her. Hurry up and kneel, hurry up and kneel. Xiao Yuer hesitated for a moment, then she also kneeled down to the ground. Young Master Feng, are these people worshipping you? Only Feng Feiyun was still standing in his place, so Xiao Yuer naturally thought this would be the case. Poof. Feng Feiyun almost fainted from the comment, and he angrily said. Do you not have eyes? Ah. They are kowtowing towards the heavenly witchcraft goddess. Do I look like a goddess in any way? Then how come you aren't kneeling down before the heavenly witchcraft goddess? Xiao Yuer tilted her head in thought, and then she curiously asked. Feng Feiyun's expression was frozen stiff. He took a breath to calm his mind, then he looked at her for a while. Finally, he forcefully smiled twice without saying anything else. Chapter 29, Uncertainty. I have already sent a flying jade scroll to inform Dongfang Jingshui. You bring this letter to Violet Firmament Ancient City and find him there. Naturally, he will help with your romantic quarrel with Dongfang Jingyue. Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng gave a piece of jade paper to Feng Feiyun. On the paper was a brilliant moving light. It was like a surface of crystal clear water with calm waves. One could faintly see the handwritings that floated up and down. It seemed like the only way to completely deal with this matter was to find Dongfang Jingyue's older brother. In the end, to truly fight against the Yin Go clan was the same as courting death. Feng Feiyun didn't hesitate to take the jade paper, and he stored it away. Grand Wisdom Master's one hand gently grabbed the slender arm of Xiao Yuer. While smiling, he tapped Feiyun's shoulder. He said, Little friend Feng's extraordinary aptitude is accompanied by a courageous and carefree attitude. Dongfang Jingshui's favorite thing is to become friends with heroes like you. Xiao Yuer's big eyes curiously blinked while she hid behind Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng's back. She secretly stared at Feng Feiyun intensely. When this young girl had found out that she was the heavenly witchcraft goddess, she was startled, frozen for half-day. It was like she had lost her soul. No matter who called out to her, she didn't give a single response. Only when Feng Feiyun went in front her face and gave a smile, did she get frightened to the point where her soul immediately came back. She covered her chest with her hands. She then continuously backpedaled as if she was afraid that Feng Feiyun would hurt her again. This was a nightmare in her mind. How could she quickly forget it? Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng definitely had to welcome the heavenly witchcraft goddess back to the Heaven Worship Division. Under Feng Feiyun's intimidation, Xiao Yuer and Old Man Luo were quickly convinced. Xiao Yuer earlier had thought that the kowtowing seen earlier was meant for Feiyun. One could say that our young Master Feng had greatly contributed to their acquiescence to this departure. If Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng was allowed to be the one to do the convincing, then maybe even 3 days and 3 nights wouldn't necessarily be enough for this grandpa and granddaughter to obediently follow the plan. This successful intimidation method was contributed to the frightening past reputation of Feng Feiyun. After all, Xiao Yuer was very afraid of him, and Old Man Luo was even more afraid. The threat of Feng Feiyun at Spirit State City was without rivals. Even now, with Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng's protection, Xiao Yuer, towards Feng Feiyun, was still extremely afraid and could only stare at him while hiding at the side. Feng Feiyun, although he smiled on the outside, his heart was solemn. He said, I dare to ask, in the end, what type of person is Dongfang Jingshui? Feng Feiyun was a big benefactor to him, and Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng was naturally an upright person. Thus, with a serious demeanor, he answered Feng Feiyun. 3 years ago, when I was pursuing a fierce villain on the way to dense fog ghost forest, I had accidentally entered the 10,000 Ghost Forest Grand Formation. Coincidentally, Dongfang Jingshui was also trapped in this formation. This person's cultivation was outstanding, and his innate talent was breathtaking. He was trapped inside the formation for 3 months without dying. His willpower and perseverance truly made me gasp with admiration. It was Senior who saved him from the 10,000 Ghost Forest Grand Formation. The 10,000 Ghost Forest Grand Formation was one of the top killing formations of the Senluo Temple, and it was renowned alongside with the soul-suppressing Blood Formation. No matter how talented Dongfang Jingshui was, once he rushed inside, don't even think about escaping this formation. To be able to last for 3 months without being devoured by ghosts, this was already quite extraordinary. Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng nodded and said, Dongfang Jingshui is definitely a hero garnered with both talents and characters. Little boy, if you were equal to just one part of him, the elders of your Feng clan would definitely nurture you like a treasure. Haha. Feng Feiyun didn't think this was correct, and he said, Even if Dongfang Jingshui's aptitude is exceedingly high, you still don't need to embellish it so much. I don't believe that I am not equal to his 1/10. Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng heavily sighed, and he said, I had long used the witchcraft eyes to check your innate talents. The purity of the blood, the intricacies of the skeletons, these innate talents within the 9 Grades could be considered to be first class. In Spirit State City, your talents would definitely be number 1, however, if we throw you into the Bai Ling County, then the teenagers with the same talent as you would number by at least 10 people. In the entirety of the Grand Southern City, the same talents as you would be even more, 800s if not 1,000. Hey, if put into the entire Jin dynasty, then talents like yours would be at least numbered in the 10,000s. However, Dongfang Jingshui is different. In the Jin dynasty, he is considered to be at the top tier of talents. The people that could compare with him is only a few, like the eldest disciple, Li Xiaonan, of the Spirit God Palace, or the current Crown Prince, Long Shenya. Only these people could be considered the world's top figures. As young as them but to be so talented and handsome, this is naturally them blooming too brilliantly. Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng shook his head while smiling. Even though he does kind of like Feng Feiyun and was optimistic about his talents, but he still didn't think that Feng Feiyun had the qualifications to be compared with Dongfang Jingshui. One was a grand historical genius and the other was an ordinary genius, completely incomparable. Even though Feng Feiyun was a little surprised, he was not discouraged. After all, he was cultivating the immortal phoenix physique. Each time it increased in rank, his talents and physique would also jump forward by a huge step. Currently, he only had successfully cultivated the second level of blood purification. If he could complete the third level, then both his cultivation and talents would increase greatly in quality. He would have the chance to catch up to the group of Dongfang Jingshui, or even go beyond them. Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng noticed Feiyun's constantly changing expressions, and he smilingly said, "Little friend Feng, don't be so discouraged. Geniuses like Dongfang Jingshui are all heavenly defying existences. In the world there are only a few of them. You don't need to force yourself to compare with them. The pursuit for excellence is noble, but too high of a goal would just normally be a detriment to oneself." Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng's voice carried a consoling tone. Feng Feiyun modestly said with a smile, "These principles, this boy naturally understands." Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng looked at the blinding sun above. The red ivory warship had absorbed enough solar essence, and it was slowly heading towards the sky's curtain. Old Man Luo had earlier been invited to the red ivory warship. Right now, it was only Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng, Xiao Yuer, and Feng Feiyun saying their goodbyes. "I have something that I don't know whether to say or not." Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng originally wanted to board the flying ship, however, in the end, he couldn't hold it back and had to ask. "Senior, just go ahead, don't be so reserved." Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng lowered his voice, and he said, "This girl, Dongfang Jingyue, whether it is her willpower or talents or beauty, it is one of a kind in this world. If she truly wants to commit the 100 years love with you, then it is a good thing. You should really reconsider. In the end, if you could climb to the top, to the high branches of the Ingo clan, your future developments would truly open. It would be 100 benefits and not one hindrance." In Jing Feng's eyes, there were flashing lights of wisdom. No one knew what he was currently scheming in his mind. Feng Feiyun was dumbfounded. First, judging from Dongfang Jingyue's attitude towards him, if she didn't cut him into 8 pieces, then she wouldn't be able to let go of the hatred in her heart. Second, even if her head was struck and she turned out to truly have feelings for Feng Feiyun, he still definitely wouldn't be able to accept her. Because her figure and Shui Yuding's were too similar. Of course, both of these possibilities had almost no chance of happening. Even though Dongfang Jingyue was a bit prideful, this little amount of pride was not enough to compare to Shui Yuding. Regarding this, Feng Feiyun was confident in knowing her character. "This matter, Senior does not have to worry about," Feng Feiyun smilingly said. "Haha. It seems like little friend Feng's heart already has its own universe. It seems like this old man had wasted my breath again. However, regarding the matter between you and Dongfang Jingyue, I had already informed Dongfang Jingshui through the flying jade scroll. He currently knows that his young sister is brazenly in love with you. Regarding this, you need to mentally prepare yourself a little bit." Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng was laughing so hard that his normally kind smile became insidious. Poof! Feng Feiyun almost fell to the ground. He glared with his eyes toward Jing Feng, and he yelled, "This old man and your nonsensical words, who gave you such a long tongue like this?" Feiyun had originally planned to meet Dongfang Jingshui and come up with a different story. He didn't expect this damned old man Jing Feng to be such a gossipy scoundrel, and he had already long informed Dongfang Jingshui. Imagine for a little bit, if an older brother suddenly heard that his cold-as-ice little sister has a lover, what expression would he have? Would he be emotional? Or would he be surprised? Or would he be extremely happy? Only his mother would know. After all, Fei Yun was mercilessly thrown into the pit again by this grand wisdom master. Feng. Young Master Feng, will we have the chance to see each other again? I heard that the Heaven Worship Division is a very far-away place. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to get there, even if they travel for a lifetime. Xiao Yuer shyly asked her last question. On the contrary, Fei Yun didn't want to think too much. He immediately said in a nonchalant manner, if I don't die in the hands of Dongfang Jingyue or in the hands of Dongfang Jingshui, then maybe we'll meet again another day. Oh. Xiao Yuer gently replied, and she lowered her head again to follow Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng to fly to the Red Ivory warship. Rumble. The formation of the Red Ivory warship began to rotate. This caused the entire Crimson ship to be encompassed and the surrounding air to form a huge vortex. With the help of the wind and the solar energy, the Red Ivory warship made a huge "fush" sound, and then it flew towards the far curtain of the sky. It was at this point that Feng Feiyun was suddenly startled. Seemingly, it was only now that he was able to react to the words of Xiao Yuer. He looked towards the direction of the Red Ivory warship and yelled, "Later, I will definitely go to the Heaven Worship Division to find you. I gave you 15 gold coins, you still owe me 15 tea bowls, each bowl must be given in full to me." Feng Feiyun didn't know whether she could hear him or not. After all, the Red Ivory warship had already disappeared behind the clouds, becoming a red dot, and then it completely disappeared in the end. Chapter 30, Childhood Sweethearts. Young Master Feng disappeared for 3 days in a row without any news, so the governor of the city sent out 3 different official documents ordering the nearby towns to help search for him, but there was no useful information. Young Master Feng seemingly had disappeared from this world. The happiest person in this matter was, of course, Feng Suiyu. Today, he wore a feather scarf, his hand held a paper fan made from rosewood while he leisurely enjoyed the flowers in his garden. Oldest master, this little boy Feng Feiyun showed off his ability too much, he must have offended someone he shouldn't have, so he was murdered. A servant standing respectfully to the side wore a devious smile on his face. Feng Suiyu, without showing his emotions, gently touched a flower and said, "Feng Feiyun. Ha. His disappearance is quite opportune. This saves me time from having to do it personally." After Feng Feiyun led the city guards to destroy the Eagle Claw gang, Feng Suiyu felt a great threat. If he didn't quickly get rid of Feng Feiyun, then he would not be able to eat well and sleep tight. However, who would have guessed that this little Feng Feiyun just suddenly disappeared? He seemingly vanished from this world. This was the result that Feng Suiyu had truly wanted, so naturally, his heart was very pleased. He thought that even the heavens was helping him out. "Big brother, you are in a good mood today, ah. What are you smiling about?" Feng Feiyun, from the outside the main door, came in openly, with a happy smile on his face. Feng Suiyu couldn't smile anymore after hearing this voice. He turned around, and he saw that Feng Feiyun was walking toward his front. "Feiyun, where did you go for these last couple of days? Foster father and I were very worried about you." Although Feng Suiyu was disappointed inside, he quickly controlled his emotions. A caring smile appeared on his face. "This matter, I was only strolling around in a circle." "Right. Where is father?" "I have an urgent matter for him," Feng Feiyun said. "Foster father is in the main hall discussing important business with an esteemed guest, maybe you shouldn't disturb them." Feng Suiyu stared at Feng Feiyun intensely, his face began to become serious. After all, he felt that with this return, Feng Feiyun was not like he was in the past. This gave him a deep and unfathomable feel. How could a playboy that only fooled around and awaited his own death have such a shattering transformation within just a few days? Could he have met an immortal's fortune or something? Matters such as meeting an immortal's fortune was not impossible, but it was exceedingly rare. Only people with extreme luck would be able to find an immortal's fortune, and they would then soar to the heaven with just one step. Feng Suiyu naturally didn't believe that Feng Feiyun had found an immortal fortune, so he intended to test him to find out his true worth. Feng Feiyun was always worrying about that damned Grandma Dongfang Jingyue's pursuit of him to Spirit State City, thus, he was in such a rush so he didn't pay attention to many things. He quickly headed toward the main hall. Feng Suiyu's eyes followed Feng Feiyun's shadow, and his fingers picked out a white flower petal, secretly adding his spirit energy to it. The originally white flower was quickly covered by a blue-gray color. Whoosh! Without any warning, this petal from Suiyu's finger flew out in a beautiful arc which aimed straight towards the Ji-Liang meridian of Feng Feiyun. Currently, Feng Suiyu was at the peak of the spirit realm. It could be considered an outstanding cultivation. He was confident that his little plan would not be detected by Feng Feiyun. Bah! The spirit energy of this petal turned into a deathly aura that penetrated the Ji-Liang meridian of Feng Feiyun, and it disappeared without a trace. Feng Suiyu's eyes, from beginning to end, had been concentrated on the petal. It was only until the spirit energy had infiltrated the Ji-Liang meridian of Feng Feiyun that he breathed easily. In his heart, he secretly smiled. It seems that I was too cautious. This little boy is only this much. With the spirit energy infiltrating the Ji-Liang meridian, his cultivation, in this lifetime, will never take another step forward. It will stagnate forever in the same place at the early level of the spirit realm. Feng Suiyu assumed that Feng Feiyun's cultivation was still at the early level of the spirit realm like before. He didn't know that within the last couple of days, Feng Feiyun underwent multiple adventures and broke through to the Immortal Foundation. Currently, maybe Feng Wanpeng was not his match. As for someone with the cultivation of Feng Suiyu, he only needed one slap to kill him completely. Feng Suiyu's petty maneuver was naturally sensed by Feiyun, but he didn't stop his steps. His mouth let out a little smirk, and he secretly channeled his energy inside his body. In the blink of an eye, the spirit energy of Feng Suiyu that had infiltrated his meridian was scattered and expelled out of his body. This little boy has a lot of underhanded schemes. I need to find an opportune moment to deal with him. Feng Feiyun continued walking at a fast pace, and he didn't inform anyone before coming directly to the lobby. At any moment, that damned Grandma Dongfang Jingyue could show up, so Feng Feiyun didn't have time to wait around. Father, Feiyun has an important matter that requires your attention. As he spoke these words, he had already made it to the main hall. He lifted his head and saw that in the main hall, besides Feng Wanpeng, was another middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was around 40 years old with slightly dark skin, but it didn't hinder his elegant aura. He was very well groomed with not a single strand of hair on his face. His body was rather slender, and his clothes were clean and tidy. It was evident that he was from a royal upbringing and lived like a prince. Besides Feng Wanpeng and the middle-aged man, strategist Gu and housekeeper Lu were divided to the two sides. When they saw Feng Feiyun intruding into the main hall, they didn't become angry, they turned ecstatic instead. As long as one could return safely, then it was already a good thing. Even though Feng Wanpeng's expression was serious, inside, he was very happy. He gleefully asked, Feiyun, where did you go these last couple of days? Feng Feiyun naturally couldn't tell them that he had offended a big character from the Yingo clan, otherwise, all the people here would be frightened to the ground. Honorable father, these last couple of days I was in isolated cultivation in order to research military strategies, and I was actively preparing for the Military Strategy Iron Council that is coming up soon. I am hoping that I could show my talents in this assembly, so that father could be proud. Feng Feiyun clasped his hands together, and he respectfully answered. The middle-aged man, from beginning to end, had been observing Feng Feiyun. Seeing his calm and appropriate response, he couldn't help but nod his head and smile. I can't believe that after 3 years, this boy Feiyun had improved so much. So young, but he has already asked for a military order to level the Eagle Claw gang. Even the 9th great-grandfather is aware of this, always praising this talented boy in front of me. If this was 3 years ago, even if he beat me to death, I wouldn't believe that he would have such an achievement like today. Feng Feiyun's grandfather had 3 sons. Feng Wanpeng was the youngest. He was ranked 3rd. This middle-aged man was the second blood brother of Feng Wanpeng. His name was Feng Wanli. He was also the second older uncle of Feng Feiyun. Feng Wanli was also a person with extraordinary talents, a hero. 20 years ago, during the last Hidden Dragon War of the Feng clan, he was placed in the top 50. Currently, he was situated in the main Feng clan house with the Minister of Affairs position, and he could be considered to have had some modest success. The relationship between Feng Wanli and Feng Wanping was quite close. Wanli frequently visited Spirit State City as a guest. He had seen Fei Yun at a young age, so he naturally knew what type of person this little boy was, a wasteful pervert and a foolish party fiend. From the past till now, he had never placed high hopes in Fei Yun. However, the current Fei Yun gave him a new sensation. It was as if he was a completely changed man. Could this little boy truly become a prodigal son and become a genius? Feng Fei Yun smiled, and he said, "Second uncle, are you praising me or wanting to hurt me here?" Feng Wanli shook his head and smiled. "If you have truly become successful, then I naturally will praise you. However, if you are merely a foolish person, then, even if I don't scold you, I'm afraid my little girl will still scold you to death." Little sister Jianxue. Remembering this mischievous little girl, Fei Yun suddenly felt an oncoming headache. Feng Jianxue was the foster daughter of Feng Wanli, and the little cousin of Feng Fei Yun. She was only younger than Feng Fei Yun by 3 days. Since childhood, they had always played together, and they were considered childhood sweethearts. The two were always innocently together, but once Feng Fei Yun had turned into a bad boy with horrible characters, Feng Wanli no longer allowed for Feng Jianxue to become close to him. Even though they had met again several times later, however, each time Feng Fei Yun was scolded by Feng Jianxue to the point of vomiting blood. Especially after she had found out that he had raped a girl, she gave him a vicious beating, fracturing all the bones in his body. He couldn't get off the bed for half a month. From then on, Feng Jianxue was thoroughly disappointed in this older cousin, and she no longer visited Spirit State City. It could be considered as having all ties severed. Feng Wanli smilingly said, "Fei Yun, right now you need to be careful when coming to Violet Firmament Ancient City." These last few years, Jianxue was heavily nurtured by the clan, and she had achieved the 4th stage of the Vigorous Gale method at the early Immortal Foundation. Within the 5th generation of the Feng clan, she is considered one of the influential figures. Plus, before I came to Spirit State City, she told me that should you dare to come to Violet Firmament Ancient City, she will break your legs again. When it came to the cultivation of Feng Jianxue, Feng Wanli was very proud. After all, he was only at the intermediate stage of the Immortal Foundation, and Feng Jianxue was so young, yet she made it to the early stage. Regarding cultivation, she had left the father and son pair of Feng Wanping in the dust. This was a matter worthy of smugness. On the contrary, Feng Wanping's face was very hard to look at. In the beginning, he thought that Feng Suiyu's talent was high enough to take charge of a mission alone, but he didn't expect for Feng Jianxue's cultivation to be so frightening. She already broke through to the Immortal Foundation. One was at Peak Spirit Realm, and the other was Early Immortal Foundation. There was no room for comparison. Feng Fei Yun didn't mind too much, so he smilingly said, "Violet Firmament Ancient City, I have no choice but to go. If she really wants to break my legs, then I'll have no choice but to accept it." Feng Wanli saw Feng Fei Yun's nonchalant attitude, and he couldn't help but to rub his eyes and ask, "Do you not want to know why she said these words to you?" Feng Fei Yun said, "That's right. Even though she hates me to the bones, but she still can't have the illogical urge to break my legs for no reason." Feng Wanli, facing Feng Wanping, smiled. "Fei Yun, you, today, could be considered an adult, plus, you have the courage to ask for a military order as well as successfully obtained military contributions. Our 9th great-grandfather thinks very highly of you, and he felt that you are our hope. We had already discussed it. If you can achieve success in the Military Strategy Iron Council and show off all of your hidden talents, then the 9th great-grandfather would personally arrange for the marriage between you and Jianxue. A man starting a clan early will always mature faster. Fei Yun, right now, you are not settled, and you are too emotional. You truly need someone that can rein you in really well." Housekeeper Lu nodded his head and smiled. Feng Wanping naturally had apparently already agreed to this matter, and he also smiled. "This matter, I had previously discussed with Housekeeper Lu. Fei Yun, you are decisively smart, you are a fitting person to walk on the road of a talented strategist, but your body is not fit for cultivation. This is your weakness, so you need a talented wife with a powerful cultivation to assist you. We have unanimously found that yours and Jianxue's personalities were compatible. If you guys could become husband and wife, then it would truly be one gifted in martial arts, the other in wisdom. It is too appropriate." Feng Fei Yun felt as if, in the bright sky, there was a loud thunder hurting his eardrums. In response, he said, Our personalities are compatible. She wants to break my legs. How do you all explain this? Feng Feiyun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He truly couldn't think of how he and Feng Jianxue were compatible. The bunch of Feng Wanping, Feng Wanli, and housekeeper Lu were all coughing twice, and their faces became strange. Naturally, they had been silenced by this matter, but earlier they had already talked about everything. Whether Feng Feiyun wanted to or not, this had already been a foregone conclusion. Chapter 31, It is an endless road, don't stop. The Feng clan was enormous, and they consisted of 16 immediate branches and 48 side branches. The immediate branches had the same flesh and blood with each other, however, because their ancestors were different, they were divided into 16 different branches. Each individual branch had countless children that constituted the forces of the Feng clan that spread out over many directions. This created a friendly yet competitive structure. According to the number of experts and talent in the branches, every 20 years, the elders of the clan would initiate a ranking for each of the individual branches. This was why the Hidden Dragon War and the Military Strategy Iron Council existed. Feng Feiyun belonged to the 12th branch of the clan. Even though it wasn't at the bottom of the 16 branches, it was still viewed as the tail end of the ranking. This was why, even though Feng Wanping had an extraordinary talent, he was only arranged to be a governor at Spirit State City. The title of governor seemed to be prestigious, but in the eyes of the Feng clan's upper echelon, this arrangement did not have any future. The younger generation, with genuine importance in the clan, were arranged to join the godly military camps or arranged to become an official in the main government. These were the best ways to become renowned. In short, the Feng clan higher-ranked branches' younger generations had higher statuses. This meant that they were able to cultivate with better martial methods while they also were rewarded with thousand-year spirit plants or medicinal pills to increase their physique and cultivation. These things were what the younger generations aspired to obtain. It could be said that any genius that wanted to become a great heaven-defying character relied on this accumulation of great resources. If it wasn't for the blood spirit seed, Feng Feiyun wouldn't have been able to reach his current cultivation so quickly. This was the power of strange plants and spirit plants. Now that the Hidden Dragon War and the Military Strategy Iron Council were drawing near, all of the large branches seeking to increase their ranking had begun preparing. The young geniuses also wanted to use this opportunity to suddenly become renowned and shock the world. At the 12th branch, Feng Feiyun was not considered to be a heaven-defying talent. According to the calculations of the branch leader, the 9th great-grandfather, holding on to their 12th ranking would be quite difficult. When the 9th great-grandfather was reaching desperation, there was news that came from Spirit State City. There appeared a person with military strategy and wits above others, Feng Feiyun. Suddenly, it seemed as if the old man had been able to grab onto a life-saving spirit plant. He decisively chose to heavily groom him. He was even willing to motivate him by using the charm of a woman, and this was why the marriage between Feng Jianxue and Feng Feiyun was decided at this point. This was also the reason why Feng Jianxue said that if Feng Feiyun showed up at Violet Firmament Ancient City, then she would break his bones. At mid-noon, the sun had risen and was radiating its blinding light. The atmosphere was a bit suffocating, even the willow tree on the side of the road was losing its spirit. It was seemingly very tired. Clank clank. A carriage with 8 bronze wheels that was pulled by a mountain deer whose body was covered with scales was heading towards the main gate of Spirit State City. Heavenly mountain deer, its antlers were like 2 mysterious peaks. The fast-rolling wheels broke the lonely silence at noon. After reaching a large street, the back of the mountain deer suddenly flashed with a bright white light from a magical rune. This mountain deer was around 4 meters tall, its whole body radiated a bright light. In a short time, its power suddenly exploded, and its speed increased by more than 10 times. It pulled the 8-wheeled bronze carriage with a shocking speed. It left Spirit State City by 10 miles, and it then disappeared into the midst of the forests and mountains. This is a strong wind talisman belonging to the first-ranked talisman tree. Once it is placed on the back of the mountain deer, it could allow it to travel up to 8,000 miles per day. Of course, the effect of this strong wind talisman can last for only 1 day and 1 night. Afterwards, the talisman's spirit power will be depleted, and it will have to be replaced with a new one by the next day. Feng Wanli sat in the carriage and explained while he looked at Feng Feiyun and Feng Suiyu. Even though the road was bumpy, the carriage was as calm as the sea. It was as if one was inside of a ship's cabin. While the Hidden Dragon War and the Military Strategy Iron Council were still 2 months away, the children of the 5th generation from the Feng clan had already begun to gather at Violet Firmament Ancient City, and all of them were going back to the clan to prepare in advance. Firstly, this allowed the participants to find out a bit more about their strong opponents, so they could prepare ahead of time. Secondly, the children of the large branches needed to communicate and become more acquainted with one another in order to team up in the events. This was so they could avoid hurting each other. These things were naturally planned by the branch leaders behind the scenes. The purpose of Feng Wanli's visit was to bring Feng Feiyun and Feng Suiyu back to Violet Firmament Ancient City. Feng Suiyu was very well-mannered, and he had a sense of elegance that exuded from his body. He calmly spoke. This strong wind talisman is so miraculous, it must have been difficult to create it. Only someone as excellent as Second Uncle would be able to create such a heavenly talisman like this. Feng Feiyun silently mocked in his mind. The strong wind talisman was only a first-rank talisman, but Feng Suiyu was calling it a heavenly talisman. His flattering skill was the first-rank thing here. Feng Wanli said. The strong wind talisman isn't really a heavenly talisman or anything, but creating a strong wind talisman requires at least the early immortal foundation. Plus, some rare materials such as jade silk paper and grand wind blood are used in its creation. One strong wind talisman could be sold for a high price of 100 gold coins. 100 gold coins for Feng Feiyun or any children from a grand clan was essentially nothing, but to an ordinary person, it was definitely a price high in the sky. A single strong wind talisman could only last for 1 day and night, yet it costs 100 gold coins. One could see how extravagant this was. This was the importance of resources. With a lack of wealth, a clan absolutely could not grow stronger. Both of your cultivations are still too weak, wait until you reach the immortal foundation. Then, you will naturally be able to buy the materials and personally craft the talismans. Feng Wanli continued. Feng Feiyun lifted the corner of a curtain in the ancient bronze carriage. Outside was a dense forest along with gigantic mountains and rivers as far as the eyes could see. Spirit State City was a few hundred miles away. They were heading towards an unknown road. This road was the way to Violet Firmament Ancient City. Violet Firmament Ancient City was the main city of the Grand Southern Prefecture as well as the largest ancient city in the south of the Jin dynasty. This was a place where cultivators gathered, a collection of snakes and dragons, a place where the poisonous crowd go on rampages. All of the grand families were next to each other, and there was the matter of some leading immortal sects that were situated in the city to recruit new disciples on a wide scale. Spirit State City was such a remote and backward place compared to Violet Firmament City. It was just a tiny place not worthy of mention. Feiyun, Suiyu, at Violet Firmament City, you two need to be well behaved. You cannot disrespect others like you did in Spirit State City. Violet Firmament Ancient City is a place with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Many geniuses lay in the shadows. Grand clans like ours number at 3 or 4, and, inside, there are even more immortal sects with power no less than our Feng clan. Feng Wanli's expression became serious. When he looked over at Feng Feiyun, there was a hint of warning. In the end, Feng Feiyun had a past record. At Spirit State City, he only caused a bit of trouble, not too big of a storm. If he dared to kidnap a young miss from some clan that lived in Violet Firmament Ancient City and toyed with her in bed, then it would be the same as messing with a female disciple from an immortal sect. Wasn't this just inviting a grand calamity onto oneself? Feng Wanli was extremely uncertain about Feng Feiyun. He was afraid that this sexually driven person would cause a few world-shaking events, then it would be akin to messing with the heavens. Feng Suiyu solemnly nodded his head, and he said, "Once we reach Violet Firmament Ancient City, I will definitely follow all of Second Uncle's arrangements. I won't dare to disobey half a word." Feng Feiyun didn't want to care too much. These words from Feng Wanli could scare Feng Suiyu, but not him. In the end, the Feng clan was a top clan in the Grand Southern region, so it was absolutely a grand power at Violet Firmament City. Even if something actually happened, he was afraid that no grand power would actually dare to fight head-on with the Feng clan. In the cultivation world, benefits were above all else. Without absolute benefit, no grand families would openly declare war. On principle, Feng Feiyun could cause any calamities, and the upper echelon of the Feng clan would be able to deal with it. Of course, this did not include him offending the young Miss Dongfang Jingyue. This was a completely different matter. Even if the patriarch of the Feng clan personally came forward, Dongfang Jingyue wouldn't necessarily accept the bribe. Having thought of Dongfang Jingyue, Feng Feiyun's mind suddenly flashed. PSHH. This is trouble. Dongfang Jingyue's brother, the grand historical genius, Dongfang Jingshui, isn't he at Violet Firmament City? At the same time when Feiyun's heart was heavily beating, the white robes of Dongfang Jingyue appeared on the walls of Spirit State City, standing majestically. Her white veil gently fluttered in the air, which matched her slender and adorable figure. In her hand was the Haotian spirit mirror, the aura shined in the vast sky, and it pointed to a far direction. Without the protection of Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng Feiyun, I want to see how you will escape from my grasp. Her delicate and beautiful hand motioned around, and she then withdrew the Haotian spirit mirror. The white wings that protruded from her back began to spread out wide. Her slim figure became a white rainbow, and she headed towards the direction of the ancient bronze carriage. She began her chase. Author, the first book, Spirit State City, has ended. This book is considered the foundation. Starting from the second book there will be many exciting and rich developments. Chapter 32, Hidden Dragon Courtyard. The heavenly spirit mountain deer was combined with the blessing of the strong wind talisman, so it could travel for more than 8,000 miles each day. During the sunset of the seventh day, a black mountain range was in front of their eyes. This black mountain range blocked the views of others. It was seemingly deep and resounding. No, this was not a mountain range. This was simply part of the walls of Violet Firmament Ancient City. This wall was built by boulders that weighed 10,000 jin and towered at several hundred zhang, like a coarse and wild mountain range that reclined horizontally. Rumble. In the far distance, one could hear the roaring sound of the city moats. The flow of the water was lively, and its mist was high, not unlike the clouds in the sea, vast to the extreme. At one end of the city moat, one had to look really far before seeing the city gate on the other side. The city guards were only as big as ants. Finally, they had reached Violet Firmament Ancient City. Even though it was just a city wall and a river moat, it was enough for others to feel a boundless atmosphere. Feng Feiyun jumped down from the ancient bronze carriage, and he stood next to the city protecting river. His two eyes gave off a fiery light that looked at the far distance ahead. He could see that, inside Violet Firmament Ancient City, there were strands of moving dragon energy as well as mythical horse vapors that traveled quickly. It was indeed extremely shocking for others. Currently, he was using the Phoenix Heavenly Gaze. He could see the hopes of the people, see through all things, understand the void, appraise different items, etc. This was the spirit power he had cultivated in the last few traveling days. Once the early immortal foundation was reached, one could begin to practice all types of spirit powers. The Phoenix Heavenly Gaze was his first spirit power. Compared to the 1,000-mile seeing eyes, it was superior by countless times. Even though he was only at the early level of the Phoenix Heavenly Gaze, he could see the fortunes of others easily. In addition, he was able to analyze the rise and fall of a region, and even his naked gaze was able to observe the underground mineral deposits. What was the most important thing in the cultivation world? Of course, the answer was natural resources. Regardless of whether one was a clan or an immortal sect, without a huge amount of resources backing them up, they would soon reach declination. This was the reason why Feng Feiyun had to cultivate the Phoenix Heavenly Gaze first. Once successful, he could personally go into the wild to find mineral deposits, then he no longer had to care about the face of the clan's upper echelon. This was the advantage of the Phoenix Heavenly Gaze. Bam bam. In the middle of the river moat, there was suddenly a blinding bright light. The turbulent river suddenly flashed many rune-word formations which exposed a freezing pressure and caused the river to become ice crystals. This was the power of a magical formation. It could directly cause the 1,000-mile-wide river to become frozen. Feiyun, get back to the carriage, we can cross the river now. Feng Wanli yelled from inside the carriage. Coming. Feng Feiyun, step by step, entered the bronze carriage and sat down again. The mountain deer had already pulled the ancient carriage on top of the frozen river, and it quickly headed forward. It sped rapidly to Violet Firmament Ancient City's gate. Because there was the word Feng engraved on the bronze carriage, the city guards naturally did not dare to question them, they directly let them through. Once inside the city, the sunlight had already dimmed down. However, because Feng Feiyun had the Phoenix Heavenly Gaze, the black sky curtain couldn't affect his vision. Second uncle, we are going to the main mansion of the Feng clan. Now. Feng Feiyun asked. The steps of the mountain deer had clearly slowed down after they entered the city. It comfortably ran on the ancient street that was filled with bypassers, and it crossed each colorful architecture that seemingly was without an end path. Feng Wanli bent his knees while sitting down. He smilingly shook his head. The main clan house is located in the Vermilion Bird Inner City. If we want to go there, we would have to go through 8 different city gates and cross 300 to 400 miles. Right now, we certainly aren't going there. Then where are we going right now? Feng Suiyu couldn't help but to ask. The Hidden Dragon Courtyard. It is one of the largest courtyards of the Feng clan in Violet Firmament Ancient City. It specialized in housing the younger generation of the clan before each Hidden Dragon War. You guys are going to stay there and focus on cultivation. Of course, there will be servants to specially watch over you guys. Feng Feiyun's thoughts were hidden. He lightly furrowed his brows. I heard that the immediate branch's younger generation of the Feng clan exceeds 30,000 people, not counting the children of the 48 side branches. How could one Hidden Dragon Courtyard be enough to accommodate so many people? Feng Wanli smiled lightly, and he said. Feiyun, you can't use the same perspective that you did in Spirit State City now for Violet Firmament Ancient City. Your second uncle has been here for a total of 40 years, but I had only traveled to some corners of the ancient city. There are plenty of mysterious and unknown things that even I had only heard other people talk about. Take the Hidden Dragon Courtyard for example. It occupies more than 3,000 mu. There are countless numbers of pavilions, and even just the servants were around a few 10,000s. However, our courtyard was just another pavilion. In Violet Firmament Ancient City, there are at least 100 courtyards like this, and this was only a small corner of the city. The extravagance and wealth of a grand clan would cause others to be tongue-tied. Their amount of resources was a terrible figure. Even just moving such a monstrous amount would cost so many resources that it would terrify anyone. No wonder these grand families had always robbed resources from everywhere, and they didn't mind ruthlessly killing other living beings. It seems like it was for the sake of survival as well. Feng Feiyun was emotional, but he was also happy. This gigantic Violet Firmament Ancient City, even if that damned old grandma Dongfang Jingyue came here, it was not certain that she would be able to find him. However, another headache-inducing matter appeared. Second uncle, little sister Jianxue wouldn't be staying at the Hidden Dragon Courtyard as well, would she? Feng Feiyun was still worried about Feng Jianxue. Feng Wanli smilingly nodded, and he said. You don't have to worry too much about this. Ninth great-grandfather had already warned her, before your participation of the Military Strategy Iron Council, if she really did break your legs, then ninth great-grandfather will personally cut off her legs. What about after the Military Strategy Iron Council? Feng Feiyun wryly smiled. Feng Wanli laughed. After this one sentence, he turned his head away. He didn't look at Feng Feiyun again. It was as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Feng Suiyu was sitting to the side, didn't say anything from beginning to end, but he had many thoughts inside his head. If Feng Feiyun truly shines at the Iron Council, then the upper echelon will definitely pay attention to him. Will there be a place for this Feng Suiyu to stand? Plus, if he could marry little sister Jianxue. With her talents so high, if she truly became Feng Feiyun's wife, then wouldn't he be a tiger with wings? No, I'll never let Feng Feiyun succeed. When necessary. Feng Suiyu's eyes contained a hidden killing intent, but he suppressed it quickly. The corners of his mouth twisted into an enigmatic smile. At this time, it was unknown what he was thinking about. The Hidden Dragon Courtyard had 6 main gates. The mountain deer bronze carriage slowly stopped by one of the 6 main gates. Feng Wanli, Feng Feiyun, and Feng Suiyu came down from the carriage one after another. A servant came out from the gate and took the ancient carriage away, and he also led the way to enter the Hidden Dragon Courtyard. The children of the Feng clan's 5th generation had already come back in waves. There was a scene of martial practicing in the courtyard. In the surroundings, there were many bright torches. Currently, there was a male teenager that was testing his techniques. Next to a pond, there were a dozen handsome and talented teenagers. All of them wore white robes and sat in the cultivation pose. Their bodies radiated glimmering light. When they saw Feng Feiyun's group of 3, they only gave them a short glance, and then they retracted their gaze to continue their cultivation. Along the eroding trail, one did not know how long it took before they got to a red lacquered pavilion. Inside were 5 rooms together, they were connected, and they were also isolated from each other. The rooftops were decorated with glazed tiles, the red pillars stood straight, and even the stairs were made from white jade marbles. This was only the most ordinary place in the hidden dragon courtyard, but its appearance was already extravagant. Feng Wanli pointed to a house to the far right, and he smilingly said, "That place is the current living place of Xian Ju." Feng Feiyun's heart jumped. From the direction of the finger, he could see a room with its door closed tightly. It didn't allow any light to penetrate inside of the room. This caused the atmosphere to be frightening. It was easy to tell that Feng Jianxue was currently not in the room. As long as she didn't suddenly rush out, then it was a good thing. Feiyun let out a sigh of relief. However, the night had already fallen. Where could she go? How come she still hadn't returned? "The room adjacent to hers, I specially prepared it for you." Feng Wanli clapped Feng Feiyun's shoulder, and he smilingly said, "Feiyun, take good advantage of this opportunity. Use this 2-month period to nurture your relationship with each other." "Nurture my ass, ah. Nurturing a romantic relationship with such a violent woman, I'm better off embracing a mother pig if I want to sleep safely." Feng Feiyun, to this point, clearly remembered each of her fists, the fists that broke the bones in his entire body. At that time, if Feng Wanli didn't bring a 1,000-year Duan Su herb for Feng Feiyun, then maybe it wouldn't have ended with him simply being stuck on the bed for half a month. You don't need to feel so much pressure inside here like this. Jianshua's temperament in these recent years has lessened. Plus, there is also the order from our 9th great-grandfather, so she wouldn't actually cripple you. Feng Wanli actually wasn't sure in his heart. In the end, no one else understood his foster daughter more than him. She was the type of person who didn't care to give anyone face. She was extremely gifted, but she was also very proud. The entire younger generation of the Feng clan couldn't get into her sight. The 3 or 5 individuals capable of being looked upon by her were all heaven-defying and outstanding talents. Even though Feng Feiyun was a bit bothered by Feng Jianxue, he wasn't afraid of her. In the end, his current cultivation was at the early Immortal Foundation, and his actual battle power was equal to an intermediate Immortal Foundation expert. His battle prowess was stronger than her. Why would he need to be afraid of her? "Second uncle, will I stay in the room over there?" Feng Suiyu's eyes stared at the remaining room of the 3, with a slight smile on his face. You are only a child from the side branch and are not qualified to stay at that place." Feng Wanli's face didn't show any emotion. He turned and walked towards a different direction, and he waved his hand. "Come with me." "Not qualified." Feng Suiyu gripped his hands tightly, and he forcibly suppressed his own resentment. Wasn't Feng Jianxue also from a side branch? He coldly glanced at Feng Feiyun once, and then he left in anger. Feng Feiyun smiled as he watched Feng Suiyu's back during his departure. His heart felt a little pleasure. "Feng Suiyu, this day has finally happened to you." He stopped thinking too much, and he strode towards the pavilion. He wanted to settle down first before he planned his next move. Chapter 33, Going Upstairs to Look at Fortunes. Darkness had completely covered the night, but there were still bright lights in the hidden dragon courtyard. Many people that held torches were talking about love, or maybe discussing cultivation. In the distance, there were continuous thundering noises that came from crazy cultivators that were practicing their martial arts. Feng Feiyun sat alone at the top of the Crimson Pavilion with his feet on top of the tiles, feeling the night wind. His gaze covered the hidden dragon courtyard in its entirety. The fortune of everyone here couldn't escape his eyes. He concentrated his energy for this observation. Boom. To the southeast of the courtyard, there was suddenly a giant shadow of a tiger that encompassed the whole sky. It radiated a violet-red light. Its movement was akin to a dragon's flight and a tiger's hunt. It possessed an expression that was towering and extraordinary. This was the first tiger soaring cloud, Qi. Out of all of the children of the Feng clan's 5th generation, it is unexpected to see someone with such talent. Feng Feiyun revealed a hint of surprise on his face. The Qi image of someone was the main representation of their talents. The stronger the Qi image, the higher the talent. Even though these Qi images were domineering and huge in stature, only geniuses versed in Qi observation could see them. Ordinary people, even with a powerful cultivation, couldn't see anything. Understanding chi images was akin to understanding the abstractness of a cultivator. If one wanted to see the chi images, they would need to cultivate their gaze first. Feng Feiyun practiced the phoenix heavenly gaze. He could not only observe the chi images of people, but also the chi images of an area, the chi images of all living things, and the images within the vastness of the sky. The understanding of chi image reading was similar to a wisdom master reading the constellations during the night. Rumble. Suddenly, in the depths of Violet Firmament City, there was a monstrous chi image that pierced the 9 heavens. It was accompanied by the shadow of a tiger and the image of a dragon. It manifested a heavenly and dazzling rainbow. Its piercing glare caused others to be unable to open their eyes. Ha! With one's personal chi image, this person was able to lead the spirit image of an entire area. This is Dragon Tiger Chi, the regal supreme physique. Inside Violet Firmament Ancient City exists an illustrious talent. Feng Feiyun suddenly stood up, his body focused his gaze to the far distance. This was his first time being so alarmed. Who the hell could be so frightening? Dragon Tiger Chi, regal supreme physique. This was one of the top chi images between the heaven and earth. The person who could carry this type of chi image, their future will be exceptional, like the bright moon in the sky, no one could ever resist them. First Tiger Soaring Cloud, and Regal Supreme Physique, had a difference of several ranks. Roar. The Dragon Tiger Chi hovered in the sky for half the time it took to drink a cup of tea, then it slowly disappeared in a corner of the ancient city. Feng Feiyun originally wanted to see the talented 5th generation of the Feng clan for a little bit, but he couldn't believe that inside this ancient city, there was a character who possessed the Regal Supreme Physique. The existence of this genius caused all the other talented people in the world to be suppressed, and they would lose all of their 7 colors. A chaotic burst of footsteps, along with clamorous commotions, sounded below. Someone was coming. Feng Feiyun quickly recalled his phoenix heavenly gaze. He looked down below to see 2 white-robed boys that carried a different boy, and they rushed inside this pavilion. Fuck, these sons of bitches, they even broke the dantian of Haozi. This was equivalent to destroying his entire cultivation, such a vicious action. Haozi's cultivation was the highest within the 3 of us. He reached the peak spirit realm stage, but he was beaten by just 1 blow. The experts of the 3rd branch are indeed as common as the clouds. We are only from the 12th branch, and I'm afraid only little sister Jianxue could fight them head-on. Little sister Jianxue has reached the early immortal foundation rank, plus she is also well versed in the double gaze fragment moon sword. The 3rd branch people that could fight against her only number 3 or 5. Unfortunately, little sister Jianxue isn't present right now, otherwise, with her character, she would help us take revenge already. The entire body of the young man called Haozi was covered in blood, he was unconscious, and his face was as pale as a sheet. These 3 people were the children of the 12th branch of the Feng clan, and they were the foster sons of Feiyun's oldest uncle. Their names were Feng Hao, Feng Ming, and Feng Lin. Because they were closely related to each other, as well as Feng Jianxue, Feng Feiyun had to stay at the same place in order to look after each other. There were fights within the children of a clan. Sometimes, the fights between the branches were particularly ferocious. This was a competition, a cutthroat competition. What had happened in the end? How is Haozi? The sound of a young girl came from outside. Her voice was accompanied by a cold breath, akin to a cold wind that blew by, that caused the floor to have a layer of white mist in the summer. After hearing this voice, Feng Ming and Feng Lin became ecstatic. They quickly brought over Feng Hao, who was gravely wounded, to the bed, and then they left. Both of them simultaneously loudly said, "Little sister Jianxue, since you are back, you must take revenge for Haozi." Feng Jianxue's gentle footsteps slowly entered the room. It had been a long time since Feiyun had last met this violent young miss. She had a slender and elegant look with a ponytail that was tied by a violet ribbon. She was wearing a martial arts robe that clung to her body, accentuating her curvaceous figure. It made her seemingly very vivid and full of life. Her skin was extremely white, it was too unreasonably white, without a trace of pink blood. It was as if she had been sick for many years. However, her true feature that attracted Feng Feiyun was her beautiful eyes. Inside were 2 silky black and round pupils, her gaze was as sharp as a sword, and it was like she could compete head-on with the Heaven Restoration evil eyes. It was clear from the appearance of her eyes that she was practicing the double gaze fragment moon sword. My God. This spirit technique was very difficult to cultivate, but she had been successful. No wonder second uncle thought so highly of her. That person was the heaven's proud son of the third branch, Feng Yu. Feng Yu. Feng Jianxue's pair of beautiful eyes contracted tightly. She had heard of this name before. Feng Yu was a person that could cause the rains to fall and the winds to blow within the third branch of the Feng clan. He had drunk spirit spring water before. He also had a wonderful physique, and his flesh was as powerful as a brute beast. Feng Yu was extremely arrogant. Outside in the courtyard, he constructed a martial arts ring, and he declared, "Whoever can take 3 blows from my hand would be eligible to participate in the Hidden Dragon War." These words caused a big wave once they got out. The challengers continuously participated, but, from then till now, half a month had passed, no one has been able to accept 2 blows from him. Most of the challengers were all defeated with just 1 blow. This matter had already alerted the Feng clan's seniors, but these older generation experts didn't interfere. Obviously, they had discreetly endorsed Feng Yu's actions. Using a martial arts ring to stimulate the potential of the children in the clan, this was not a bad thing. Some of the upper echelons even wanted to change the rules of the Hidden Dragon War, this time around, to be more similar to Feng Yu's words. Whoever could block 3 of his moves would have the qualifications to participate. If not, then they would just be an ordinary person, and they would not be eligible for the war. If one wanted fame from just 1 battle, then they need to actually have true abilities. Feng Jianxue asked. Feng Hao also went to challenge him. Feng Ming and Feng Lin lowered their heads without saying any words. Naturally, they had tacitly confirmed. Feng Hao was able to block how many of his moves? Feng Jianxue continued to ask. He lost in just 1 move. Feng Yu was truly a madman. 1 blow from him turned a wall into dust. Feng Hao essentially didn't have the ability to fight back, and he immediately fell down into a pool of blood. The 2 angrily exclaimed. Feng Jianxue's eyes became more dignified. She was aware of Feng Hao's strength. Even if she used all of her power, it would still take her 3 moves to defeat him. However, Feng Yu only needed 1 to destroy his dantian. After some contemplations, this power was truly terrifying. Feng Yu is indeed so strong. The slender fingers of Jianxue intertwined. In her heart, a feeling of wanting to battle arose. A strand of spirit energy, like a howling large wave, rushed out, that caused the leaves on the evergreen tree outside of the pavilion to fall down and gently cover the ground. Who is on the roof? Feng Jianxue's eyes moved as if they were stars. Her pupils immediately became extremely sharp. A black light, with a shape just like a small sword and the size of a hand, flew out of her eyes. Whoosh! The black sword light cut through the night with its movement. Ah! A miserable scream filled the air. A shadow fell down from the rooftop. This person felt awkward with his hands and feet. He couldn't get back up after he fell to the ground. Feng Jianxue quickly rushed forward and saw that this person was wearing the white robe of the Feng clan, but he was still lying motionless on the ground. Her heart was shaking. Not good. He turned out to be our own. Is he already dead? Feng Jianxue was afraid, because even though the elders of the Feng clan allowed for competition between the younger generations, but the absolute condition was that there had to be no harm to one's life. Feng Jianxue had butterflies in her heart. She carried a sword in her hand and gently poked the sleeves of the Feng clan's child, who was lying on the floor. However, the person remained motionless. Not even the sound of breathing could be heard from him. Little sister Jianxue, you just killed someone. Feng Lin was frightened to the point where he had to take 2 steps back. He nearly fell on the floor. Your double gaze fragment moon sword's power is too great. Little sister Jianxue, how could you use it so carelessly? Feng Ming was also frightened. His hands couldn't stop shaking. At this moment, Feng Jianxue felt like it was too late for regrets. If she truly accidentally killed another person in the clan, then the punishment would be her own life. Before anyone can discover him, go bury him. Feng Jianxue quickly regained her wits, and she decided to bury the corpse. However, at this moment, the Feng clan child, who was lying on the ground, suddenly moved a little bit, and he spoke with a weak voice. Save. Help me. I'm going to die. Why was this voice so familiar? Feng Jianxue stared at the Feng clan's child that was lying on the ground. The more she looked, the more familiar he seemed. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes shivered and thought of a particular man. She shouted in her mind. Is it that damned Feng Feiyun? Could it be that he has arrived at the hidden dragon courtyard? The Feng kid was still lying on the ground. He appeared to be half dead. Chapter 34, Why am I still not dead? Help. I'm going to die. The Feng kid's entire body trembled with a painful expression. It took him great effort to reach out with his one hand. It was as if he wanted to grab onto something, but there was nothing to grab. Feng Lin and Feng Ming hurriedly rushed forward. They picked him up with their hands. Little sister Jianxue, he is not dead. The two were ecstatic. Feng Jianxue carefully observed the Feng kid who was lifted. After seeing his familiar face, her expression changed. She gritted her teeth, and she angrily yelled. It really is this damned Feng Feiyun. Your luck is really great. It would have been fortunate if you had actually died. After all, everything would be resolved if you were dead. Feng Feiyun's face was deathly pale, and he was feebly breathing. He couldn't stop coughing. If Feng Lin and Feng Ming weren't propping him up, he definitely wouldn't have the strength to stand at all. I'm going to die. I can feel my life slowly drifting away. In front of me is a black as ink curtain, as if a ferocious malevolent ghost is coming to capture my soul. Feiyun's eyes were blurry as he motioned his hands forward. He was desperately trying to grab a hold of this something like a man that was waiting for his own death. The lost memories throughout the long months and years, he wanted to grab onto them before the final moments of regret. You didn't see a malevolent ghost, it was me. Feng Jianxue angrily glared at him. However, when she saw his mouth coughing up blood, her heart felt a glimmer of remorse. She couldn't help but to remember when they were playing together during their childhood. That was truly a happy time, filled with innocence. However, at this moment, I accidentally wounded him. If he really died, then wouldn't my conscience suffer a lifetime of condemnation? He has not been the innocent Feiyun like before. He is just a bully to both men and women, a lustful evil young master. Even death wouldn't be enough to redeem his crimes. Feng Jianxue's heart towards Feiyun contained an extreme hatred. After she personally saw Feiyun with a maid, she had lost all hope for him. She swore that if she saw him again, she would break all of his bones to prevent him from getting up from his bed for the rest of his life. However, at this very moment, Feng Feiyun was standing in front of her, dying from a serious injury. She originally clenched her fists, but she couldn't finish her strike. So, it is little sister Jianxue. I didn't think that before I died. I could see little sister again. This must be because old heaven pitied me, Feng Feiyun somehow managed to gather his strength from an unknown source. He rushed free from the hands of the Feng brothers, and then he emotionally headed towards Feng Jianxue's direction. However, because he was too wounded, he only made 2 steps before his legs became weak and fell to the ground. Boo-hoo. He was lying on the ground, weeping until it tore his heart and mind. Then he sobbingly whimpered. Jianxue. Little sister Jianxue, I know. I know I had it coming. My sins covered the sky, little sister. Sister wanted to kill me a long time ago. To be able to die in your hand, I have no regrets. But there is something. I must tell little sister, otherwise I would die with my eyes opened. Feng Jianxue astonishingly stared at Feng Feiyun lying on the ground. Her beautiful pair of eyes were flashing translucent sparkles. Her steps slightly moved forward, but in the end, she didn't come to help him up. She bit the tip of her lips tightly. She made an effort to turn around so that she wouldn't have to see him anymore. I really miss little sister. Jian Shui, I have thought about it a lot, about those days in the past when we used to play together, when you were my new bride, and I was your new groom. The witness was the wild dog sitting at the other street. Feng Feiyun's tears dripped down his entire face. His voice became weaker and weaker. Until finally, there was no more sound coming from him. The eyes of Feng Jianxue had long been teary. At this moment, she couldn't contain her emotions, so the tears dripped down and became lines from the corners of her eyes. Feng Feiyun, you cannot die. I will not allow you to die. Feng Jianxue's heart was in extreme pain. it was as if her heart was pierced by thousands of needles. She hurriedly rushed over to Feng Feiyun, and she lifted him from the ground, allowing his head to rest on her chest. Feng Feiyun was motionless, and his body became increasingly cold like ice. "This is all my fault. Even if you were standing in front of me, I still wouldn't be able to kill you. Why did you have to say those words to torment me?" Feng Jianxue tightly hugged Feiyun's corpse, her teardrops dampened the hair on his head. "Little sister Jianxue, a dead man cannot live again. Little sister should restrain your grief." "That's right. If little cousin Feiyun is truly dead, then maybe it is a good thing. Little cousin Feiyun didn't cultivate, and his body was weak. At that moment, we just need to say that he was not careful and accidentally fell down from the rooftop, that he died on his own. Then little sister Jianxue doesn't need to bear any responsibilities," Feng Lin said. Feng Jianxue lifted her head, and gave him a stern glare, causing him to suddenly stop what he was about to say next. "Murder is paid for with one's own life. This is the heaven's law and earth's principle. I will definitely bring Feiyun's body back to Spirit State City and accept all of the responsibility. If uncle wants me to repay him with my life, then I will commit suicide in front of Feiyun's grave." Sorrow and pain were written on Jianxue's face. In her heart, there was a sudden feeling of emptiness. Cough cough. Why am I still not dead? At the moment, when everyone thought Feiyun was really dead, he suddenly coughed up blood. Color returned to his face. It was as if he was returning to life. Even Feng Jianxue was scared out of her mind. She quickly released Feiyun and then took 2 steps back. Boom. Feng Feiyun, once again, fell to the floor with his head directly hitting a block of limestone. This bump was not bad because it unexpectedly cleared up the jumbled thoughts in his mind a little bit. He rubbed his forehead a few times, and he, with a struggle, crawled up from the ground. With a shocked expression, he stared at the 3 people in front of him, and then his gaze finally ended up on Feng Jianxue. "Little sister Jianxue, why are you here?" Feng Feiyun's eyes jolted with horror on his face. Feng Feiyun, without any thoughts, hurriedly turned around and ran like he just saw a monster. At this moment, Feng Feiyun was lively like a dragon and animated like a tiger, nothing like a dying man. The others were even more scared by Feng Feiyun. A person who had died suddenly came back to life, and then he acted like nothing had happened afterwards. What the hell was this situation? Feng Ming was thinking about something, then his 2 eyes suddenly flashed, and he said, "I heard that at the top of every person's head there was an acupuncture point of life. There were some people who were already dead but wanted to prolong their lives, so they chose to stimulate this point. If they truly knew the required strength and the exact location, then that person could live for a few more years. Could it be that earlier, Feiyun accidentally fell on that rock and hit this point? I also had heard from father about this. This acupuncture point, along with the opposite, death point, on the body is called the life point. The positions of everyone's life points are different, plus, the amount of force required to stimulate these life points are different as well. The exertion of strength, even with a tiny margin of error, could cause the person to immediately lose their life." Feng Lin sighed. "If this is the case, then the luck of that little boy Feiyun is really good. He just casually fell onto a rock, and it was the exact spot of his life point. Moreover, the force exerted was just right." Feng Jianxue watched Feng Feiyun run away, and the guilt in her heart remained undiminished. In the end, even with the stimulation of his life point, he only had a few more years to live. He was still so young. "Come back here for me." The graceful posture of Feng Jianxue leaped forward, her feet gently rode the wind, and she very quickly caught up to Feng Feiyun. She grabbed his arm, and she forced him back, throwing him down to the ground. "Why did you have to run?" Feng Jianxue's heart was hateful and angry at the same time. "Second uncle said little sister wanted to break my legs." Feng Feiyun was sitting on the ground, and he didn't dare to move. His hands were holding his knees. He seemed very innocent. It was as if someone had wronged him. Of course, this was all an act. Just because he didn't want to directly fight Jianxue with force, in the end, it was better to be gentle towards women. Being forceful would only have a negative effect. Feng Jianxue's age was not too old, she was only 14. Her appearance was still very childlike, but her angry look, compared to a 20-year-old woman, was even more cold. She gravely said, Feng Feiyun, stand up for me. I won't stand up. If I stand up, you will break my legs. Feng Feiyun said. I won't break your legs, so stand up for me. Feng Jianxue said again. Feng Feiyun was waiting for these exact words. His face revealed a happy smile, and he said, Are these words true? I don't have time to break your legs right now because I still want to break someone else's legs. Feng Jianxue coldly glanced at him once. Her will to fight once again surged, and she stared towards the far direction. Who is it? Feng Feiyun naturally knew who she was talking about, but he still asked anyway. From the inside came the miserable screams of Haozi. He had woken up, and these screams were definitely not fake. A cultivator with a broken dantian was no different from a crippled person. No matter who it was, they would still miserably scream like this. Who else could it be but that damned Feng Yu? Little sister Jianxue, how about we go now to settle the score with him? The hatred of Feng Lin and Feng Ming were towering to the sky. Earlier, they had wanted to find Feng Yu for revenge, but because of the matter with Feng Feiyun, it was delayed. Right now, the night was dark, so maybe the martial arts ring was empty and thus, shut down. Feng Jianxue saw that Feng Feiyun was still sitting on the ground. She couldn't help but sigh. This person's courage was truly too small. If he was this afraid of me, how could he accomplish anything great in the future? Feng Feiyun, tomorrow you will go with me to the martial ring. The sleeves of the robes worn by Feng Jianxue slightly shook, and she turned and went inside the pavilion without taking another look at him. Feng Feiyun turned around, with a playful smile on his face. This is her wanting to test my courage. Women are cold on the outside but warm on the inside. A martial ring, just the right time to go watch the geniuses of the 5th generation of the Feng clan. Heh. Feng Feiyun was tired of the feigning death act, but, in the end, he had successfully passed the gate of Feng Jianxue. He shook off the dust on his body, and he planned to get a good night's sleep. Chapter 35, Martial Ring. Feng Yu is truly that strong. Early in the morning, in the hidden dragon courtyard, there was a curtain of white foggy mist that was left, carrying a sense of coolness in the air. Feng Feiyun was adorned with an unblemished white silk robe, with his hair tied high above by a white headband cloth. He resembled a refined and gentle gifted scholar. This was also the first time Feng Jianxue had seen the handsome outer appearance of Feiyun. She didn't think that this bastard still had this kind of temperament. He could absolutely be considered a bright young master. Feng Jianxue restrained her thoughts and her gaze from him, and she then said, while maintaining a cold countenance. Feng Yu is the genius of the 3rd branch of the Feng clan. He is 16 years old. He is young, but his cultivation is frighteningly high. There was an uncle from an older generation who fought with him, but he was defeated by just one blow. The strength of this person is like a brute beast. A genius's talent, no matter how strong, without good fortune, he still wouldn't be able to become a master. However, this Feng Yu is someone with great fortune. During his childhood, in the ancient Jinghuan Mountains, he found a secret ground. He obtained a drop of spirit spring water, and, after drinking it, his body was refined. His body became much stronger. Even sabers and swords were not able to pierce through his skin. Feng Feiyun originally looked down on the geniuses of the 5th generations, but after hearing the words of Feng Jianxue, he became more serious. Spirit spring water and spirit medicine were godly materials of the same rank. One drop of spirit spring water could completely change the physique of a person to the point where it could not longer be underestimated. Feng Yu was definitely not an ordinary person. Feng Hao was sent away by a servant last night. As someone who had his dantian destroyed, he could no longer be called a hidden dragon. Thus, he was no longer qualified to stay at the hidden dragon courtyard. This was the sorrow of a practitioner. Once the foundation was destroyed, so was the entire body. Anger was written on the face of Feng Ming. He tightly gripped his fists, and he said, Little sister Jianxue, sister is the one with the strongest cultivation out of all of us. You must make Feng Yu pay with interest. The Hidden Dragon War was only 2 months away, and the 5th generation geniuses of the Feng clan had gathered from the 4 spheres and 8 directions. At this moment, the martial ring was fully surrounded with people. The 18 scarlet bronze pillars, that were as thick as a water bucket, were rooted in the 18 positions surrounding the martial ring. On top of them was a raging inferno. Each of the pillars had engravings that were meant to aggregate the world's spirit energy in order to support the imperishable flames in the middle of the pillars. The 18 bronze pillars almost towered at 100 zhang, and exceeded 100,000 jin in weight. On the body were engravings of ferocious beasts, and it illuminated a faint red light, creating a bright layer that encompassed the ring. Inside the martial ring, a shadow fist flew out and struck the bright layer, but it only created ripples without destroying the bright layer. Boom. A young man with a tall and sturdy body and wearing steel black boots came down from the sky. His feet stomped on the ground, causing the entire martial ring to shake. A violent energy, that emanated from below his feet, overflowed and spread to the 4 directions. Fush! It was merely the strength of this cold violent energy that caused a child of the Feng clan to be shaken to the point of vomiting blood. His body was like a broken kite, and he flew to the outside. Just one move, again. Could it be that even today, there will be no one capable of blocking 2 moves from me? The rough voice of Feng Yu rang in the air. He withdrew his 2 steel boots, and he contemptuously glared at the Feng clan's children that were standing outside of the martial ring. Feng Yu is indeed a genius character of the 3rd branch, even Feng Su of the 5th branch was defeated by just 1 blow. That wasn't 1 blow, it felt more like half a blow. Feng Yu is only 16, but he has already reached the early immortal foundation rank and practices the Qilin strength technique. Even the senior uncles that can fight against him can be counted on one's fingers. I heard that the clan master had already secretly said that the elites that could take 3 moves from Feng Yu would be able to be considered a hidden dragon. Feng Yu's cultivation is indeed very strange, let alone 3 moves. The number of 5th generation disciples of the Feng clan that could take 1 move of his is already low. Everyone was clamoring and clicking their tongues. It was evident to all that the powerful strength of Feng Yu frightened them. Of course, there were also some courageous talents who coldly laughed and said, Feng Yu is indeed strong, but he is not the strongest person in the 5th generation of the Feng clan. Talking was a boy that held a steel sword, with a slender body and yellow skin. The sword in his hand was like his body, the sword's blade was filled with rust, and the edge of the sword did not lack gaps and cracks. This was not a sword, but more like a broken piece of steel. Right now, Feng Feiyun had managed to squeeze into the crowd, standing next to this fellow. He observed him meticulously, and he couldn't help but smile. The Feng clan is one of the leading families of the Grand Southern Prefecture. The 5th generation of the Feng clan is considered the golden generation, so naturally, geniuses would appear one after another. Feng Yu is not the strongest, but I really want to know, who is the strongest person in the Feng clan? Feng Feiyun said this without suppressing his own voice at all. The martial ring was originally very loud, but after his sentence, it became extremely quiet. Everyone was staring at him, they looked like they were about to rejoice in another's misfortune. Feng Yu, standing on top of the martial ring, also fixed his gaze onto Feng Feiyun, and he coldly scowled. I also want to know who is the strongest in the 5th generation of the Feng clan. This was why I had erected this martial ring right here, but after half a month had passed, there was still no one capable of blocking 3 of my moves. Feng Feiyun didn't expect for this person to answer so quickly, so he removed his gaze from the impoverished-looking young man. He switched it to the person standing on top of the martial ring, and he shouted with disdain. Since you put it that way, are you trying to say that you are the strongest person in the 5th generation? Haha. I didn't say that, but until now, the truth is that no one has defeated me. Feng Yu crossed his arms in front of his chest, revealing his white teeth that was accompanied with a cold smile. Feng Feiyun's gaze diverged a little bit, and he clearly saw the hands of the impoverished youth slightly shake. In his eyes was a hidden strand of killing intent. This killing intent was very delicate. There were many experts here, but only Feng Feiyun was aware. Feng Feiyun angrily yelled. Holy shit. This young master hates people like you the most. Acting like you are the father of the number 1 under the heavens, this is simply too hard to watch. Do you want to watch me throw my 2 shoes at your face? Finished speaking, Feng Feiyun actually took off the shoes on his feet and threw it towards the martial ring. Although Feng Feiyun seemed very rude, but he was releasing his anger and releasing what the crowd was holding back in their hearts. Feng Yu was truly too tyrannical, and his moves were too fierce. Many children's dantians from the Feng clan were broken by him, becoming crippled. Feng Feiyun's shoes naturally did not hit the body of Feng Yu, but it was just as effective. This caused the children of the Feng clan from outside the ring to burst out in laughter. No one knew whether they were laughing at Feng Feiyun or Feng Yu. Feng Yu's countenance could no longer remain calm, both of his fists were clenched, and he coldly spoke. "Little boy, if you are courageous, then come on top to the martial ring and fight me. I only need one fist to break all the bones in your body. What is there to be afraid of? This young master will come to you." Feng Feiyun was high-spirited and excited as he headed toward the martial ring. Everyone was holding their breaths, they were extremely nervous. In the end, this kid with an unknown origin and having the courage to provoke Feng Yu, his skill must be extraordinary. An epic battle seems to be in full swing. Ouch! However, when Feng Feiyun had only made it halfway, he tripped on a tile stone and fell to the floor. He rolled for a long time, and was unable to get up from the ground. Feng Jianxue, who was standing not far behind him, didn't know what to say. Her fingers gently rubbed her temples, and she almost fainted from anger. This idiot is without cultivation, yet he still wanted to be like other people and go up on the martial ring. This is too embarrassing. Feng Jianxue motioned her body, like a white shadow crossing through the crowd. In the blink of an eye, she was in front of Feng Feiyun, helping him up. With the help of Feng Jianxue, Feng Feiyun finally managed to stand up. With a serious face, while fixing his clothing, and along with an absolute gaze, he said, "Little sister Jianxue, little sister knows that I am truly a persistent man with true perseverance. Earlier was just a little mistake, and this battle cannot be avoided." Finished speaking, he started walking towards the ring again. Feng Jianxue was truly teased by him, almost to the point of vomiting blood. "Idiot, head back." A battle sword that came out from an unknown place flew to her hand, and this sword struck Feng Feiyun away. She used this momentum to jump on top of the bronze pillar, and she stood on the martial ring. Whoosh! With a sword in her hand, she proudly stood in front of Feng Yu around 10 steps away. However, her sword was suppressing the aura emanating from Feng Yu's body. Her eyes were even more beautiful, and her pupils unleashed lights that contained sword shadows that were moving within. "Who are you?" Feng Yu felt the pressure, and he became cautious. Feng Jianxue didn't say anything, but from outside the ring came the voice of Feng Feiyun shouting, "She is my wife." Feng Feiyun earlier was struck away by Feng Jianxue's sword, and he fell straight to the ground. At this moment, he just got up and his forehead was still covered with mud. "Heh, my wife." Feng Feiyun turned towards the Feng clan's children in the close vicinity and giggled, acting very familiar. Feng Jianxue's expression once again froze, not knowing what to say. Even her sword intent was about to dissipate. If she wasn't already standing on top of the martial ring, then she would have cut off the tongue of this Feng Feiyun first. This shameful joke, making one loses all face, when will it end? Chapter 36, Qilin's Strength. There were early rumors saying that within the 5th generation of the Feng clan, there existed a few talented young women with supreme beauty. Could it be that she was one of them? A person with sharp eyes immediately recognized Feng Jianxue. It is her, the cold beauty of the 12th branch, Feng Jianxue. Even though she is from a side branch, she has the qualification to stay at the Hidden Dragon Courtyard. She is the most important nurtured seed of the 12th branch. I heard that she successfully cultivated the Double Gaze Fragment Moon Sword, and her innate talents are so high that it causes others to be tongue-tied. It seems like Feng Yu has met his match this time. I'm afraid this battle will be quite splendid. Feng Jianxue, within the 5th generation, had a great reputation. Many people recognized her presence from just seeing the double pupils in her beautiful eyes. Feng Jianxue was at the age of early maidenhood. Her cute swaying yet valiant stature that was standing on top of the martial ring with the bronze pillar behind her created a matchless dreamlike atmosphere, like an orchid tree blooming on top of the highest peak. Her facial features were meticulously crafted, without the slightest defects. There was always a cold expression to accompany the slender palm-sized face. So young, yet she was already a cold beauty. This temperament really makes people yearn for her. She is like a fairy who shows disdain for the common people. This beauty is worthy of being called the #1 fairy of the Feng clan's 5th generation. The children of the Feng clan obsessively stared at Feng Jianxue standing on top of the martial ring. Many had drool dripping down to the ground, and their eyes became crazy. It was as if they were looking at the goddess of their hearts. Heh. This is my wife. Feng Feiyun was also observing Jian Xue carefully. He felt that at this moment, he was indeed very interested in her. The serious and cold as ice aura was a fatal attraction to any man. It wasn't just any temptation, it was the strongest temptation. Yeah, right. Of course, no one trusted the words of Feng Feiyun. This person was a fool who couldn't even walk straight. To have the courage to call Feng Jianxue his wife, this was so shameless. Some people had their sleeves pulled up. If Feng Feiyun dared to call Feng Jianxue his wife again, then they would give him 2 really hard slaps. Feng Feiyun naturally stopped talking because the battle had started on top of the martial ring. Feng Yu was also slightly taken aback by Feng Jianxue's beauty. After a brief absence of his mind, he concentrated again, he motioned his steel boots with a fortified stance, and he gravely said, "Don't think that just because you are beautiful that I won't hit you." A wave of pressure came from the bottom of his feet, and it then spread around to the surrounding space. The sword in Feng Jianxue's hand slightly motioned once, causing the pressure from Feng Yu to be cut in half. Her lively eyes became cold, and she said, "Today, I want to take revenge for Feng Hao. You destroyed his dantian, so I will cut off one of your hands." "With just you?" "Haha. Just a girl from a side branch of the Feng clan. Your beauty isn't bad, why not become my wife? As long as you follow me to the bridal chamber, let alone cutting off my hand, I would even be willing to let you cut off my head." The children of the Feng clan suddenly burst out laughing. Feng Yu had seen many beauties, but there was never a girl as pretty as Feng Jianxue. He couldn't help but tease her. Feng Feiyun, who was standing outside of the ring, rubbed his palms and he loudly yelled, "You dare to tease my wife? Honey, quickly beat him up for me." Feng Feiyun's words were drowned by the crowd's laughter, so no one heard him besides the impoverished young man who was standing next to him. He placed his rusty sword inside his sleeve, and he gently glanced at Feng Feiyun. He then said without any emotion, "She is no match for Feng Yu." Feng Feiyun seemed to have been waiting for him to open his mouth. He playfully smiled, and he said, "How do you know?" The impoverished young man didn't seem interested in talking. He was silent for a long time, and then he slowly said, "She can at most return 10 moves from Feng Yu. After 10 moves, she will surely lose." He was thinly pale with yellow skin, but his eyes were wild like a wolf's. His eyes were much sharper than the double-gaze fragment moon sword of Feng Jianxue. Feng Feiyun replied, "To be able to block 10 moves from Feng Yu is already quite amazing. It would be hard to find 20 experts like this within the 5th generation." Humph. This impoverished youth changed his expression for the first time. His face became as cold as ice. He disdainfully stared at Feng Feiyun, and then he said, "Are you not afraid of your wife being beaten to death by him? Or maybe she essentially isn't your wife?" His eyes were very accurate. It was to the point of seeing through people's hearts. Heh. "I'm not worried about whether she will be beaten to death or not by the other, and I even less worry about whether she is my wife or not." Feng Feiyun bloomed a smile, glared at him, and he said, "Truth be told, I'm even more interested in you than I am in my wife." These words of Feng Feiyun were also the truth. The moment he came to this martial ring, he had noticed this impoverished youth. He felt that this youth was much more terrible than Feng Yu, but this guy was good at hiding, not just his cultivation, but there was also something else. This was the feeling of the phoenix spirit sense. It was extremely magical. The impoverished young man no longer said anything. His eyes turned cloudy again, and he intensely stared at Feng Yu standing on top of the ring. Feng Feiyun continued to ask, "This meeting was predestined. What is your name? Do you want to become friends?" The youth continued to remain silent. "Truth be told, I know a lot of famous people. If you become friends with me, then surely you will earn great benefits," Feng Feiyun said. The impoverished young man gave him a stern look, and he had to open his mouth in the end. "I know double the amount of famous people you have met, but as of this moment, they are all dead." Feng Feiyun was a little startled. "All dead? What is the meaning of this? What is this person's background?" Not leaving time for Feng Feiyun to ponder, the howling screams along with the sword sounds came from the martial ring. The sharp sounds were deafening. It was as if steel was being torn apart. Feng Jianxue, in the end, couldn't handle the teasing of Feng Yu, and she made the first move. The battle sword in her hand was around 3 feet long, and it was radiating flames. It was like a flame serpent that wanted to pierce through all places, and it suddenly appeared in front of Feng Yu's chest. Boom! Feng Yu suddenly lifted his foot. A strand of spirit energy rotated on top of the steel shoes, causing a ripple to fly out and strike the battle sword in Jianchua's hand, causing it to shiver like it was about to be fragmented. His strength is so great. Feng Jianchua had already mentally prepared for the ferocious strength of Feng Yu. She knew that she couldn't fight recklessly, but, after a single confrontation, her arm was in pain. She found it hard to gather strength again. Feng Feiyun's eyes narrowed. With just brute strength alone, Feng Feiyun felt that it wasn't definite that he could suppress the ferocious might of Feng Yu, even if he exerted all of his power. The medicinal property of a single drop of spirit spring water was too great. If he could get a single drop, then his strength would definitely become much greater by leaps and bounds. Heh. Watch, I will catch you within 3 moves. Feng Yu calculated, gave off a smile, and then jumped into the sky and dropped down a giant evil palm. The steel shoes on his feet was a treasure weapon weighing several hundred pounds. Combined with the palm, a spirit energy that emanated from the steel shoes came down and showered the world. Feng Jianxue, of course, was not an easy opponent. She flew right outside, her speed was as fast as a ghost shadow, and she circulated the martial ring. Her eyes condensed a dark spirit energy, and a jet-black light from her pupils came flying out. The light became a sword shadow that continuously attacked the unprepared Feng Yu. Rumble. The power of the double-gaze fragment moon sword was extremely frightening, creating a hole in the steel boots of Feng Yu. Even his foot sole was almost pierced. Qilin's strength. The fight between the two became more dangerous. Anyone with just a little opening would encounter a life-threatening danger. At this moment, Feng Yu no longer hid his strength. He took out his ultimate technique, Qilin's strength. Qilin's strength is one of the 5 power techniques of the inner Feng clan. It's above the vigorous Gale method by 1 rank. I can't believe that Feng Yu, at such a young age, was able to reach the stage where his Qilin's strength was taking form. A young child loudly exclaimed. On the palm of Feng Yu, there was an explosive emission of a cyan spirit ball. The color became thicker and thicker. Strands of meticulous electrical spirit energy traveled back and forth in the spirit ball. It was as if it was a big chicken egg. Roar. A wild beast's roar came from inside the godly egg and resounded outside. This echoing sound aimed straight up towards the 9 heavens like a bull's roar or an angry Qilin's scream. Rumble. The Qilin's strength had not completely formed its physical form, but there were tornadoes in the 4 directions surrounding the martial ring. It became a sandstorm with tremendous pressure, oppressing the soft body of Feng Jianxue. This caused her to take a few steps back. She was unable to stand straight. 1. Qilin is a mythical beast from China. A mix between dragon/bull/deer. Chapter 37, I am a wisdom master. Ngao. A young beast image was born from the palm of Feng Yu, and it was shaped like a Qilin. Even though it was only an image formed from spirit energy, the power within it still possessed a grand and powerful atmosphere. The intertwining lightning created many intimidating crackling sounds. Rumble. The entire martial ring rumbled. The 18 bronze pillars were affected even more so. It was as if the pillar of the sky itself was shaking. Feng Yu was able to exert the power of a Qilin. 1 Qilin's power was a critical point. Once one was able to exert the power of 1 Qilin, then he could be considered a mighty figure. Even if he joined the godly military barracks, he could still be a 10,000-man chief. Some were shocked by the scene. Even though they knew Feng Yu's power was very strong, they didn't know that his level was this formidable. What was considered 1 bull's power was the erupting power of 1 Qilin, and this was a pure form of power. Qilins were considered the beasts of war. An adult Qilin was 7 meters long and 12 to 13 meters high. Its natural habitat was the ancient desolate frontier. They were very low in number, and their power was known as the strongest spirit beast. 1 bump of its head was enough to create 10,000 jin of power. Whenever there was a war of a grand scale, there would not be a lack of Qilins leading the way. If there were 9 Qilins as the vanguard, there were essentially no armies that could withstand the impact. A person that could defeat a Qilin could be said to, in other words, be able to exert 1 Qilin's power. This was enough for a person to be seen as a master. At this moment, Feng Yu attacked with a Qilin shadow. with the power of 10,000 Jin. Feng Jianxue greatly changed her expression. Feng Yu was too strong, and he greatly exceeded her estimations. With regards to pure strength, he was not just 2 times greater than her. At the very least, she couldn't have a way of outputting power akin to one Qilin's power. Boom. The image of the Qilin howlingly leaped forward. Even though she managed to dodge it, a corner of her sleeve was ripped, revealing a snow-white arm with traces of blood. This was the power of a Qilin. One couldn't evade the power of a Qilin completely. The second attack of Feng Yu began. It was another Qilin shadow image that was released from his palm, causing the pebbles and debris on the martial ring to be twisted into dust. Feng Jianxue's speed was frightening, but, at this moment, she felt that there was no place to hide. The entire space seemed to be sealed. The 4 claws of the Qilin all carried a flame that was able to cause the air to distort and burn. A pair of curved Qilin horns as sharp as 2 god horns from the empty space came piercing forward. Risk it all here. This would be the road to disaster. Escape. Escape to what place? Until this moment, Feng Jianxue had never felt death approaching closer and closer like this. The 18 bronze pillars sealed off this entire space. Even the chance of escaping the martial ring eluded her. However, at this moment, the voice of Feng Feiyun rang inside her head. The Qilin strength of Feng Yu is not fully cultivated. Even though the power is there, the actual body of the Qilin is not materialized. A strong wind will blow away the body of the Qilin. Her gaze quickly glanced over that direction a little bit, just in time to see Feng Feiyun standing outside the martial ring, watching her intensely. She quickly withdrew her gaze, and in it was a brilliance of enlightenment. The Qilin image was ethereal, and the wind was also ethereal. If the Qilin image was actually materialized, then of course the wind could not have a way of blowing it away. However, the Qilin power released by Feng Yu, even though it really had the power of 10,000 Jin, it was not condensed into a real form. As long as she could exert a formidable wind power, she could destroy the intangible Qilin image. The corner of Feng Jianxue's mouth slightly smirked. Her hands slightly bent backward, and they began to move rapidly in the air. Her 5 slender fingers, following a mysterious incantation, caused the air to flow rapidly. In a swift moment, the palm of her hand gave birth to a new wind. This wind's power became increasingly powerful, and in the end, it became a dragon made out of a singular integrated chain, flying out from her palm. Rumble. Everything went according to Feng Feiyun's expectations. The wind power of this dragon chain was able to devour the ferociously unblockable Qilin image. Afterwards, both things dissipated into nothingness from the martial ring. It was like it was never there. Whoa! At this moment, the entire martial ring was silent. Untrusting eyes looked at Feng Jianxue. No one had guessed that she would be able to shatter the Qilin power. Even within the last generation of the Feng clan, there wouldn't be that many people able to accomplish this task. Feng Jianxue's power is so formidable, she could even break the Qilin power. At the very least, she could tie with Feng Yu. A person shook his head and said, "I, on other hand, think that the boy who advised her is the real expert. At the very least, his insight is frightening." Who was it? Oh, it is that guy, haha. This kid earlier couldn't even walk straight. I'm afraid he is only an arrogant fool. Earlier it was him that referred to Feng Jianxue as his wife. Maybe he really is genuinely talented. Everyone turned and pointed at Feng Feiyun, clamoring. However, his attitude was still nonchalant, and he was still smiling. It was as if he didn't know that the others were talking about him. Wife, ah. Feng Yu had used the spirit spring water before, so his strength is higher than other cultivators at the same level. However, there are flaws in using the spirit spring water. His foundation has shortcomings. Once the foundation is unstable, the power of the core would not be sufficient. Feng Feiyun was sitting on a stone platform next to the martial ring. He leaned his back on the huge bronze pillar, with his legs crossed, and he yelled. "Ha ha! The entire power of this little boy Feng Yu is all concentrated on his top half. His bottom half is only an empty egg." This was why he especially created steel boots in order to stabilize his body, making it as firm as a rock. However, this is only an appearance. If wife could destroy the steel boots on his feet, then within 3 moves, he will definitely be defeated by wife's hand. These words sounded like they were poking fun at Feng Yu, but the deep insight of this person saw through the truth of Feng Yu and expressed it through his words. It was indeed the truth that the strength of Feng Yu was all concentrated on his top half. His legs were still powerful, but it made others feel like it was the mouth of a lion and courage of a hare. On the martial ring, even though Feng Yu's face was unchanged, his heart was shaken. Feng Feiyun was not wrong at all, his weakness was in his legs. The reason why he created the steel boots was to fortify his foundation, so that he could fully utilize the strength of his two hands. Why is this little boy so smart? Cold sweat began drifting from Feng Yu's forehead. He felt that he was seen through and truly understood by Feng Feiyun, without being able to hide a single secret. Feng Jianxue had exchanged some rounds with Feng Yu, so she naturally knew better than anyone else regarding the real power of Feng Yu. After hearing Feng Feiyun's explanation, she suddenly was enlightened with wisdom. In the midst of everything, her mind became penetratingly clear and brilliant. So that's it. Feng Jianxue couldn't help but to send out a charming smile. This smile was like a blooming spirit flower, causing countless people in the audience to lose their minds. I didn't think that this fool could see through it. Even though his power is in complete shambles, his mind is quite sharp. No wonder why foster father thinks of him with such high regard. Feng Jianxue pondered for a moment, and then she smiled again. This smile was so beautiful, it stole the souls of so many people. Feng Feiyun was still sitting on the boulder next to the martial ring, and he casually said, "The steel boots under Feng Yu's feet are made out of original cloud steel, weighing 200 jin. Wanting to break these boots in reality is quite simple. Use fire to roast it, and it shall be done. Iron shoes with roasted pig trotters, it is part of an excellent meal, ah." Feng Feiyun once again gave Feng Jianxue another idea. Feng Yu slightly retreated his feet to the ground, the contact created frictional sounds, and it was clear that Feng Feiyun had hit the mark. His eyes became increasingly cold, and he gravely said, "Little boy, who the hell are you?" He realized that Feng Feiyun was not an ordinary person because a fool wouldn't be able to see through his flaws with such precision. Moreover, even his will for victory was shattered, his battle spirit was gone. When even the battle spirit was gone, how could he continue to fight? Feng Yu suddenly felt very sullen. Not only Feng Yu, there were others who felt that Feng Feiyun was not ordinary. Many people wanted to know where he appeared from. Cough cough. This young master is a wisdom master. Feng Feiyun stood up, arched his chest, and then he said with a serious expression, "A wisdom master." Someone exclaimed loudly. The tone was similar, like someone who would scream, "Wow! A magnificent beauty." Feng Feiyun slapped his chest, and he said, "That's right. I am a wisdom master. I am the only wisdom master within the 5th generation of the Feng clan, young and talented, one and only, absolutely unique in this world." The children of the Feng clan present immediately became silent. Some were surprised, some were skeptical, some were amazed, and there were even some females who started using their beautiful eyes to cast flirtatious glances at Feiyun. A wisdom master was even more popular than a mighty cultivating figure. Wisdom masters were one of the 5 grand mysterious masters. Wisdom masters, along with treasure-seeking masters, were the rarest within the 5 grand mysterious masters. Once one could be considered a wisdom master, even if it was only a first-rank wisdom master, then their status in the Jin dynasty would already be frighteningly high. At the very least, they could be an elder in a grand clan, such as the Feng clan. To use the Feng clan as an example, this was a tyrannical power at the Grand Southern Prefecture. However, the number of wisdom masters in the entire clan was only 3, and each were old men living for almost 100 years. Wisdom masters used wisdom as the base. It required time and the accumulation of knowledge. Without several decades, or even centuries of accumulated experience, one could not become a wisdom master. Wisdom masters barely older than the age of 10 weren't unheard of, but they were phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. It would be rather fortunate to find 1 or 2 in the entire Jin dynasty. Chapter 38, True Identity of the Impoverished Youth. If this person was truly a wisdom master, then him seeing through the openings in Feng Yu's cultivation wouldn't be surprising. Of course, there were those who didn't trust Feng Feiyun's words. If he was really a wisdom master within the 5th generation of the Feng clan, then it would shake the entire Grand Southern Prefecture. Everyone here would be able to recognize him. Someone shouted, "If you are a wisdom master, then do you have the Iron Order of a Wisdom Master given out by the Wanxiang Pagoda?" Feng Feiyun coldly smiled, and he said, "A Wisdom Master's Iron Order. What the heck is that? Feng Feiyun had never heard of this item, let alone the Wanxiang Pagoda. This was his first time hearing of them. You don't even know what the Wisdom Master's Iron Order is, yet you still dare to call yourself a Wisdom Master. You are simply blowing on the cowhide. The 5 Grand Mysterious Masters all had a prestigious status and position in the cultivation world, but one had to be affirmed by the Wanxiang Pagoda to become a true Mysterious Master. One could only be a true Mysterious Master once given an Iron Order from the Wanxiang Pagoda. The Iron Order of the 5 Grand Mysterious Masters was the symbol of their identity. As long as one had this Iron Order with them, then no matter where they go, they could use it and become an esteemed guest of others. Without an Iron Order, even if one's intelligence reached the high heavens, they still wouldn't be recognized as a Wisdom Master. After hearing the conversation of these people, Feng Feiyun had gotten a grasp of what the Wisdom Master's Iron Order is. In a short moment, his thick face reddened and coughed twice, then he said, "This. A high-level item such as a Wisdom Master's Iron Order can't be carried around on my body, I had left it at home. If you all want to open your horizons, then 2 days later, I will definitely show everyone this Wisdom Master's Iron Order of the highest rank." Although Feng Feiyun's words were confident, no one trusted him. Everyone thought that he was boasting. In the end, the people weren't. Completely stupid. The Wisdom Master's Iron Order was the symbol of one's identity. How could one not bring it with them? Feng Feiyun's words raised many vexing hisses. This person's face was so thick. He still had both of his hands behind his back, acting confident and nonchalant. However, when he saw the eyes of Feng Jianxue and noticed her disappointment, young Master Feiyun's self-esteem suddenly drooped down. Isn't it just a piece of Wisdom Master's Iron Order? 2 days later, I will make a piece just like it. I definitely will make this little girl grin from ear to ear. Feng Feiyun thought this in his mind. Cough cough, this. Wife, didn't wife want to cut off one of his hands? Why are you just standing there in a daze? Feng Feiyun turned towards Feng Jianxue, who was standing on top of the martial ring. As he loudly yelled, it was as if he was scolding his new bride. This made her yell back. Bastard. Feng Jianxue was very angry. Since childhood, she had never been scolded by anyone like this in public. This bastard Feng Feiyun pushed people too far. Was he addicted to calling me wife? He is acting as if I was really his wife. Humph. How could I be the wife of a fool? He is not only just a fool, but he is also a good-for-nothing bum. Even though Feng Jianxue was frustrated to the point of wanting to curse, she managed to suppress her fiery anger. She didn't immediately burst out, but a cold and childish attitude originated from her body. She said, "Feng Yu, we fight again." Feng Jianxue picked up her battle sword from the ground. The body of the sword exuded a large trace of spirit energy, and the spirit energy suddenly bursted into flames. It became a first dark origin flame sword. She did what Feng Feiyun had told her. She had to use powerful flames in order to defeat the steel boots. As long as the steel boots were destroyed, then a victory over Feng Yu wouldn't be a difficult task. This matter, right now, also gave Feng Yu a headache. Feng Yu said in a dignified and pompous manner, showing his prominent manliness. "Feng Jianxue, we have fought for 17 rounds now. Your strength is without doubt, you are very formidable. You have the qualification to join the Hidden Dragon War. Today, I no longer want to deal with you." In return, Feng Jianxue said, "I'm afraid this is not up to you to decide. Feng Jianxue, I know that you want revenge for Feng Hao, but you also need to pick the right moment. Our strength is about the same. If you really want to fight to the death, then no one could guess who will win. The real talents of the 5th generation are few in number. If we, at this important moment, both become wounded, then it would only benefit those watching on the sidelines." Feng Yu naturally was unwilling to fight Feng Jianxue at this moment because his will for battle has been much extinguished by Feng Feiyun earlier. He had a low chance of winning if the fight continued on at this moment. Plus, his goal was the Hidden Dragon War. There were powerful techniques and hidden aces that he was saving to use during the war. If he used all of them now, then he would lose his secret techniques. It would adversely affect his one-hit one-kill moves. Feng Jianxue also understood this reasoning. At this moment, her face was very serious. She understood the weakness of Feng Yu, but she wouldn't be able to defeat him easily. Plus, each person had a secret killing technique, and no one knew how powerful Feng Yu's secret technique would be. Feng Feiyun saw her hesitation, and he started to ponder. He thought about whether if this was the time to fight a battle. If you no longer want to fight, then here I come. A faint voice came about. Even though the sound was very quiet and without any emotion, it traveled across the rowdy martial ring, into the ears of each person. This convincing voice carried an irresistible force, and it caused others to feel that Feng Yu had already been completely broken under his sword. Who said that just now? Everyone looked around their surroundings in order to find the person who spoke those words, but there were too many people here. It was difficult to find the person that opened his mouth. However, Feng Feiyun knew who it was. He looked towards the crowd to find the impoverished youth. He was still carrying his rusty sword, standing straight in the crowd like an ancient immovable boulder. Then, suddenly in the next moment, this immovable boulder disappeared. The moment he came into sight again before the people, he was already standing on top of the martial ring. He was still motionless, giving off the feel of a desolate dead tree. Feng Jianxue had already left the martial ring. Her gaze was fixed on the impoverished young man. How in the world could someone be so fast? He was clearly standing outside, but, without even a trace of a shadow, he had entered the martial ring. This cultivation was a bit unimaginable, and it shouldn't exist in the younger generation. Do you know him? Earlier, Feng Jianxue clearly saw Feng Feiyun happily chatting with this impoverished youth, so she asked this question. Yes, but not too well. Feng Feiyun casually replied. At this moment, his gaze was entirely focused on this impoverished youth. Feng Jianxue grabbed Feiyun's neck with her hand, pulled him down from the jade boulder next to the martial ring, and she asked, "Did you find any clues in the end?" Feng Feiyun was not angry with her. He broke away from her hand, and he said in a serious manner, "Of course I found some clues. Little sister, look at this young man. He is truly poor. The clothes on his body had been washed at least 100 times. His sandals are rotten straight to its heart. Also look at his steel sword, it is truly not even comparable to a steel fire stick. At least, I absolutely wouldn't use such a broken sword." "Nonsense, who needs you to say these things? Anyone with eyes could see that. He is indeed very poor, plus he definitely had traveled a long distance. I'm certain that he walked all the way to Violet Firmament Ancient City. You can tell these things." Feng Feiyun was a bit surprised. He assumed that Feng Jianxue was definitely a large-chested beauty without brains, but he didn't expect her to have such insightful observations. Feng Jianxue glared at him, and she said, "Did you not see that he was carrying some dry rations on his back? His clothes are still covered in dirt and dust. On his waist also hangs a pair of straw sandals, so it was clear that he was prepared for a long journey." "Of course I saw them, but don't you feel that this is a little strange?" Feng Feiyun asked. Feng Jianxue tilted her eyelashes, and she surprisingly asked, "What things are strange?" The Feng clan is a grand clan at the top of the Grand Southern Prefecture. As a child from the Feng clan, there is no one that isn't wealthy. Even a child from a branch clan wouldn't be this impoverished, so isn't this strange? It is indeed a bit strange. Feng Jianxue nodded, and she continued. You could only see such little clues. Of course it's not only this, little sister, look at behind his ears. There are round engravings of ancient patterns, they look really familiar. I think I have heard of them before. Feng Feiyun said. Feng Jianxue also looked intensely at the ears of the impoverished boy. The more she looked, the more frightened she became. This circular ancient pattern resembled the mouth of an ancient fierce beast. It was completely black, but they were clearly complex. There was a sword penetrating through the circular patterns, just like a sharp blade cutting into the hearts of people. These circular ancient patterns were hidden behind the ears. Unless one carefully observed, they essentially would have no way of detecting them. However, once it was revealed, this circular pattern would terrify anyone. This is the symbol of the pinnacle fate-ending palace. Feng Jianxue exclaimed loudly, and she turned towards the martial ring, yelling, "Careful! There is an assassin." But, it was too late. The moment Feng Jianxue's voice came out, the impoverished boy had taken out his sword. Before her words had ended, he had already sheathed his sword. The steel sword was released and withdrawn, ordinary gazes could not follow it. Poof! Feng Yu, at the early Immortal Foundation rank, didn't have the chance to scream. His last breath had been ended. His throat was slashed through by one sword, and he fell backwards into a pool of blood. The talents of the 5th generation of the Feng clan are truly funny. The impoverished youth muttered to himself. He squatted down without a care, and he searched the body of Feng Yu. He quickly took out a white bamboo block from Feng Yu's chest. This white bamboo block was around a palm length, as wide as 2 fingers. On the body were engravings of a mysterious rune diagram. The impoverished youth took a look at the bamboo block, nodded his head, and stored it inside his chest. It was clear that his reason for murder was to obtain this bamboo block. He is not a child of the Feng clan. Everyone, hurry and catch this criminal. A youth of the Feng clan quickly reacted. He roared and, along with 3 other youths with extraordinary cultivation, he rushed towards the martial ring. They unleashed a brilliant light together to stop the path of the impoverished youth. Fush fush, fush fush. The impoverished boy didn't even unsheath his sword or pause his steps. He directly walked straight forward. The killing aura surrounding his body immediately killed the 4 youths from the Feng clan. Blood poured from the 4 youths' 7 orifices, and their hearts were completely crushed, leaving no trace of life. Chapter 39, Stars of the Last Generation. A rising killing intent intensified from the martial ring, forming sword shadow images. Thousands of these killing auras pierced the 9 heavens, and they cut the sky's dome. The killing intent escaped from the body of the impoverished youth. Even though it was just a strand of killing intent, its freezing frost was almost enough to extinguish the 18 flames from the bronze pillars surrounding the martial ring. The rusted steel sword in his hand was covered in blood, colored like a red plum. Each drop fell to the floor, soaking the muddy ground. The round ancient patterns behind his ears turned from black into a bloody crimson. It resembled a bloody devil eye, pressuring others. Most found it difficult to breathe. What are you trying to do? Are you courting death? Feng Jianxue wanted to rush ahead to stop the impoverished youth. However, Feng Feiyun grabbed her sleeve, and he dragged her back. The cultivation of the youth was truly too powerful. The invisible chilling pressure caused the stones to be disintegrated into powders. Feng Yu was already strong enough, but against this impoverished youth, he didn't even have the power to retaliate. If Feng Jianxue came forward, the only path would be death. An assassin from the pinnacle fate-ending palace dares to break into the Feng clan's ground and blatantly kill. As a descendant of the Feng clan, we should be working together to annihilate this wretch. Feng Jianxue angrily glared at Feng Feiyun. In her eyes carried an intent of wanting to fight to the end. Feng Feiyun was rather speechless, and he thought that, in the end, she really was a woman with a large chest without brains, knowing that death was assured yet she still wanted to go in head first, truly too foolish. Fush. Fush. By the hands of the impoverished youth, 2 more children from the Feng clan died in a pool of blood. They couldn't stop him. He was like a statue of a death god. As long as someone was courageously standing in front of him, then that person must die. No one was an exception. Who the hell is the thief that dares to invade the Hidden Dragon War? Do you know where this place is? You dare to brazenly kill the talents of the Feng clan. This is simply stepping on the head of the Tai Sui. Children of the Feng clan, team up and kill him. Use our Feng clan's reputation and shock him. Kill. There were layers upon layers of young talents in the Feng clan's 5th generation. Even though there was a fierce competition between the branches, when encountering a foreign enemy, they were able to unite and fight together. This was collectivity. Any big power absolutely could not do without cohesion. 8 children of the Feng clan, at the peak of the spirit realm, stood in 8 directions. Each were carrying 8 white Xinghuang talismans while channeling their energy into them. These talismans suddenly flashed bright brilliances. Many spirit rays came out from the talismans, and they condensed into the shape of an ancient beast. The 8 Xinghuang talismans were 8 ancient beasts. All 8 were different, they towered magnificently, and they combined into a deadly formation. 8 Wild Beast Formation. The 8 young boys teamed up to form a complete formation. Its pressure was like 8 huge mountains flying to surround the impoverished youth in the middle. Rumble. The 8 Wild Beast Formation began to activate. It was as if the formation wanted to dissolve the impoverished youth to death. The sword of the youth began to move. He only stabbed once with the sword, but, in the blink of an eye, that stab shattered the 8 Wild Beast Formation. As for the 8 young boys from the Feng clan, their whole body began to tremble, and they lost their breath. They stood frozen in place. Once the sword was unsheathed, no one would be left alive. In the distance, Feng Feiyun's eyes became anxious, and he mumbled to himself. One sword 8 strikes, he surely will not miss. Such a swift sword, such a deep killing intent. The sword of the impoverished youth was indeed extremely fast, it was too fast for the ordinary eyes to catch. Only 10 breaths had passed, but 10 talents from the Feng clan have already died in his hands. Each was killed with just one blow, without any survivors. If Feng Feiyun didn't tightly grab Feng Jianxue, then this foolish girl would have been a dead woman by now. Feng Feiyun didn't think the impoverished youth was the type of person to show mercy to flowers and jades. Rumble. From the depths of the hidden dragon courtyard, a flash of thunder traveled in the air like a humanoid electric ball. In the blink of an eye, it stood at the peak of a pavilion, then the next moment, it was on top of the bronze pillar on the martial ring. This thunder transformed into a human that was adorned with white armor. He had a black crest on his head, and he was in his 60s. His imposing pressure caused others to feel that the wheel of fate was spinning. An expert predecessor of the Feng clan has arrived. Feng Feiyun was the first to notice this old man standing on top of the bronze pillar. This was a Feng clan elder, guarding the hidden dragon courtyard. The hidden dragon courtyard was an important ground of the Feng clan. It was impossible for it to not have experts present. An assassin from the pinnacle fate-ending palace coming to the hidden dragon courtyard has disturbed the predecessors of the Feng clan. How bold, you dare to come to the hidden dragon courtyard to cause trouble, die for me. The old master directly turned into a violet thunderbolt, and he aimed towards the head of the impoverished youth from the bronze pillar. More than 10 young talents from the Feng clan had died, and even a top genius like Feng Yu had fallen. This old master from the Feng clan was completely enraged. He wanted to take the life of the youth instantly. This is one of the 4 great elders protecting the hidden dragon courtyard. If he makes a move, this assassin will surely pay for his crime. Feng Jianxue said with a happy expression. Poof! A loud sword sound ripped through the sky curtain, and then there was blood everywhere. It was like a burning rain of blood. You! The Feng clan elder pointed his finger at the impoverished youth with an expression filled with astonishment, but he was only able to say one word. Then, it was as if his throat was cut, and he couldn't say another word. It struck. The body of the Feng clan elder directly split into halves, and he fell down to the left and right. There were only broken bones left on the ground. What? All the Feng clan children became frightened, and they couldn't believe their 2 eyes. Even an elder had died in his hands. What was the background of this youth? Each elder from the Feng clan were all top experts. In the Grand Southern Prefecture, they could be considered first-class characters and could even be considered kings in the cultivation world. However, this expert was dismembered by the youth's single sword strike. This sword was too fast. This sword was too fierce. At this time, Feng Jianxue turned pale from horror, and she didn't dare to take a single step forward. If an elder from the Feng clan was killed in the blink of an eye, then she essentially couldn't compete. The people that were considered talented in the Feng clan, when compared to this impoverished youth, were not even equal to an ant. This was truly a heaven's proud son. This is the best the Feng clan can do. Predecessors and juniors, not one can be an opponent. The impoverished youth sheathed his sword, wearing an indifferent expression. He headed for the outside of the hidden dragon courtyard, and no one dared to stop him. Laughable. Don't even dream about escaping this place today. The other 3 elders of the hidden dragon courtyard appeared with extreme killing intent. All 3 of the elders were old men that have lived for almost 100 years, above their heads were godly auras, and the god base within their dantian was as solid as a boulder. The 3 let out a loud roar together. The sound was no different than 3 thunderous lightning bolts, echoing through the vast sky. Rumble. A thick layer of muddy dirt on the ground was lifted, and it flew straight towards the impoverished youth. Thump thump. The power of the 3 elders was very formidable. Even though it was only the strength of their roars, it was enough to force the youth back 7 steps. There was a trace of blood on his arm, and his right wrist was cut, resulting in blood drops running down his sword, then falling to the ground. In the end, he was still too young, and he was not invincible in this world. At this moment, he was wounded. The pinnacle fate-ending palace is renowned. However, if it dares to intrude on the Feng clan and murder our people, then it should be mentally prepared to be killed. A Feng clan elder used his spirit technique to turn into a large gust of wind. His figure became dozens of shadows, entirely blocking the escape path of the impoverished youth. Have a taste of my 5-soul strange cauldron. A different elder with a 10,000 gene cauldron in his hand, slammed it to the ground, and he suddenly created a devastating blast of energy akin to torrential waves of an angry sea. He unleashed his killing move. 5 Qilins power. The third elder was even more unthinkable. His 2 feet dug straight into the ground, and his 2 palms motioned outward, unleashing Qilin shadows. Each of these Qilin shadows were 7 zhang high, and they were seemingly like 5 small mountains, quickly rushing forward. 1 Qilin's power was equivalent to the power of 10,000 gene. 2 Qilin's power was equivalent to the power of 20,000 gene. 3 Qilin's power was equivalent to the power of 40,000 gene. 4 Qilin's power was equivalent to the power of 80,000 gene. 5 Qilin's power was equivalent to the power of 160,000 gene. 160,000 gene was enough to topple the mountains and overturn the seas. It could shift the hills and split the rivers. This was absolutely a true high-ranking master. Being surrounded by the 3 elders, not to mention this youth, but even a battle-hardened old devil would be frightened out of his mind. However, the impoverished youth was still as calm as before, still gripping his sword tightly in his hand. Suddenly, a strand of energy emancipated from his back and encompassed the entire space above him like it was welcoming him into a different world. This energy brought about bright celestial lights that were seemingly like godly stars that were traveling under the night curtain. There were a total of 360 celestials, positioned according to the greater celestial circuit, and they flickered resplendently with a brilliant splendor high above. To adorn the sky as far as the eye can see, the heavens are turned and the stars were moved. This is stars of the last generation Qi image, not below the regal supreme physique. The flames in Feng Feiyun's eyes moved. He could see that this Qi image rising from the back of the impoverished youth was one of the top Qi images. 10,000 magnificent brilliant stars rendered others unable to lift their head. Chapter 40, Du Shougao. The Pinnacle Fate Ending Palace was a fearful location that only existed in the legends. Very few cultivators knew the existence of this place. And in the whole world, those who truly knew the Pinnacle Fate Ending Palace were even less. This was why it was considered an evil existence in the legends, only existing in the legends, but it was indeed a real place. The Pinnacle Fate Ending Palace was humble at times, and arrogant during others. When it was keeping a low profile, there wouldn't be an assassin coming out for 10 years, however, when it was arrogant, a god of death would cometh. The number of assassins inside the Pinnacle Fate Ending Palace, this was a matter no one knew the answer to. However, as long as it was an assassin from the Pinnacle Fate Ending Palace, each of them was an outstanding talent of a whole generation. This person would definitely shake an entire era. This impoverished assassin from the Pinnacle Fate Ending Palace was not older than 20, yet his cultivation was powerful enough to slay a predecessor cultivator. Boom boom. Above the hidden dragon courtyard were ferocious winds and scattering clouds. The 5 shadow images of the Qilin flew in the air, carrying a heaven-destroying aura. Its aftermath alone was enough to grind the 3 ancient rooftops, next to the pavilion, into dust. An elder wearing a white robe with a cauldron in his hand was ready to grind the mountains into dust at any moment. His gaze swept the 4 spheres and 8 directions, each of his circles of power and chilling energy turned into tornadoes in the shape of dragons. The combination of the 3 elders together felt like 3 gods descending from the heavens, oppressing the juniors of the Feng clan, and giving them a hard time to even breathe. The impoverished youth, on the other hand, was still poised even when he was facing the 3 elders at the same time. His Qi image became even more densely concentrated. A resplendent star revolved around the peak of his head, and the 360 celestials in constant rotation carried the laws of the heavens and devoured boundless killing intents. He wants to unleash his sword. Feng Feiyun stared intensely at the hand of the youth. This was the hand of a dangerous assassin. How do you know? Feng Jianxue expressed her disbelief. If she couldn't clearly see the shadows of the 4 men, then Feng Feiyun definitely shouldn't be able to either. Fush. Jianxue had just finished her words, and a sword broke free from the fabric of space. Next, there was a loud scream, and a rain of blood fell to the ground. Bam. The elder that was moving his shadows was skewered by the sword in the middle of his forehead. There was a hole as small as a finger. Blood, along with a white matter, dripped out from there. Another elder has died by his hands. This impoverished youth is definitely the devil, killing another person of the elder rank with just one blow. A child from the Feng clan was lying limp on the floor. It was as if he lost all strength in his entire body. The others were not much better. All of their foreheads were tingling. They felt like the end of the world was approaching, and it was driving them crazy. The impoverished youth unleashed his sword one more time, and a frightening rainbow shattered through space. The blade was swift, but a different elder used his cauldron to block it, resulting in a loud sound. Bang bang. The smile which had not disappeared from the elder's face became frozen. It turned out that the steel sword had shattered the cauldron and pierced his heart in one blow. A second elder has lost his life. At this moment, the killing intent from the impoverished youth became increasingly strong. Like the sun during the middle of noon, he produced an unparalleled brilliance. The last elder, the person with the most powerful cultivation, revealed a frightened look on his face. He gathered his strength, showing a peerless momentum, and he released a 5-colored god palm that slowly transformed into 5 chilants of power. Phew! A flash of sword energy swept the sky, rending the 5 bowls of power into blue smoke. The head of an old man flew upward and fell a few hundred jong away, turning into pieces of flesh. Rustling. A cold heavy wind blew to the front of the hidden dragon courtyard that was already solemn, making it become even gloomier. A pungent smell of blood hovered around everyone's senses. As far as the eye can see, this could only be the scene of an Asura at work. The impoverished youth stood proudly in the middle of the blood and corpses with his outfit bathed in blood stains. Blood dripped down from his 7 or 8 wounds. He was still gripping his sword tightly, just like a god of death. The 4 elders of the hidden dragon courtyard had all died in his hands, each to just one fatal move. Feng Jianxue seemed nauseous and pale from terror. When the gaze of the impoverished youth glanced over her, she couldn't help but take 2 steps back. This was an instinctive reaction to fear. The impoverished youth coldly said, "I thought she wasn't your wife." Feng Feiyun quickly blocked in front of Feng Jianxue, and he said loudly, "What are you looking at? She also definitely isn't your wife." The impoverished youth gently wiped his sword, and he said with a bleak tone, "I don't like men who take advantage of women." Feng Feiyun's spirit suddenly came around, and he smilingly said, "She is willing to be teased by me, so it is none of your business. Little boy, do you have a little sister? How about I tease her next time?" Little sister. The impoverished youth slowly touched the bamboo block in his chest. His eyes revealed a soft hint of emotions, but it was quickly replaced by killing intent. He then coldly snorted, withdrew his gaze, turned around, and he left. "You are truly a despicable person. If we meet again, I will definitely kill you." The impoverished youth's body disappeared, and, suddenly, he was standing on top of the hidden dragon courtyard's high wall. "Why not kill me right now?" Feng Feiyun smilingly asked. "Because I am out of time." The impoverished youth seemed to be in a rush. He gazed towards the far distance as if he wanted to meet a certain person. He quickly left, but, from his back, came the jabbering sound of Feng Feiyun. "Hey! A meeting is fateful, how about leaving a name?" Feng Feiyun chased after him. "If you want to find this assassin saber, then find Du Shougao." The impoverished youth rushed straight through the sky like a giant bird, and he disappeared in the midst of the vast pavilion's rooftops. His voice echoed continuously in the air for a long time without expiration. Du Shougao. This name will definitely resonate through the entire Grand Southern Prefecture in just a short period. Feng Feiyun watched Du Shougao's back as he was leaving. He smilingly mumbled. Clearly he was carrying a sword, but then he said, "Assassin's saber, did he hit his head on a door or something?" His head naturally never hit a door before, it was only that you only saw his sword and not his saber. In other words, you still didn't have the qualifications to see his saber. Feng Jianxue stepped forward with a perplexed expression, and she asked. "He really didn't kill you because he ran out of time?" Feng Feiyun said. "Fuck, do you really want to see me die under his sword? A foul-mouthed person like you staying alive is truly a miracle." Feng Jianxue smiled. Feng Feiyun's expression became serious, and he said. "The truth is his not killing me had 2 reasons. First, he really did not have time. He came to the hidden dragon courtyard to kill Feng Yu. It was apparent that his aim was the bamboo block on him. As for what the content was, it is unknown to me. However, one thing that is almost certain, the person that wanted this bamboo block is not him, but the employer who hired him to kill. An employer? Feng Jianxue was surprised. Feng Feiyun said. Du Shougao is an assassin. The first requirement for an assassin to kill is for someone to pay money. He has to go meet his employer now. Feng Jianxue's eyes flashed a strange expression while she gazed intensely at Feng Feiyun. A faint killing intent appeared in her dual pupils. Feng Feiyun's entire body slightly shivered. He slowly turned while he carefully glaring in all four directions. Du Shougao had already left, so why did he feel another strand of killing intent earlier? Could he be delusional? It must have been his mind playing tricks. Feng Feiyun nodded, and he said. He definitely went to meet his employer, but this was only the first reason why he didn't kill me. There is another, the second reason. Which is? Feng Jianxue asked. Feng Feiyun said. He was severely wounded. Not to mention killing, if he stood here for another second, he could have collapsed at any time without being able to stand back up. Chapter 41, Lone Star from the North. Was he actually severely wounded? He definitely was severely wounded. Feng Feiyun said with confidence. If that was the case, then why didn't you take the chance to capture him? Wouldn't you be renowned in the world afterward? Feng Jianxue became increasingly puzzled by Feng Feiyun's actions more and more. They exuded a sense of mysteriousness. Feng Feiyun shook his head, and he said. First of all, Du Shougao's cultivation is truly terrifying. Even when he was near death, he most likely would be able to bring someone else with him. I don't want to take that risk. Second, compared to capturing him, I want to know who is the one that hired him even more. Feng Feiyun, with a little smile on his face, was filled with confidence and wisdom. You mean you want to follow him, then find out who his employer is? Feng Jianxue's expression became serious. She carried a hint of deep thought while she stared at Feng Feiyun. Naturally so. I feel that behind this matter is something extraordinary. Feng Feiyun said. However, in the world, there is essentially no one that could tail an assassin. Let alone you, even an elder of the Feng clan still wouldn't be able to. Feng Jianxue said. Feng Feiyun smiled, and he said. Little sister, don't forget, I am also a wisdom master. Wanting to tail someone is not a difficult task. Do you want to go with me? Wanting to tail a first-class assassin, this was not a trivial matter. Feng Jianxue naturally didn't believe that Feng Feiyun was truly a wisdom master, but he was abnormally confident. Could it be that he truly had a method to find the trace of Du Shougao? Such a big event happened. I have to immediately rush to the main house of the Feng clan in order to report to the branch leader, so I don't have time to fool around with you. Feng Jianxue thought one thing, but she said another. Feng Feiyun nodded his head, and he said. That's true, Du Shougao is indeed too ferocious. Little sister not wanting to track him is a normal thing. Even the four elders had died under the one sword of Du Shougao. The younger generation of the Feng clan had been frightened to the point where they couldn't stand upright. Let alone telling them to follow the trace of Du Shougao, even a mention of his name would break their courage. Only this boy, Feng Feiyun, who feared nothing in heaven or earth and carried a spirit treasure, would dare to chase after Du Shougao. Other people, including Feng Jianxue, didn't have as much courage. Feng Feiyun had already run to the main gate of the hidden dragon courtyard. However, Feng Jianxue chased after him, and she called for him from afar. Feng Feiyun stopped in his tracks, turned around, and he surprisingly stared at her. You really shouldn't go. To be able to hire an assassin of Du Shougao's rank, this person's cultivation would not be weaker than Du Shougao. In the end, you still haven't cultivated. If they find you, I'm afraid that you wouldn't be able to return. Feng Jianxue wanted to say more, but she stopped. Her eyes had signs of internal struggle. Feng Feiyun felt a bit shocked for a moment, and then he smirked. Ahem, wife, is this wife worrying for me? You go to hell. Feng Jianxue gritted her teeth, angrily stomped the ground, and she continued. You deserve death. Violet Firmament Ancient City was the largest city in the Grand Southern Prefecture of the Jin dynasty. Its history was even older than the Jin dynasty itself. It was like an ancient godly tablet, forever eternal. Violet Firmament Ancient City was constructed 8 times, and it erected 8 different walls. It was divided into the Outer City, Middle City, Brocade City, Inner City, and the Imperial City. The Hidden Dragon Courtyard was located in the Outer City, in the outskirt region. However, it was still busy and vibrant. It was filled with horse carriages and waves of people. One could only imagine how bustling and flourishing the sceneries inside the Brocade City, Inner City, and Imperial City must be. Feng Feiyun walked above the broad street where luxurious and ancient carriages traveled back and forth beside him. There was also a youth riding a gigantic ancient beast along with a brigade of servants shouting everywhere. In Violet Firmament Ancient City, the one thing that wasn't lacking was the rich young masters and nobles. People with wealth were too numerous, and the people with power were definitely not low in number. I have entered the Middle City. Feng Feiyun gazed at the far distance while he stood on the street. He noticed a celestial qi image, and he quickly moved towards the depths of Violet Firmament Ancient City. Du Shogao was able to hide his tracks, but it was very difficult to hide the qi image on his body. As long as there was someone who was versed in understanding qi images and familiar with his own, they could track his trail. Du Shogao was definitely a cautious person. Even when one was aware of the qi images, it was still difficult to follow his path. Feng Feiyun followed him for exactly 1 day and 1 night before pinpointing his exact location. It was already night time at this moment. There was a gloomy crescent moon suspended in the sky's canopy. The navy blue sky was filled with the celestials illuminating their brilliances like shining silk cloths. Feng Feiyun remained hidden on top of an ancient building with wooden engravings. In the far distance, Du Shogao was drinking in a nearby restaurant. He had drank for 2 hours without any intention of leaving. He drank the wine while coughing up blood. There were even a few times where he could hardly hold his sword in his hand. It was as if it would fall to the floor at any time. However, 2 hours passed and he was still sitting upright in that place drinking, coughing up more blood, and drinking some more. Feng Feiyun was afraid of getting too close, so he only sat on the rooftop a few hundred zhang away with his legs crossed on the glazed tiles. With a grilled chicken in his hand of unknown origin, he was eating the chicken while he gazed at Du Shogao at the same time. It was as if both of them were playing with each other. I have plenty of time. I don't believe that you will stay here and drink your whole life away. Feng Feiyun lifted his head, laying down on the rooftop. He no longer watched his target drink wine because, even if he didn't use his eyes, he could still faintly feel that Du Shogao was still there. This was a mysterious feeling that was hard to explain. It was just like the spirit sense of powerful cultivators, but only that he didn't have such a powerful spirit sense like them. Suddenly, from high above, an array of stars in the sky suddenly appeared. One brilliant star crossed the heavens like a shooting meteor breaking through space. It caused chaos, and it deranged the other stars in the sky. This star came from the north. It ferociously caused destruction and then dissipated in the sky palace. Feng Feiyun quickly rolled on top of the roof and then stood up, with a surprised expression on his face. His mind immediately reached a conclusion, and he mumbled to himself. Lone star coming from the north, there is nowhere to escape. Could it be that the damned grandma Dongfang Jingyue has chased me all the way to Violet Firmament Ancient City? Feng Feiyun had some knowledge regarding the celestial array during night time. The lone star earlier pierced half of the night sky like a sharp knife into one's heart, causing him to be frightened out of his wits. A little bit of calculation showed that a powerful enemy was approaching from the north. North was the location of Spirit State City. The shadow of the night became increasingly boundless. Dongfang Jingyue's misty apricot eyes, along with her closed pair of white wings, trod lightly on the waves as she crossed the moat of Violet Firmament Ancient City. Her white butterfly veil was unable to conceal the slight amount of her apathetic fairy-like beauty, causing the city guards' eyes to brighten as if they just saw a goddess descending from the heavens. Stop right there. One cannot enter Violet Firmament Ancient City after nightfall. A soldier reacted, the spear in his hand pointed towards Dongfang Jingyue. Dongfang Jingyue didn't bother to even glimpse at him. From her sleeve, a metal order flew out to the foot of the soldier, and then she walked straight inside Violet Firmament Ancient City. The soldier picked up the order from the ground, and he noticed the engravings of Yin Go and Dongfang. The order in his hand weighed around a dozen jin. This servant has eyes but couldn't see Mount Tai. I am worthy of many deaths. It was as if the soldier had a stroke. He was paralyzed, he immediately fell to the ground, and he kowtowed continuously. This was the order of the Go clan. Even the governor of Violet Firmament Ancient City wouldn't dare to offend the Go clan, let alone a minor soldier such as himself. Dongfang Jingyue has traveled very far inside Violet Firmament Ancient City, and then she activated the Haotian spirit mirror. A bright crescent moon lifted from the ground, and it slowly ascended, bringing a vast and boundless luster of brilliance along with it. Feng Feiyun, your time of death is near. Dongfang Jingyue quietly muttered as she recalled her Haotian spirit mirror. She then directly flew towards the middle city. Without the protection of Grand Wisdom Master Jing Feng, Dongfang Jingyue was confident that she could easily subdue Feng Feiyun. If not, then she would directly find the Feng clan's patriarch, so that the Feng clan would send experts to chase him. Chapter 42, Aureole from Behind. After nightfall, Violet Firmament Ancient City was lit up by the bright lights and filled with noisy commotions. Du Shogao finally stopped coughing up blood, and he seemingly had enough to drink. He picked up the tablecloth, and he wiped the bloody sword in his hand. At this moment, a person with a tall and slender demeanor entered the restaurant. Because the shop was in the way of the person's face, it was not clear whether it was a man or a woman. Even Feng Feiyun didn't see how he had entered the restaurant. When Feiyun was just a bit distracted, the person was already standing inside. Feng Feiyun quickly spat out the chicken bone he was chewing on, and he gazed at the restaurant, wanting to clearly see the figure of the person sitting opposite of Du Shogao. However, the person always had a fan in his hand, covering his face. Only the younger generation of the Feng clan wears this type of black shoes. Could it be that Du Shogao's customer was a person from the Feng clan? Even though he couldn't see the opponent's face, the person deliberately wore a robe that would hide his figure. However, the revealed shoes gave Feng Feiyun a little clue. Feng Yu is dead, where is the item? The person asked. Du Shogao was sitting upright, and he gazed at the man across from him with a complicated face. He slowly took out the bamboo block from his chest, and he placed it on the table. The person wanted to take the bamboo block on the table, but Du Shogao's sword moved towards his wrist. If they dared to grab the block, then the sword would immediately cut off his hand. Hand over the payment first, 100,000 liang of pure gold. Du Shogao's voice was as cold as ice, causing even the wind on the table to become frozen. The hand of the other person suddenly rose to the air, and they let out an unpredictable laughter. Fine, I'll give it to you. Bang. A large white light came from the wrist of this person and it became a layer of scale armor, blocking Du Shogao's sword. Their other hand took the shape of a dual-finger sword, and they pierced straight towards the middle of Du Shogao's eyebrows. Du Shogao was naturally not an ordinary man picked up from the street. His foot stomped once on the ground, and he did a backflip to the outside. Within this moment, he still found time to slash one sword into the sky, creating a sword aura. Bang. This one slash completely cut through the entire restaurant. The sword energy shattered the wine jars, wine flasks, and wine cups, causing the air to suddenly be filled with the sensation of wine. The evaporated haze of the alcohol's fragrance suddenly pervaded half the street. The bamboo block left on the table was undamaged, and the other person was still sitting in his chair while playing with his face. Feng Feiyun still couldn't see his face. A fight. Feng Feiyun was rubbing his fists while he stared intently at the bamboo block. The two peak experts both vying for it showed that it was definitely not ordinary. If he could fish in muddy waters and obtain the bamboo block, then nothing could be better. The other person was not in a rush, and they gently said, Du Shogao, you are already wounded. You cannot be my match. Du Shogao, with his sword in his hand, stood 10 zhang away and was surrounded by rounds of battle energy. His astonishing pressure formed waves of tornadoes. This was a man who was seriously injured. There was such an expert like you within the Feng clan's 5th generation. I didn't see it before. Du Shogao spoke with hidden implications like he was hinting at something. The things you still don't see are plentiful. The other person said. To oppose me for a mere 100,000 liang of pure gold, this is definitely the most unwise decision you've made in your life. Du Shogao was especially talkative today, at least more than the usual. 100,000 liang of pure gold to me is not a lot. Killing you is just because you know too much. The other person obscurely said. This matter of killing for the sake of silencing, I have done many times. I can't believe that it would happen to me in turn, today. Each time Du Shogao spoke, his aura became increasingly more powerful. The moment his last word came out, his aura had reached its peak, his figure suddenly disappeared from its spot. No, it was because the speed was too swift that it gave off the feeling that he had disappeared. The sword's aura and the shadow of his figure moved back and forth, wanting to take the life of his opponent with just one blow. Du Shogao's sword was at the peak of speed, enough to kill a predecessor with the rank of elder, in one sword. His sword had never missed his target, but this time, he pierced into empty space. The other person's speed was not any slower compared to him. Pow! Layers of the other person's figures on top of each created a series of shadows. Their palms struck Du Shogao's sword, and it created a large fiery spark. A loud sound occurred. The sword in Du Shogao's hand was cracked, forming many lines like spider webs. Bang! The steel sword was completely broken, and metal scraps fell to the floor, revealing a bloody brilliance. A shadow of a thin saber appeared. There was a hidden saber within the steel sword. Fush! The saber was faster, even more ruthless and powerful than the sword. A gentle flick was enough to form a strand of flames along with saber energy. This is a saber of the spirit treasure ranking. The other person's voice came with a hint of surprise. It was easy to see that a spirit treasure could still frighten others. If one could utilize the entire strength of a spirit treasure, it would be comparable to the power of 100,000 soldiers. It was capable of fighting against cultivators with a higher rank. Humph. Du Shogao, you are heavily wounded. Essentially, you cannot activate the power of the spirit saber. Even with a spirit treasure in your hand, you will still absolutely die today. The other person quickly calmed his mind. If Du Shogao was at his full strength with a spirit treasure, then they could only run for dear life. However, at this moment, it was unknown when Du Shogao would fall down. The other person was not even a little afraid. Then you are gravely wrong. Ha! Where is the bamboo block? Du Shogao's voice was accompanied by astonishment. The other person also gazed at the table. The bamboo block was no longer there, and there was only the bones of a half-eaten chicken on top of the empty table. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole from behind. Such a good oriole. Du Shogao naturally knew the value of the bamboo block. His gaze swept all over the place, and he finally found a clue. With the saber in his hand, he rushed towards the far distance in the dark night, and he began his chase. His feet stomped the rooftop tiles, causing them to fly dozens of meters high. The other person put away their fan. Their face was covered by a layer of dense mist so people couldn't clearly tell whether they were a man or a woman. Even their age was unknown. TSK. To be able to take the bamboo block in front of my eyes, this person's capability is not ordinary. Finished saying these words, the other person gently patted his clothes and stomped on the rooftop towards the direction of Du Shogao, giving chase. Feng Feiyun was urgently escaping. No matter whether it was a large street or small alleyways, he didn't hesitate to quickly pass through them. It was as if he was running away from robbers. There was no other way. There were two gods of death quickly chasing from behind. Just a little bit slower, and he would die under their blades. Chase, still chasing, and even more chasing, all the way to the inner city. Du Shogao and the mysterious person became increasingly closer. One could hear the sounds of breaking wind coming from their swift movements to catch up. Whoosh! Du Shogao waved the saber in his hand, and a strand of saber energy crossed the sky like a small fiery dragon. Fush! The sleeve of Feng Feiyun was cut. If he didn't quickly dodge, then it would have been his neck and not just a corner of his sleeve. A chilling energy, filled with strong killing intent, rose from the top of his head, causing Feng Feiyun's heart to shiver. His body suddenly rushed towards the side, and he jumped over a high wall, entering a mansion in order to dodge the surely mortal blow. This move was not from Du Shogao, but from the mysterious person from the Feng clan. This person's cultivation was not under Du Shogao. Part 1 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.